comfort that he wasn't alone. He wasn't the only French guy in the dressing room. So, and I think that worked well. Remy was a little bit more of a mature player than Patrick.
Remy was great for Patrick because Remy spoke English. Remy was so smart, loved everything about London, would go to museums, go and take Patrick along with him. And Patrick was so young. All of this was new to him.
They were not speaking well English at the start, and they had to adapt. Lingard is a very intelligent person. Patrick Vieira will know better than I do, but it was certainly important to him.
I arrived at Arsenal to understand the language and to good that Rémi Gard was with me at the time because he was a really, really big help for me. It was challenging at the beginning.
He couldn't speak English, and it was up to me at my best A-level French to make sure he settled down. After a couple of weeks, I went down to the dressing room. I said, Patrick, est-ce que tu peux dire quelque chose en anglais? Can you speak English? He said, oui, monsieur. Yes, Mr. Dean. Tu peux dire, what can you? He looked at me and he said, Tottenham are magnifique, Patrick, fantastic, Patrick. He said, who told you that? He said, Allah. So Ray was giving him English lessons.
They were probably the last who could help for the language barrier.
If Ray's got into Patrick's head to try and teach him English, he was set up by us lot, because we were like, yeah, go on, Ray, tell him some stuff. I remember him talking about beans on toast, and Patrick's like, what do you mean? Beans on toast? You've hit the beans on toast. And it's like, the post.
I have to be honest, the English players make it really easy for me as well. They've been helping me to find a way to express myself.
Arsene Wenger took the players to a health farm this week, but not exactly for a break. But he won't find the players complaining.
The training's very refreshing, very varied, it's different all the time. It's nice to have a change, really.
I want dynamic football made of...
Well, after her success at the Oscars last night, we spoke to a cousin of Jessie Buckley who said her passion and determination to pursue her dream of acting led to her phenomenal achievement.
It's just unreal how, the small town, southwest of Ireland, so far away from the likes of the West End in London and Broadway and Hollywood. And Jessie, just through sheer grit and determination and passion, she just pursued it, and as she said, her parents kind of gave her the license and the goal.
Who designed the tool to begin with? Was it the person who sat and operated the interface or took the indicator that it was giving the person? And these are fundamentally questions that mean that these systems are more likely to automate killing at scale and create a sort of a dehumanization because it doesn't allow for individuals that operate them to really get into the weeds of interrogating systems that they simply follow. We have been calling constantly at Amnesty International, at the Stop Killer Robots Coalition, for an internationally binding instrument on autonomous weapon systems precisely because of this, because there is currently no way of ensuring that there is any oversight and there is no accountability. And companies are some of the parties here that are able to simply skirt all of that whilst deriving most of the profit.
What you're saying is that the fog of war, which was already thick, is being made thicker by AI.
Absolutely.
Matt Mahmoudi of Amnesty Tech, Cambridge University, thanks for speaking with us here at the Listening Post today.
Thanks for having me.
And finally, this past week, a renowned Palestinian historian, Walid Khalidi, passed away at the age of 100. He was born in Jerusalem in 1925, 23 years before the State of Israel was established. Khalidi will be remembered for his pioneering work in uncovering the facts of the Nakba, the catastrophe of 1948, including the Zionist master plan for the occupation and ethnic cleansing of Palestine. He was a skilled debunker of Israeli historical falsehoods, and he understood the international dynamics that sustained them. A speech that Khalidi made at the UN in 2009, in which he talked about the importance of US media and government support for Israel, sounds like it could have been delivered yesterday.
It is defended by US-supplied arms, sustained by the US mass media, shielded by US diplomacy, and often manned by armed US-born colonists. The US is a major part of the problem and the major actor in the solution.
Walid Khalidi embodied the kind of historical knowledge that Israel and its backers have tried so hard to suppress.
The latest news as it breaks.
The situation looks to be far from de-escalation as the continuous exchange of fire remains the reality on the ground.
With detailed coverage.
As U.S. casualties mount from the growing conflict with Iran, 3/4 of Americans say that the country should be cautious of regime change wars.
From around the world.
Evacuation orders were issued for this town, but it was just a few minutes after that the 10th Israeli strikes targeted the town.
Hello, I'm Aline Saeed. It's 3 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran live from Doha. Here are the latest developments. Israel's air and ground offensive in Lebanon unleashes more deaths and forced displacement. Beirut's southern suburb is bombed yet again.
Israel has expanded its ground operations in southern Lebanon, pushing into new parts of the region. Troops are targeting Hezbollah positions as Israel intensifies its campaign against the militant group. Lebanon's government said more than 1 million people have been displaced during 2 weeks of fighting. Israel's defense minister warned that those who left their homes in the south could not return until northern Israel is secure. A strike by Pakistan on a Kabul hospital has killed hundreds of people, according to Afghanistan's health ministry. Earlier, Pakistan dismissed a claim that it had attacked Kabul and eastern Afghanistan. The strike came hours after Afghan officials said the two sides exchanged fire along their common border, leaving 4 dead in Afghanistan.
Imagine giving money to a charity only to find out you finance terrorists. Islamist organizations have set up a global system to collect funds.
They take advantage of supposed humanitarian causes
Through banks, cryptocurrencies, and secret networks.
9 attacks in 12 months. Germany has had a terrorist attack every 6 weeks.
Searching for clues. Donations for Islamist terrorism starts March 25th on DW.
Smile, smile. Israel's announcement on Monday that it was moving troops into southern Lebanon. The army says it's targeting Hezbollah strongholds there. International observers warn a significant Israeli ground offensive would have devastating humanitarian consequences. Strikes across Lebanon have already killed nearly 900 people and displaced more than 1 million. We're covering all the developments from Tehran, Amman, but first let's head to Beirut and speak to Heidi Pett. So Heidi, just bring us up to date with all these latest Israeli attacks and what's been happening in Lebanon.
So a couple of hours ago, two very large airstrikes rocked the capital once again, targeting the southern suburbs, the area collectively known as Dahia, which is subject to a mass forced evacuation order which was refreshed earlier this afternoon. And so that always causes a bit of panic here. It's an indication that there will be a renewed wave of strikes on the capital, which is indeed what we happened to within 10 minutes of each other. And
Technical difficulties. We will be back here shortly. Give me a minute. Give me just a second, y'all. We will be right back.
other commodities, fertilizers, and others. The strategy here is that Iran wants to continue controlling traffic via the strait. What's happening right now is that the majority of commercial vessels are unable to pass through the strait. What does that mean? It means empty vessels cannot enter to load and leave. And it also means that vessels that are already carrying cargo, be it oil or other than oil, also cannot leave the strait and go to global oil markets in Asia, in Europe, and in other regions. So this is what's happening at the moment, and it seems that Iran is unwilling to stop escalating based on all the statements that we're hearing from them. They want to continue controlling the strait, and they want to also decide, most likely, who knows, later on, later this week or next week, who probably passes through the strait. We are still waiting to see how Iran is going to escalate. But what we know for sure is that the strait is effectively closed. And this is why we are seeing pressure on energy, upward pressure on energy prices and probably other commodities later on.
In response, President Trump of the USA had threatened to take control of the waterway.
This doesn't seem to be possible, and the reason why it's not possible for warships, specifically the US Navy, to escort commercial ships is because Iran is firing at commercial ships. And Iran most likely will become more aggressive if warships even escort commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. So this is
Rory, there seems to be mixed messaging coming from the Israelis about the possibility of talks with Lebanon. What are you hearing on this front?
It's not easy plotting a course through all those mixed messages, but let's take stock. When the Foreign Minister Gideon Saar was asked about the possibility of talks on the cards on Sunday, he flat out denied it, said no. And yet Benjamin Netanyahu has appointed one of his top fixers, a guy called Ron Dermer, to head up his Lebanon brief. And he has sent him, reportedly, off to Saudi Arabia in the last few days to go and set the groundwork for whatever talks might be coming down the track. Also, the president, Isaac Herzog, responded really warmly when the French offered to host those talks and presented a supposed platform. But they're not in any rush to make them happen. Essentially, what the Israelis want to do.
Just a minute. Just a minute, lads. Bro, this shit needs to hurry up.
Agency. Overnight, the UAE and Kuwait say they've both intercepted incoming missile and drone attacks. The UAE had briefly closed it in response to the attack. That's after fire broke out at the Shah oil field in Abu Dhabi. One person was killed in a separate missile attack in Abu Dhabi.
So let me make it very clear. Since the Iranian attacks have started on Qatar, the threats and the attacks on civilian targets have not stopped. These attacks are ongoing every day, and the threat to civilians is ongoing every day. The fact that we had to evacuate, civilians and students and faculty during the weekend is just one realization of what this means for the people who are living in these conditions. But we also assert that we have been able to this point, due to the bravery of the people in our armed forces, to withstand all of these threats and attacks.
Separately, Kuwait says it has arrested 16 people allegedly linked with Hezbollah. They're accused of planning a sabotage plot in the Gulf nation. Among them are 14 Kuwaitis and 2 Lebanese nationals. Kuwaiti authorities say they have seized weapons, Morse code communication devices, and camera drones. Now, the United States is facing growing isolation over its plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran effectively blocked the key shipping route after the US and Israel launched a military offensive on Tehran. A fifth of the world's crude oil and liquefied natural gas normally pass through that shipping channel. President Trump has called for countries to send their warships and minesweepers to ensure tankers can transit safely. But he's been frustrated at the lack of support. A White House correspondent, Kimberly Holker, reports.
With oil prices spiking, U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday publicly pressured foreign leaders, expressing frustration. None has been enthusiastic about helping to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz.
Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them.
Trump argues countries like Japan and China, who rely on most of their oil traveling through the strait,
energy-dependent economies like
sell this year, really, for the Mercedes
in the capital. A spokesman said the strike hit a drug rehabilitation.
Tiguan. We're going to see a Tiguan at some point. And it says, you know, these models, they're just electric now. And so we're going to see if that, including some design. And so we're going to see if that, including some design changes that really harken And so we're going to see if that, including some design changes that really harken back to what people know from Volkswagens, if that's going to appeal. And we see similar moves from Mercedes and BMW. These design touches that say, look, it's a modern car, but you know this, you can trust us. On top of this, they're going to take some steps in China. They're making those steps. They're going to produce more vehicles, more models that we're going to see come out just for China, because that's what we see as a diversion of the Chinese and the European markets. They're working with Chinese partners there,
It's being a little bit
outrageous
laggy right now.
something that's
I've
more
got my
exciting for that market,
computer doing
and they're
a
moving
whole lot. It's gonna clear up in just a second. Just give it a minute.
a lot of
The live
R&D
streams
out
will
there
be
as well.
fully
That's going to benefit the
functioning
European market.
again. I apologize for the inconvenience. Should be up here in a
R&D out there as well. That's going to benefit the European market as well. R&D out there as well. That's going to benefit the European market as well, because right now what we're seeing is that the hub, really the future of car making is centered more and more there in China, and European car makers know that. So 2026 is going to tell us a lot about how these new models, these new efforts
What did you say? How many years?
Sector worldwide is growing, right? As Chinese consumers, in particular Indian and other consumers, are becoming richer and want to buy a car. So over the long term, that's still a growth sector. And the question is, will German car manufacturers keep losing market share until they're out of the market entirely, or will it stabilize, or will they turn the tide and actually manage to regain their competitive advantage? And as I said, German automotive companies have been too slow in adopting new technologies, both electric cars, battery technologies, as well as autonomous driving. That will be the next challenge. And that will be probably a much bigger challenge to the automotive sector than the e-mobility.
When you put it that way, it almost makes the problem sound worse, that there's a pie that's growing and even still the German slice of it is shrinking. It makes me think of the people who have these jobs, which were once considered quite safe jobs here in Germany, because more than half of German business associations are expected to cut jobs in 2026. How bad could the unemployment picture get here, especially when we're talking about industry and autos and the like?
Well, unemployment is very low in Germany. At least for historical comparisons, we don't have an unemployment problem at an aggregate level. Yes, industry is shedding jobs, but these jobs are needed elsewhere. In particular, Germany has a huge demographic problem. So we will lose 5 million workers net over the next 10 years out of currently 46 million employees, so more than 10%. So there will be a reallocation of those jobs. As I said, the chances are good that they're going to find jobs elsewhere, but probably not as well paid. The automotive sector has been
on the good side of Donald Trump, but to be willing to run the risk of getting on his bad side. But I also think that they don't think that this is militarily a situation in which they want to be engaged in because of the risks.
You've also suggested that neither side can easily back down in this standoff. So how does that dynamic complicate the efforts to keep the shipping lanes open?
I think what you're going to have to see is escalation. With other words, I don't see that either Trump has an exit out. I don't think that either Iran or the Israelis want an end to the war at any time soon. And so this control of the Strait of Hormuz becomes a crucial piece in this. Whoever controls the Strait of Hormuz controls the flow of a significant amount of oil and gas And of course, that is a very symbolic place to be, control of the Strait of Hormuz, which means that we're going to have to see military escalation if the United States is serious about militarily wresting control from Iran of the Strait.
James, fascinating to talk to you. James Dorsey, Adjunct Senior Fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies in Singapore. Thank you. Afghanistan's government says a Pakistani airstrike on a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul has killed at least 400 people and injured hundreds more. It's the latest escalation in a growing conflict between the two countries after a fragile ceasefire broke down in February. Wilson Dizzo.
Anti-aircraft fire over the skies of Afghanistan's capital, Kabul. On the ground, scenes of bloodshed and horror, bodies burnt to ash. Afghan officials say that a Pakistani airstrike killed hundreds of civilians at a drug treatment center.
They were innocent civilians and admitted patients. There is no military base and there is no military-related departments or anything else. Fortunately, our rescue team reached the area and we are searching for the injured admitted patients, also to the victims that they lost their lives.
Pakistan says it targeted a military facility in Kabul, as well as another one in the eastern Afghan province of Nangarhar. The strike marks a deadly escalation of a conflict between the two neighbors that has intensified in recent months, leaving hundreds dead. Pakistan has hit Kabul before, but without a death toll of this scale. The strike follows exchanges of shelling across their shared border that officials on both sides say killed several civilians. Pakistan accuses Afghanistan's Taliban-led government of supporting armed groups carrying out attacks on Pakistani territory. Hours before this strike, a United Nations Security Council resolution extended the UN's political mission in Afghanistan until June and urged the Afghan government to take active, immediate, and demonstrable measures to curb attacks. Meanwhile, the World Food Programme says it's rushing relief to 20,000 people in Afghanistan displaced by violence. But with the world's diplomats consumed by a spiral of crises, a resolution to the Afghanistan-Pakistan conflict seems far away. Wilson Dysart, Al Jazeera.
Let's go to Kamal Haider, who is live in Islamabad. So, Kamal, what is the latest we're hearing from Pakistan about this conflict?
Well, Pakistani military sources are saying that they targeted two different locations. They said these are technical support, infrastructure, as well as ammunition storage points, and said that these strikes were carried out on non-civilian targets. They also said that they carried out strikes in Nangarhar province, at least on 4 different locations, again saying that this was against the military infrastructure. However, the Afghans, of course, are reporting high casualties, and the International Human Rights Foundation, of course, has condemned this and said that there should be an impartial international investigation into this particular incident.
Okay, many thanks for that, Kamal Haider. The update from Islamabad. Thank you. Let's return to our extensive coverage of the US, Israel, and Iran war. These are the latest developments. Israel announced on Monday that it had launched ground operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. It says it's targeting the armed group's key strongholds there. More than 1 million people in Lebanon have been displaced by Israel's military operation in the past 2 weeks. US President Donald Trump has expressed frustration over a lack of support for his plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has effectively blocked the key passage since the war started. Trump says several countries are sending military support, but hasn't provided details. The UK Prime Minister is among the leaders who have declined Trump's call to send warships and minesweepers to Hormuz. EU leaders and Japan have also refused to commit. A spokesman for the Iranian army issued a message to neighboring countries in the Gulf. He urged them to keep away from US and Israeli bases and other sites linked to those countries.
In
the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, to our neighbors in the Arab countries, peace and God's mercy and blessings be upon you. We affirm our inherent right to defend ourselves, a right established by international principles and norms, which guarantees the preservation of our national security and the protection of our dignity and sovereignty. From this standpoint, we consider ourselves obligated to respond to the threats and repeated attacks carried out by the usurping Zionist entity and the United States, launched from military bases located on your territories, which often target innocent civilians. Accordingly, and within the framework of halting the sources of threat and preventing the continuation of aggression, we have thus far targeted those bases that are used as platforms for attacks. Nevertheless, we call upon you to exercise the utmost caution and vigilance. We advise you to stay as much as possible away from these bases and to avoid any locations where Zionist or American forces may be present, whether security or military sites. Should any of Iran's infrastructure be targeted, then any comparable infrastructure in the region that serves our enemies or is connected to their interests will be subject to a severe and decisive response. Let us unite around a common word. No to the presence of enemies on the land of Muslims. No to turning countries into platforms for aggression. Yes to safeguarding sovereignty, protecting peoples, and preserving their dignity. Our hand is the upper one in this confrontation, and with our trust placed in Almighty God, there is no place for surrender or compromise. Victory comes only from God, the Almighty, the All-Wise.
Let's go now to Washington, D.C. for our regular segment from the U.S. Capitol, bringing you deeper insight into the debate shaping America and the world. Here's Anna and Phil for This is America.
Hello from Al Jazeera. This is Washington, D.C. This is America. We're coming to you from our bureau right near Capitol Hill. And here right now on the Hill, Republican lawmakers are worried. They are concerned because many are up for re-election later this year. As the world listens to the words of President Trump, many of their constituents are telling them they are worried. Those levels of anxiety are through the roof, just like oil prices. And we're going to look at that in more detail shortly. But first, Anna Burns-Francis.
Thanks, Phil. That's right. It is all about affordability and anxiety. The war in Iran is hitting home in America. Rising gas prices fueling a crisis not in the back pocket, but across the political spectrum. We're joined by a team of correspondents across the Capitol to discuss this big issue facing Americans as midterm elections loom. Kimberly Halkett joins us from the White House, and our chief U.S. correspondent, Ellen Fisher, joins us from Capitol Hill. The price of Brent crude oil is over $100 a barrel today, and that is bad news when it comes to filling up the tank. A month ago, regular gasoline cost $2.92 a gallon. That's 77 cents a litre. But since the start of the war, it has gone up and up and up, now at $3.71 a gallon or 98 cents a litre. Much like the cost of groceries and the level of unemployment, prices at the pump are one of those things forefront at the mind of voters, especially when midterm elections are now just 8 months away.
I feel like it's totally unfair.
It seems like a lot. It's very sad every time I have to pay for that.
It's not fair, you know what I'm saying? But nothing's fair at the end of the day.
I feel sorry for my fellow citizens who are living paycheck to paycheck.
That very real anxiety being felt by everyday Americans is rippling across the country and now all the way up to the corridors of power. Politicians are scrambling to find a way to explain away the high prices, but will it find sway with their constituents, anxious not just about the war, but about its cost to their lives and livelihoods? Let's go to Kimberly Halkett, who joins us from the White House. Kimberly, the president warned the price of oil would rise. Is he sticking to that message?
Yes, on Monday, the U.S. president continuing to stick to his message that oil prices, as they climb and the political pressure grows, that this is merely something that Americans will have to deal with temporarily. He has also said and really promised that there will be light at the end of the tunnel, saying that once the war with Iran ends, in his words, prices will drop like a rock. And he also says that oil prices will go down just like inflation. But he says, when asked how long it will take and how long the Iran war will go on for, he said, we don't believe it will be long, but justifies this, saying you can't let a most vicious country like Iran have a nuclear weapon. The Middle East would be gone and Israel would go first. So the U.S. president, once again, sticking to his message that this is something that will only be a short-term pain, even as he is aware that this will put political pressure on members of his own Republican Party.
All right, Alan, I'll bring you in here because Republican politicians find themselves in a bit of a bind here defending that message from President Trump. But are some members of Congress finding themselves moving away from that leadership line?
Well, look, if you speak to someone here on Capitol Hill, all the Republicans, they'll tell you that it's March. The midterms are a long way away. And by the time we get there, then oil prices won't be a big deal. And Donald Trump has described the hike in prices as a short-term excursion. But the Republicans are worried. And one of the reasons they're worried is that they're going to concentrate in the midterms on the passing of the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Remember that? That was all about lowering costs for average Americans. And there's a couple of independent reports that have come out very recently that say that if the oil prices stay high, all the benefits of the Big Beautiful Bill will effectively be wiped out. Here's another thing that the Republicans should be worried about. If you look at the previous midterm elections, anytime the oil price has been over $100 a barrel, the party that controls the White House tends to lose, on average, about 24 seats. Now, there are some exceptions, but an average of 24 seats would mean that the one-seat advantage the Republicans have got at the moment have gone, and that will change entirely Donald Trump's last 2 years in office. One Republican said, look, it's much more important that we deal with Iran at the moment than it is to deal with the oil prices. But try taking that message into the midterm elections and selling it to people who find that their money doesn't go quite as far and their costs are much higher than they used to be.
Indeed. Alan Fisher joining us from Capitol Hill. Kimberly Halkett at the White House. Thank you both. Well, while President Trump is at risk of losing the support of Republican lawmakers, the rising cost of energy and the flow-on effects right across the economy stand to have a major impact on even his most loyal voters. Paddy Culhane takes a look at what it means.
Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. Shipping all but stopped. And the price at the gas pump started climbing.
It's crazy. It's, it's not needed, especially at a time when people are already struggling.
Gas is the most visible impact because the price of it splashed on brightly lit signs on many American streets. But it will not be the only one. It will soon be planting season for America's farmers, and the countries in the Middle East supply a vast amount of the fertilizers that they will need. A third of the world's urea used to make nitrogen fertilizer, and 1/4 of another type of fertilizer using ammonia come from the region. All products that could be trapped behind the Iran-made line, meaning more expensive fertilizer or none at all, which will reduce crop yields and eventually hit food prices. For U.S. President Donald Trump, the price of gas has long been something he wanted to brag about, to send the message he is bringing costs down for Americans.
Gasoline prices are way down. And in some places, $1.99 a gallon.
Poll after poll of American voters shows their top concern is the state of the economy. So what exactly is that concern? Let's break it down according to a recent Pew poll. Top of mind, the cost of healthcare. After that, the cost of food and goods. They're also quite concerned about the cost of housing, the cost of electricity, the cost of gas. And this was before the Iran war started. What they seem less concerned about is how the stock market is doing. Many of those things will cost more because of the war. Senator, how do you think the war is going to impact the... We tried to ask Republican senators about that.
We'll follow up with you, okay?
Senator, can I ask you just one question? But it is something Democratic politicians are keen to highlight.
We need a president who will honor his promises to avoid foreign wars of choice and strengthen the economy here at home. And we need a Congress who will not stand silent as these promises are broken.
Many of those politicians now wondering if their support or their silence will cost them come election time. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Let's take a look at how this is playing out in the US media with Phil Lavelle, who's dominating the news cycle and the minds of Republicans. Right, Phil?
Yeah, absolutely. Panic and pivoting are two key words here for Republican lawmakers. Obviously, the Republicans, also known as the GOP, many of those lawmakers are up for re-election in the midterms in November. So there is some anxiety, and it is being reported by the Washington Post. Look, Iran's war oil shock fuels GOP political anxiety. That is the key word here. It goes on to say that this has injected new uncertainty into GOP plans to tout their progress on the economy. And it also cites a consultant working with a Republican candidate who says that they recently had to rewrite a fundraising pitch that touted gas prices from before the war broke out in late February. Right, let's move over to Time magazine. This is the headline in Time. Here's how badly oil prices could hurt Republicans in the midterms. And it has some words that are going to strike fear into the hearts of many Republicans. Look, if Republicans can't get their arms around the spiraling costs of oil, they will need to get familiar with a new greeting. Hello, Speaker Hakeem Jeffries. Remember, he is the House Minority Leader at the moment, but if the Republicans do badly, the Democrats do well, he takes the top job there. It says Republicans can see the peril as clear as day. And it moves on to talk about the previous president, Joe Biden. Look, Biden's re-election campaign struggled for several reasons, but among the biggest was his inability to convince Americans that the pain they were feeling in their wallets was not real. Of course, this was a big issue in the 2024 presidential election. Joe Biden saying the economy's doing well, you just don't really feel it at the moment. Donald Trump really went big on that in his campaign. Right, next up, we're going to go to radio, NPR, National Public Radio. This is their show, Morning Edition, which is broadcast nationally. And it asks, how is Trump's war stance resonating with Republicans? And it had this take on voters. It said they are willing to tolerate it being Iran, for a very short period of time, but not if they have to pay consequences themselves in the form of higher gas prices or food prices. And it had this take on President Trump.
I'm not sure he's listening to the American people as much as he's listening to the people around him and that are close to him and other billionaires who care. And so if it's a pain point for the average American, I'm not sure that matters to him.
Right, let's head next to Politico. There's the headline there. Republicans hold their breath as energy prices swing. And it has a quote, sounds kind of obvious from the Senate Majority Leader John Thune, but it's true. The price of gas is always kind of a benchmark. Many Americans will be voting with their pocketbooks. And it goes on to say the extreme swings in global and domestic energy costs are pitting two of the GOP's biggest priorities, affordability and national security, against each other, forcing Republicans to walk a tightrope on both issues as the party works to solidify its agenda ahead of the midterms. CNBC, meanwhile, goes on to talk to some of those lawmakers, and it has this headline, gas prices threaten Republican lawmakers' plans to win on affordability. It has this take on the situation facing the Republican Party.
If indeed this war is done within the next couple of weeks, it's likely the narrative of the midterms is going to be based on affordability, the economy, or whatever big news story comes up in, say, August, September, and October. And if it's still something where we are doing strikes or asking Congress for funding, then you might see a number of Americans who are wondering why we're over in Iran.
Now, the midterms are not till November. It's March. It feels a long way away. It really isn't. The political posturing has begun. The political messaging has begun. That anxiety over affordability really being felt right now.
So what are the chances of Republicans losing the midterms thanks to sky-high oil prices? Let's ask today's guests, Republican strategist Don Ferry and political analyst Eric Ham. Thank you both for joining us. John, I'll start with you. The message of making Americans' lives more affordable, that was a key platform of President Trump. Has that idea vanished?
Well, we're going to find out. We have a long way to the midterms, so we got some time. The question is, how long will this war last, and how long will it impact not only the price of oil, but also price of just everything, because oil impacts everything. So for the president, you know, I know he's got a timeline that he's thinking about. He says 4 or 5 weeks, but really they need to get not only on affordability, but also the president needs to focus on the economy and getting people feeling good about the economy. It's not just about affordability. It's also about getting rid of the anxiety about the future.
You said we're going to find out. That's not exactly a vote of confidence that things are going the right way.
Well, we were already worried about the midterms because history would tell you the midterms are going to be difficult for whatever the party is out of power.
Yeah.
This only adds more uncertainty and anxiety with people who are running for re-election.
Eric, I'll bring you in here because there is this concept that correlation is not causation necessarily. Oil prices don't necessarily mean that seats get lost at midterms, but will this be the one issue that is the nail in the coffin for Republicans if they were already worried about their chances?
Yeah, as John said, this is already going to be an uphill climb. We know historically the party in power typically loses seats. And what we were seeing even before the war began, people were extremely anxious about rising prices, inflation. And now that we have a war that has seen gas prices skyrocket, I think what this is doing now is making it even that much more difficult. Already, there's been a record number of Republicans who are heading for the exits as we get to the midterms. And so I think what we're seeing right now is the first quarter is already gone. Now we see that the Republican Party has to figure out a way not only to solve this crisis, but also try to find a way to bring voters back to their side. That's going to be a very heavy lift when you're looking at historically bad numbers for the president himself.
Okay, finding that way. John, you're a strategist for the Republicans. What's the strategy here? Do they stay loyal to President Trump and his line, or do they branch out if they know that in their home state, in their district, that things are going to be really hard to afford, that they move away from that line?
One of the things about this war is it has united the Republican Party in one sense. The neoconservatives really like what the president is doing. The MAGA Republicans still like President Trump. So the base is unified more than it has in the past. The other thing they have to do from a strategist perspective, there are about 30 to 35 races that really is going to depend on. For the Republicans, they need to go after the Democrats. They need to talk about the Democrats being loony left. They need to go at the Democrats are having their own kind of internal fights between the liberal wing and the moderate wing, and the liberals are winning more than they're losing. And so the Republicans have more campaign money, so they need to make as many of these races as possible, not about President Trump, but by the Democrats who are running.
Eric, I saw you nodding your head there, and I was going to ask you what advice you would have for the Republicans, but maybe actually it's the Democrats that should be capitalizing and taking some advice here.
Well, as John said, Democrats are in disarray, but you wouldn't know that from how bad things are politically for the president. And so I think if you look at just all of the special elections that have been taking place since last November, Democrats have been winning, and not only winning, but winning big in Republican districts that President Trump won by 24 points just in 2024. And we're seeing a massive swing already taking place. So yes, that might be a strategy for Republicans to go after Democrats. But I think what Democrats need to do right now is focus on affordability and also keep their heads down and let the Republicans take all of the incoming fire in terms of the rising prices and inflation that we're seeing.
Yeah, which they certainly are at the moment. President Trump has again talked about oil prices today. His message of reassurance that American oil is in plentiful supply.
It's great. We're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill. We're double any other nation, and it's going to be soon triple any other nation. And that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. We've taken out millions of barrels of oil. It's a tremendous oil source. And
all right, then, Eric, how high will the price of oil go?
Well, the Iranians are hoping that it reaches $200 per barrel and basically collapses the U.S. economy and forces Donald Trump to actually leave. And while President Trump talks about how much oil the United States has, it really doesn't matter because, as we all know, oil is a global commodity. And as the prices rise, it doesn't matter how much you have. Those prices are still going to go up, which is going to cause tremendous pain for consumers, they will certainly take it out on lawmakers at the polls in November.
200 seems slightly unrealistic, perhaps, John.
I don't think it's going to be 200. Listen, I think that there's a lot of wildcatters in Texas and the Permian Basin who are very happy because if you get prices per barrel below 70, it's actually hard for them to make money. They're going to make money at 100. And so there's always winners and losers. Somebody will be happy. I do think that the president's doing everything he can to get as much oil on the marketplace as possible. And he's right.
Hang on, isn't everything he can not starting a war or at least
that would have been preferable. Yeah. But I think he saw bigger strategic reasons to go after Iran. Sure. And he's not the first president to deal with this Iranian problem. Well, he is the first president to deal in such a way, such an overwhelming way. And, when we're talking about this in the green room, when you go to a war with a big country like Iran, it's never going to play out exactly as you want. So let's hope for the president or for the country it plays out better than we all are worried about now.
Yeah, because he is promising a big drop in the price of gasoline when the war ends. But it's not much reassurance if we don't know when that is.
If you get the Straits of Hormuz opened up again, and it seems like he's putting as many resources into that as possible, prices will go back down again.
Okay. As we say, prices could go back down again. It is a long way, Eric, until the midterms. How much of this issue right now in this time and place will be of an impact to voters as they turn up to the ballot box come early November?
Look, if we look at when Donald Trump first came into office in 2025, voters had already seen a very unpredictable and chaotic president with the Liberation Day tariffs, everything that we've seen from ICE. And so I think already you have begun to see voters, at least they wanted to see less chaos from the president. And I think now that we see this war where the United States is isolated, only the United States and Israel, we're seeing American allies who are refusing to join and help in this operation. And so I think now Americans recognize that there needs to be more of a check on this president. And I think that's why not only are you seeing some of the MAGA base, young voters, people of color who sided with the president in 2024, moving away from Donald Trump, I think that number is only going to grow. And I think that could be problematic because, again, voters don't want to see all of the chaos that's playing out right now.
Okay, in terms of the chaos playing out, part of that is the messaging from the Republicans on the Hill. Do you see Republicans finding some common message between now and November?
Well, they better. The president did promise to be a disruptor in chief, and he's really disrupted a lot of things. The question is, can he turn his focus back to the everyday concerns of his voting base? And to your point, a lot of people are very frustrated with this war because they don't like, if a lot of Republican young men especially don't like Israel that much. And so you need to make the point that this is actually going to change things and make things better. And this is a small sacrifice to pay for wider peace and security in America. That's a mighty big thing to make, mighty big point to make between now and November. And to your point about a check on the president, that's always the thing that seems to happen in midterm elections. So the president's got to make the case that it's not about a check on the president. We need to stop the obstruction of the Democrats. If he doesn't make that point, then they're going to lose the midterms.
All right. John Ferry, Eric Ham, thank you both for coming in. Those fractures showing up in the Republican Party have been playing out very publicly on social media. Here's Alex Baird with this week's roundup.
Well, that pain at the pump is splitting the Republican camp online. Conservative commentator Matt Walsh up in arms at this off-the-cuff remark by Trump, saying you aren't helping anything, least of all our chances in the midterms, by pretending that this is good messaging. And that's the thorn in the side for Republicans right now, those midterm elections. Republican Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky is one of those facing re-election. And the threat at the ballot box has him taking aim at oil prices, saying the war with Iran isn't America first. But Trump, unsurprisingly, is sticking to his guns, saying soaring oil prices are just short-term and that, in all caps, only fools would think differently. The White House at pains to remind voters that things were worse under Biden in 2022, when oil prices went as high as $139 a barrel. This take from Vice President J.D. Vance going viral online.
In the Biden administration, they were crazy high. The gas prices we're seeing today are nothing like what we saw at the peak of the Biden administration because the president...
Energy Secretary Chris Wright has also been sticking to that same line, that prices today are still lower. But no matter the state on the gas station forecourt, Americans are feeling it. And for Republicans facing midterm elections, that pain at the pump could make all the difference.
That's all for now from Washington, D.C. on This is America. We'll keep following the decisions that shape the U.S. and influence the world. And now we'll head back to Al Jazeera's global headquarters in Doha. Thanks for watching.
While attacking Iran, U.S. President Donald Trump now says he believes he would be able to, quote, take Cuba. He described it as a failed nation and said it was holding talks with the U.S.
All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? A very weakened nation.
On the ground, Cuba's government is scrambling to restore electricity supplies after a nationwide outage left around 10 million people without power. Regular blackouts have become more common after U.S. blockade on oil imports imposed in January crippled the country's power grid. There's growing public anger over the power cuts, as well as shortages of food, medicine, and other basics. Okay, we're just going to take a short break. Stay with us. The news will continue in just a few minutes.
As the war on Iran escalates, Al Jazeera correspondents are on the ground.
Donald Trump says he intends to speak to the Iranians in the next couple of days, but added he has no idea who will be on the other end of the call.
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead.
A lot of signs, people saying that the U.S. should not be attacking Iran, calling on Congress to act.
Members of Congress are away from Washington this weekend.
There needs to be the proof of an imminent threat to American interests.
This was our last best chance to strike.
The U.S. Senate has decided they are not going to step in and stop this ever-expanding war.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments. A weekly look at the world's top business stories.
What does this mean for them if the price of oil stays at somewhere around $60 a barrel next year?
From global markets and economies,
what does the debt crisis look like for ordinary families in Africa?
Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
New warning system allows the government to close
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
shut down construction sites. But environmental
Hello, I'm Aline Saeed. It's 4 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel, and Iran live from Doha. Here are the latest developments. Israel's air and ground offensive in Lebanon unleashes more deaths and forced displacement. Beirut's southern suburb is bombed yet again. US diplomatic and military facilities in Baghdad come under fire for yet another night by suspected Iran-backed armed groups.
For 40 years, we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor.
Frustrated by lack of progress in reopening the Strait of Hormuz, US President Donald Trump scolds allies and urges others to do more. US and Israeli forces continue to pound parts of Iran, hitting major cities, including the capital Tehran. And in other world news, at least 400 Afghans have been killed in an airstrike on a hospital. The Taliban government has blamed Pakistan. Islamabad has rejected the accusation. It's been 2.5 weeks since Israel and the US attacked Iran, throwing the region into chaos. In Iran, strikes have killed nearly 1,500 people and displaced more than 3 million. Gulf nations hosting US assets have also come under Iranian attack, but perhaps nowhere has the conflict spilled over more than Lebanon. Dragged into the fight after Iran-backed Hezbollah attacked Israel following the assassination of Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei. In the past few hours, Israeli forces have bombed Beirut's southern suburbs. The area is home to roughly 500,000 people and has endured Israeli airstrikes for 2 weeks now. Israel has also issued a forced displacement order for the families living there. And an airstrike has hit a building in the city of Aramoun, just south of the Lebanese capital. At least one person has been injured. The attack comes days after Israeli strikes there killed people and injured a child. Well, the air attacks follow Israel's announcement on Monday that it was moving troops into southern Lebanon. The army says it's targeting Hezbollah strongholds there. International observers warn a significant Israeli ground offensive would have devastating humanitarian consequences. Strikes across Lebanon have already killed nearly 900 people and displaced over 1 million. We're covering all the developments from Tehran, Amman and Doha. But first, let's head to Beirut to speak to our correspondent, Heidi Pett. Heidi, so just bring us up to date with all the latest Israeli attacks and what's been happening in Lebanon.
So overnight, we saw 2 large Israeli airstrikes targeting Beirut's southern suburbs within 10 minutes of each other. They hit the area collectively known as the Dahia, which has been subject to a number of Israeli airstrikes over the last 2 weeks. It is the subject of one of these mass forced evacuation orders that's been issued by the Israeli military, which has led to more than 1 million people being displaced across the country. We've also seen strikes in the Bekaa Valley, but once again, the concentration of Israeli air and ground attacks has been in the south of Lebanon, mostly concentrated in a couple of villages where they've been attempting to come in and take control of strategic areas or high ground, especially in the town of Hiyam, which is a hilltop town. The Israelis have been around the edges of that and trying to enter and take full control for several days now. And in the last couple of hours, Hezbollah says that they have targeted Israeli troops inside the town with rocket fire. They were located in between the detention center and the stadium there. So that lets us know that, clashes are ongoing. But there is clearly an Israeli presence quite deep into the town of Hiyam at the moment. Now, in Taiba, another area where there's been clashes, Hezbollah said that it hit 2 Israeli tanks within 15 minutes of each other, and they're claiming they scored a direct hit on one of them. Now, that's the 5th Israeli tank that Hezbollah says that it has targeted in the last 24 hours. In the context of this increased Israeli ground operation, we've seen it officially announced by Israel now. Of course, they have actually been operating on the ground here inside Lebanon for much of the past 2 weeks. And in fact, in violation of the previous ceasefire deal, Israel continued to have a presence inside Lebanon at 5 strategic points for the last 15 months or so. But what we are seeing now is a significant expansion of those activities. The Israeli army are trying to push into a number of locations. And of course, the whole of the south is subject to another mass forced displacement order all the way up to the Zahrani River, so 40 kilometers into Lebanese territory.
Okay, Heidi Pett there for us in Beirut, bringing us up to date with the situation on the ground in Lebanon. Let's go to Rory Challens, who joins us live from Jordan's capital, Amman, with developments from Israel. So on the diplomatic front, Rory, there seems to be mixed messaging coming from the Israelis about the possibility of talks with Lebanon. What are you hearing on this front?
Yeah, it's not easy, Malene, charting a course through all these mixed signals. I'll do a little stock take. First of all, you've got the foreign minister, Gideon Saar, who, when asked about the prospect of talks on Sunday, said absolutely not. But then, on the flip side, you've got Benjamin Netanyahu appointing one of his chief fixers, a guy called Ron Dermer, to head up a new Lebanon brief, essentially. And he was dispatched, so we're being told, off to Saudi Arabia in recent days to go and do the groundwork for any future talks. And you've also got the president, Isaac Herzog, who responded very warmly indeed to the French offer of hosting those talks. He said, the talks are very important because it's about time we have an opportunity of moving forward with Lebanon. So that sounds positive. But no date has been set and terms have not been agreed. And you've got to offset all of that against what's happening on the ground with this Israeli military offensive, which is on the cusp of the biggest invasion of southern Lebanon since 2006. So I think perhaps the best way of framing the Israeli stance at the moment is that they're not averse to talks. They would like talks to happen at some point, but they have a military objective that they want to achieve first. The military chiefs are saying they are not going to stop that assault into Lebanon unless Hezbollah is disarmed, and they think they are the best placed ones to disarm Hezbollah. So, yes, talks possible in some point in the future, but there's an offensive to take care of first.
Okay, thank you for that, Rory Challens there for us in Amman. Meanwhile, in Iran, the unrelenting US and Israeli attacks have continued for yet another night. These were the scenes in Tehran, where efforts to rescue people trapped under rubble continued late into Monday. Airstrikes hit several parts of the capital throughout the day, including a residential area. Iran's health ministry says nearly 19,000 civilians have been injured since the US and Israel launched their first attacks on February the 28th. Well, Iran has kept up its retaliatory attacks on Israel. It's also been striking countries across the Middle East that host U.S. troops or assets. In a new statement addressed to neighboring Arab countries, a spokesman for the Iranian army said Iran has a right to continue to defend itself.
We consider ourselves obligated to respond to the threats and repeated attacks carried out by the usurping Zionist entity and the United States, launched from military bases located on your territories, which often target innocent civilians. Nevertheless, we call upon you to exercise the utmost caution and vigilance. We advise you to stay as much as possible away from these bases and to avoid any locations where Zionist or American forces may be present, whether security or military sites.
Let's go to Ali Hashim, who's live for us in Tehran. Ali, so Iran's military spokesman spoke in English on Monday, and now we have this latest message in Arabic to the Gulf countries. What can we read into Iran's messaging at the moment?
Yes, and earlier he spoke in Hebrew also. So it's clear that the military spokesperson is trying to signal his country's policies, his country's point of view in this regard, trying to reach out to the people of the region and also to the United States and before to the Israelis in their languages. But this is part of the public policy for the system in the time of war, whereas all the different voices coming out are within the same tone, within the same scope of expression, and at the same time signaling that the country is controlling the narrative. It's a war of narrative, and the Iranians are trying to be part of, to be on their own side, holding this narrative, whereas they can defend their own position.
Meanwhile, Ali, attacks continue across the ground in Iran. Can you tell us what sort of toll that's taken?
Well, it was a heavy night tonight, actually, from Isfahan to other areas in Tehran, several attacks around Tehran, North Tehran, East Tehran, also Karaj to the west, and Tabriz, Shiraz, Shahriyar. So a lot of attacks at different areas, Israeli and American airstrikes. The idea is that this war continues and the attacks aren't stopping, and there are casualties on a daily basis.
Ali Hashim there from Tehran. Thank you. Instability caused by US and Israeli strikes in Iran have spilled over into neighboring Iraq. Iraqi air defenses have intercepted 2 drones over the capital, Baghdad. Security sources tell Al Jazeera that the drones landed near the US embassy compound. No casualties were reported. The embassy is located in the city's heavily fortified green zone and was attacked several times on Monday. This was a scene from one of the earlier attacks. A drone hit a hotel and caused a fire on the rooftop. Security forces cordoned off the area and closed roads. The Iraqi interior minister said there were no casualties. The hotel is inside Baghdad's green zone. Al Jazeera's Mahmoud Abdul Wahid sent us this report from there.
An explosive-laden drone attacked the Rashid Hotel or Royal Tulip Hotel in the heavily fortified green zone area in the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Security sources say that the drone attack hit the rooftop of the hotel, causing only material damage without any human casualties reported. Now, the Al Rashid Hotel, which is home to foreign diplomatic missions, including the European Union mission, a Saudi diplomatic mission, and also other foreign employees at oil companies. The hotel is not far from the U.S. embassy, which came under attack 2 days, similar attack 2 days ago. Now, following this attack, security forces have been deployed in the area, blocking all the roads leading to the green zone with the blocks and also armored vehicles. This attack comes after a counterattack believed to be carried out by U.S. and Israeli airstrikes that targeted locations of the popular mobilization units in Al-Qa'im crossing terminal between Iraq and Syria, killing and wounding a number of popular mobilization units military personnel. Elsewhere in Erbil, another similar drone attack was intercepted before reaching the U.S. consulate in Erbil, and in Jorf al-Sakhar area, north of the Babel province and south of the capital Baghdad, another location belonging to the popular mobilization units was targeted again. Now, since the beginning of the military campaign by Israel and the United States on Iran, Iran-aligned armed groups have been targeting U.S. military bases and facilities, including the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad and the consulate in Erbil, dozens and dozens of times, also against U.S. military bases and facilities across Iraq. Mahmoud Abdul Wahid, Al Jazeera, Baghdad.
Now, just moments ago, attacks were heard here in Qatar's capital, Doha. Authorities have reported a fire at an industrial zone caused by debris from a missile interception. Overnight, the UAE and Kuwait say they have both intercepted incoming missiles and drone attacks. The UAE had briefly closed airspace in response to the attack. It's after a fire broke out at the Shah oil field in Abu Dhabi. A person was killed in a separate missile attack, also in Abu Dhabi. Separately, Kuwait says it's arrested 16 people allegedly linked with Hezbollah. They're accused of planning a sabotage plot in the Gulf. Among them are 14 Kuwaitis and 2 Lebanese nationals. Kuwaiti authorities say they have seized weapons, Morse code communication devices, and camera drones. Let's get the latest from Malik Traino's live for us here in Doha. Malik, so more attacks across the region today, including in Doha just in the last half an hour or so. Talk us through what's been happening.
Yeah, that's right. Just about 30, 35 minutes ago, we all got the alarms, on our phone telling us to shelter in place and to stay indoors. That follows yesterday. Yesterday, there was 2 waves of attacks. According to the Ministry of Qatar, they intercepted 13 ballistic missiles on Monday. And, we've seen a wave of an array of attacks across the Gulf, as you mentioned, in the UAE, Kuwait, also Bahrain. Saudi Arabia said they intercepted around 3 dozen drones in various provinces, the Al Kharaf province, in Riyadh, and in the eastern province, that's home to the Al Shayba oil field. I mean, throughout this conflict, we're now more than 2 weeks in, we've seen, civilian infrastructure being hit. The Dubai International Airport has been hit a couple of times. In Kuwait, their airport was hit. Oil facilities have been hit. The Fujairah port in Abu Dhabi was hit yesterday, and you mentioned the Al Shah gas field. This is not just the security repercussions for the people here, but also the economic. With the Strait of Hormuz closed and these attacks on oil fields, the Gulf has had to cut off oil production. They're losing billions of dollars in lost revenue. And we also heard from the foreign ministry, the Qatar foreign ministry yesterday, and he talked about, the threat that civilians are going through in these countries. I talked to somebody here. I mean, these are one of the safest cities across the entire world. Doha and Abu Dhabi ranked number 10 last year of the safest cities in the world. People aren't used to these kinds of threats. I was talking to a Canadian woman who's lived here for more than 10 years, and she was saying that, she's so stressed out, she's starting to feel like she's going through post-traumatic stress disorder. So that's also another aspect, the mental health of people, of the people here. That's something, as if this conflict keeps on going, that's something that's going to come up in the coming days and weeks. But officials have been calling for the stop, for Iran to stop the attacks, and also for de-escalation. People here want this war to end, and as soon as possible.
Okay, many thanks for that, Malik Traino, there for us in Doha. Now, the United States is facing growing isolation over its plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran effectively blocked the key shipping route after the US and Israel launched that military offensive on Tehran. A fifth of the world's crude oil and liquefied natural gas normally pass through the shipping channel. President Trump has called for countries to send warships and minesweepers to ensure that tankers can transit safely, but he's been frustrated at the lack of support. White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reports.
With oil prices spiking, U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday publicly pressured foreign leaders, expressing frustration. None has been enthusiastic about helping to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz.
Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them.
Trump argues countries like Japan and China, who rely on most of their oil traveling through the strait, have an obligation to help secure it after it was effectively shut down by Iran. Since the U.S. and Israel launched war on Iran, gas prices have gone up by almost $1 in many U.S. states. That's 30% more than many Americans were paying just a month ago. As U.S. allies balk at sending warships, Trump had this response.
Maybe they don't want to be targeted, but I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago.
Trump told reporters the U.S. military has struck more than 7,000 Iranian targets, destroying Iranian missile and drone manufacturing plants. Asked whether the conflict could end soon and whether he'd be willing to talk to the Iranians.
Look, all of their leaders are dead, as far as we know, but they're all dead. We don't know who we're dealing with.
The Israeli military has projected strikes on Iran could continue for several more weeks. But Trump insists Israel's not considering using a nuclear weapon should the war escalate.
Israel wouldn't do that. Israel would never do that.
Donald Trump is expected to continue his pressure campaign on foreign leaders. On Thursday, Japan's prime minister will meet here at the White House with the U.S. president, where it's expected they'll discuss Trump's call to dispatch warships to the Strait of Hormuz. Kimberly Halkett, Al Jazeera, the White House. Well, tensions around the Strait of Hormuz are hitting Asian markets. Energy-dependent economies like South Korea and Japan are under pressure as currencies weaken and stocks fall. And as Kimberly mentioned in that report, the crisis is also testing long-standing U.S. alliances to countries in the region. Jack Barton reports from Seoul.
South Korea's main Kospi index rose slightly on speculation that some oil and gas shipments may soon start passing through the Strait of Hormuz, which has been effectively closed by Iran. Despite the rise, South Korea's Kospi index has fallen about 10% since the US-Israel strikes on Iran began, and the Korean won is at its weakest against the dollar since the 2008 global financial crisis. The index is particularly vulnerable because of South Korea's heavy dependence on Middle Eastern oil to fuel its export-driven economy. Financial services group Nomura has flagged it among the most exposed economies to the current crisis. Japan, which imports about 90% of its energy needs from the region, finds itself in a near-identical bind. On top of the economic strain, both countries are facing pressure from US President Donald Trump to send warships to the Strait of Hormuz, through which at least 20% of the world's oil and gas shipments pass. And despite opposition from Seoul, the US has been redeploying air defense missiles from South Korea to the Middle East, prompting debate in policy circles here about whether, after 70 years of close security cooperation, Washington is shifting from being an indispensable defense partner to a liability. Jack Barton, Al Jazeera, Seoul.
Afghanistan's government says that a Pakistani airstrike on a drug rehabilitation center in Kabul has killed at least 400 people and injured hundreds more. It's the latest escalation in a growing conflict between the two countries after a fragile ceasefire broke down in February. Wilson Dizard reports.
Anti-aircraft fire over the skies of Afghanistan's capital, Kabul.
On the ground, scenes of bloodshed and horror, bodies burnt to ash. Afghan officials say that a Pakistani airstrike killed hundreds of civilians at a drug treatment center.
They were innocent civilians and admitted patients. There is no military base and there is no military-related departments or anything else. Fortunately, our rescue team reached the area and we are searching for the injured admitted patients, also to the victims that they lost their lives.
Pakistan says it targeted a military facility in Kabul, as well as another one in the eastern Afghan province of Nangarhar. The strike marks a deadly escalation of a conflict between the two neighbors that has intensified in recent months, leaving hundreds dead. Pakistan has hit Kabul before, but without a death toll of this scale. The strike follows exchanges of shelling across their shared border that officials on both sides say killed several civilians. Pakistan accuses Afghanistan's Taliban-led government of supporting armed groups carrying out attacks on Pakistani territory. Hours before this strike, a United Nations Security Council resolution extended the UN's political mission in Afghanistan until June and urged the Afghan government to take active, immediate, and demonstrable measures to curb attacks. Meanwhile, the World Food Programme says it's rushing relief to 20,000 people in Afghanistan displaced by violence. But with the world's diplomats consumed by a spiral of crises, a resolution to the Afghanistan-Pakistan conflict seems far away. Wilson Dysart, Al Jazeera.
Okay, we're joined by Kamal Haider, who's live in Islamabad. Kamal, so what more is Pakistan saying about all this?
Well, first of all, it's important to note that the two sides started exchanging heavy fire in the end of last month, after which Pakistan continued with those airstrikes. But last night's attack, which happened at about 9 p.m. Kabul time, was one of the heaviest. Pakistan said that it was targeting military infrastructure and ammunition dumps. One of the footage that we have seen from Kabul shows a secondary blast from that ammunition dump. The Afghans, of course, saying that they've hit a medical facility which catered to drug addicts, a rehabilitation center of sorts, and that there are heavy casualties. But Pakistan says they're striking military targets. The two sides, of course, have been at loggerheads. Pakistan wants the Afghan Taliban to do more to stop armed groups from attacking Pakistan. That includes the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan and ISIL groups which are operating from Afghan soil, according to the Pakistanis. So, of course, this being the heaviest attack since that a war that started between these two countries.
And Kamal, what's been the broader reaction to these attacks?
Well, first of all, the International Human Rights Foundation has condemned the attack. They said there should be an impartial, independent international probe into what really happened on the ground. Pakistan, of course, has told the Afghan authorities in their negotiations, which happened earlier last year in Doha as well as in Turkey, that the Afghan government must give written guarantees to Pakistan, something that the Afghan Taliban have refused to give. Also, there's been a reaction from the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan group, which says that there will now be a protest retaliation or operations that they will carry out to avenge what happened in Kabul last night.
Okay, thank you for that. Kamal Haider, there for us in Islamabad. You're watching Al Jazeera's extensive coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. If you're just joining us, here is a reminder of all the latest developments. In the past few hours, Israeli forces have bombed Beirut's southern suburbs. The area is home to roughly 500,000 people and has endured Israeli airstrikes for 2 weeks now. Israel has also issued a forced displacement order for the families living there. US President Donald Trump has expressed frustration over a lack of support for his plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has effectively blocked the key passage since the war started. Trump says several countries are sending military support, but hasn't provided details. The UK Prime Minister is among the leaders who have declined Trump's call to send warships and minesweepers to Hormuz. EU leaders in Japan have also refused to commit. Well, the US is facing growing isolation over its plan to reopen the strait. And President Trump is blaming allies who host US soldiers for failing to step up.
We have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries. And then, do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there.
European and NATO leaders have found unity in their reluctance amid fears of being drawn into a wider war. That's despite President Trump saying it will be very bad for the future of such alliances. Richard Gaisford has this report from London.
Fresh from a phone call with Donald Trump, Keir Starmer laid out his position, clearly not wanting to be dragged into the US president's war.
We will protect our people in the region. Second, while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war. And third, we will keep working towards a swift resolution that brings security and stability back to the region.
So a difficult situation for the Prime Minister, balancing domestic public opinion and his relationship with Donald Trump. Also some pretty tough questions from them here at the Ministry of Defence in London as well, knowing just what they actually have that they could send to the Strait of Hormuz with a shortage of warships. It is understood, though, they do have some advanced anti-mine drone technology that could easily be sent. RAF fighter jets have been in action over the Middle East, but the British destroyer HMS Dragon is still days away from Cyprus and unlikely to go any further into the region. Across Europe, there's a similar response.
No hay que hacer nada.
We must not do anything that would add even more tension or further escalate the situation. What we need to do is to bring an end to the bombings and stop the missile strikes against all countries in the Middle East.
EU foreign ministers meeting in Brussels, all wanting to help, needing a solution, but not committing to sending warships.
First, we want to know from Israel and the United States of America when they intend to achieve their military objectives in Iran. Once we have an idea of that, then we believe we need to move into the next phase, namely a phase in which a security architecture for this entire region, together with the neighbouring states, must be defined.
There's consensus that NATO shouldn't be involved in the Strait of Hormuz.
We are working with others to come up with a credible plan for the Straits of Hormuz. That won't be, and it's never been envisaged to be, a NATO mission.
Leaders from across Europe watching inflation loom on their radars as the effects of the conflict are felt much further afield. Richard Gaisford, Al Jazeera, London.
James Dorsey is an adjunct senior fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies in Singapore. He explained what is needed to protect shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, beginning with the importance of minesweepers.
They're essential if the Strait of Hormuz is mined. I don't know that we know that with independently confirmed with certainty. One could argue that the Iranians do not have an interest in mining the strait. First of all, that would contradict their claim that the strait is open to all except for some who are its adversaries and their allies. In other words, the United States and Israel and their allies. But also, it would controvert its ability or complicate its ability to allow ships, as it has done already, Chinese flag vessels, Turkish flag vessels, Indian flag vessels, to safely traverse the waterway. So I would take at this point, be cautious whether or not you really need minesweepers at this point. I think much more you need other defenses against drones, against the fast speed boats, and against missiles.
Okay, let's go to Washington, D.C. for our regular segment from the U.S. Capitol, bringing you deeper insight into the debate shaping America and the world. Here's Anna and Phil for This Is America.
Hello from Al Jazeera. This is Washington, D.C. This is America. We're coming to you from our bureau right near Capitol Hill. And here right now on the Hill, Republican lawmakers are worried. They are concerned because many are up for re-election later this year. As the world listens to the words of President Trump, many of their constituents are telling them they are worried. Those levels of anxiety are through the roof, just like oil prices. And we're going to look at that in more detail shortly. But first, Anna Burns-Francis.
Thanks, Phil. That's right. It is all about affordability and anxiety. The war in Iran is hitting home in America. Rising gas prices fueling a crisis not just in the back pocket, but across the political spectrum. We're joined by a team of correspondents across the Capitol to discuss this big issue facing Americans as midterm elections loom. Kimberly Halkett joins us from the White House, and our chief U.S. correspondent, Ellen Fisher, joins us from Capitol Hill. The price of Brent crude oil is over $100 a barrel today, and that is bad news when it comes to filling up the tank. A month ago, regular gasoline cost $2.92 a gallon. That's 77 cents a litre. But since the start of the war, it has gone up and up and up, now at $3.71 a gallon or 98 cents a litre. Much like the cost of groceries and the level of unemployment, prices at the pump are one of those things forefront at the mind of voters, especially when midterm elections are now just 8 months away.
I feel like it's totally unfair.
It seems like a lot. It's very sad every time I have to pay for that.
It's not fair, you know what I'm saying? But nothing's fair at the end of the day.
I feel sorry for my fellow citizens who are living paycheck to paycheck.
That very real anxiety being felt by everyday Americans is rippling across the country and now all the way up to the corridors of power. Politicians are scrambling to find a way to explain away the high prices, but will it find sway with their constituents, anxious not just about the war, but about its cost to their lives and livelihoods? Let's go to Kimberly Halkett, who joins us from the White House. Kimberly, the president warned the price of oil would rise. Is he sticking to that message?
Yes, on Monday, the U.S. president continuing to stick to his message that oil prices, as they climb and the political pressure grows, that this is merely something that Americans will have to deal with temporarily. He has also said and really promised that there will be light at the end of the tunnel, saying that once the war with Iran ends, in his words, prices will drop like a rock. And he also says that oil prices will go down just like inflation. But he says, when asked how long it will take and how long the Iran war will go on for, he said, we don't believe it will be long, but justifies this, saying you can't let a most vicious country like Iran have a nuclear weapon. The Middle East would be gone and Israel would go first. So the U.S. president, once again, sticking to his message that this is something that will only be a short-term pain, even as he is aware that this will put political pressure on members of his own Republican Party.
All right, Alan, I'll bring you in here because Republican politicians find themselves in a bit of a bind here defending that message from President Trump. But are some members of Congress finding themselves moving away from that leadership line?
Well, look, if you speak to someone here on Capitol Hill, all the Republicans, they'll tell you that it's March. The midterms are a long way away. And by the time we get there, then oil prices won't be a big deal. And Donald Trump has described the hike in prices as a short-term excursion. But the Republicans are worried. And one of the reasons they're worried is that they're going to concentrate in the midterms on the passing of the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Remember that? That was all about lowering costs for average Americans. And there's a couple of independent reports that have come out very recently that say that if the oil prices stay high, all the benefits of the Big Beautiful Bill will effectively be wiped out. Here's another thing that the Republicans should be worried about. If you look at the previous midterm elections, anytime the oil price has been over $100 a barrel, the party that controls the White House tends to lose, on average, about 24 seats. Now, there are some exceptions, but an average of 24 seats would mean that the one-seat advantage the Republicans have got at the moment have gone, and that will change entirely Donald Trump's last 2 years in office. One Republican said, look, it's much more important that we deal with Iran at the moment than it is to deal with the oil prices. But try taking that message into the midterm elections and selling it to people who find that their money doesn't go quite as far and their costs are much higher than they used to be.
Indeed. Alan Fisher joining us from Capitol Hill. Kimberly Halkett at the White House. Thank you both. Well, while President Trump is at risk of losing the support of Republican lawmakers, the rising cost of energy and the flow-on effects right across the economy stand to have a major impact on even his most loyal voters. Paddy Culhane takes a look at what it means.
Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, shipping all but stopped, and the price at the gas pump started climbing.
It's crazy. It's it's not needed, especially at a time when people are already struggling.
Gas is the most visible impact because the price of it splashed on brightly lit signs on many American streets, but it will not be the only one. It will soon be planting season for America's farmers, and the countries in the Middle East supply a vast amount of the fertilizers that they will need. A third of the world's urea used to make nitrogen fertilizer, and 1/4 of another type of fertilizer using ammonia come from the region. All products that could be trapped behind the Iran-made line, meaning more expensive fertilizer or none at all, which will reduce crop yields and eventually hit food prices. For U.S. President Donald Trump, the price of gas has long been something he wanted to brag about, to send the message he is bringing costs down for Americans.
Gasoline prices are way down, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon.
Poll after poll of American voters shows their top concern is the state of the economy. So what exactly is that concern? Let's break it down according to a recent Pew poll. Top of mind, the cost of healthcare. After that, the cost of food and goods. They're also quite concerned about the cost of housing, the cost of electricity, the cost of gas. And this was before the Iran war started. What they seem less concerned about is how the stock market is doing. Many of those things will cost more because of the war. Senator, how do you think the war is going to impact the... We tried to ask Republican senators about that.
We'll follow up with you, okay?
Senator, can I ask you just one question? But it is something Democratic politicians are keen to highlight.
We need a president who will honor his promises to avoid foreign wars of choice and strengthen the economy here at home. And we need a Congress who will not stand silent as these promises are broken.
Many of those politicians now wondering if their support or their silence will cost them come election time. Paddy Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Let's take a look at how this is playing out in the US media with Phil Lavelle, who's dominating the news cycle and the minds of Republicans. Right, Phil?
Yeah, absolutely. Panic and pivoting are two key words here for Republican lawmakers. Obviously, the Republicans, also known as the GOP, many of those lawmakers are up for re-election in the midterms in November. So there is some anxiety, and it is being reported by the Washington Post. Look, Iran's war oil shock fuels GOP political anxiety. That is the key word here. It goes on to say that this has injected new uncertainty into GOP plans to tout their progress on the economy. And it also cites a consultant working with a Republican candidate who says that they recently had to rewrite a fundraising pitch that touted gas prices from before the war broke out in late February. Right, let's move over to Time magazine. This is the headline in Time. Here's how badly oil prices could hurt Republicans in the midterms. And it has some words that are going to strike fear into the hearts of many Republicans. Look, if Republicans can't get their arms around the spiraling costs of oil, they will need to get familiar with a new greeting. Hello, Speaker Hakeem Jeffries. Remember, he is the House Minority Leader at the moment, but if the Republicans do badly, the Democrats do well, he takes the top job there. It says Republicans can see the peril as clear as day. And it moves on to talk about the previous president, Joe Biden. Look, Biden's re-election campaign struggled for several reasons, but among the biggest was his inability to convince Americans that the pain they were feeling in their wallets was not real. Of course, this was a big issue in the 2024 presidential election. Joe Biden saying the economy's doing well, You just don't really feel it at the moment. Donald Trump really went big on that in his campaign. Right, next up, we're going to go to radio, NPR, National Public Radio. This is their show, Morning Edition, which is broadcast nationally. And it asks, how is Trump's war stance resonating with Republicans? And it had this take on voters. It said they are willing to tolerate it being Iran, for a very short period of time, but not if they have to pay consequences themselves in the form of higher gas prices or food prices. And it had this take on President Trump.
I'm not sure he's listening to the American people as much as he's listening to the people around him and that are close to him and other billionaires who care. And so if it's a pain point for the average American, I'm not sure that matters to him.
Right, let's head next to Politico. There's the headline there. Republicans hold their breath as energy prices swing. And it has a quote, sounds kind of obvious from the Senate Majority Leader John Thune, but it's true. The price of gas is always kind of a benchmark. Many Americans will be voting with their pocketbooks. And it goes on to say the extreme swings in global and domestic energy costs are pitting two of the GOP's biggest priorities, affordability and national security, against each other, forcing Republicans to walk a tightrope on both issues as the party works to solidify its agenda ahead of the midterms. CNBC, meanwhile, goes on to talk to some of those lawmakers, and it has this headline: gas prices threaten Republican lawmakers' plans to win on affordability. It has this take on the situation facing the Republican Party.
If indeed this war is done within the next couple of weeks, it's likely the narrative of the midterms is going to be based on affordability, the economy, or whatever big news story comes up in, say, August, September, and October. And if it's still something where we are doing strikes or asking Congress for funding, then you might see a number of Americans who are wondering why we're over in Iran.
Now,
The truck can only take them part way. Then everything has to be loaded onto a handcart. Drums, speakers, keyboard. Everything has to be carried through the narrow lanes of Stonetown. Tonight they're playing at the Garden Restaurant of a historic hotel. They started their career here years ago before playing at big festivals, including in Europe.
Even if only 2 people came, we would still give it our all, just for the love of the music. Let's see what the evening brings.
The Emerson Hotel has long been a fixture on the East African music scene. Siti and the band get changed in the aptly named Siti Room, a tribute to Zanzibar's musical legend, Siti Binti Saad, who also influenced Siti Amina. She has performed thousands of times, but the stage fright never goes away.
But I always nervous before my performances.
The big question is always, will she be able to win over the audience? She opens this evening with a song about the deserted mother. Not a starter for a typical concert. Broaching serious issues here is risky. The band throws in driving beats and dance moves to get the crowd going.
When we're happy, we talk about it. And when we have been hurt, we talk about that too. Are we supposed to stop dancing because we have suffered domestic violence? No.
I think
That's what's special about Siti and the band.
Very few of the audience could have anticipated the storm that would sweep over them this evening.
Thank you.
On stage, Siti Amina is a force of nature.
Even my son, like, Mama, is it you? Yeah, it's me.
Another common saying in Zanzibar is pole pole, slowly, slowly. Everywhere you look, you see dhows, the traditional sailboats of East Africa. The boys on the beach play with homemade dhows, not so much out of tradition, but because they cannot afford smartphones. The beachfront is luxurious, but just behind it, most roofs are made of corrugated sheet metal. Sponge farmer Sedi Abdallah lives in this house. She has to collect water for her daily needs from the village well 300 meters away. Seti has to wait because a neighbor is there filling two 20-liter jugs.
You have to wait your turn, even if the person before you wants to fill several buckets.
Seti has been through tough times because her husband left her. In Zanzibar, it is common for men to take second and third wives and leave their first wives. Before she started farming sponges, Seti was destitute for a while when her husband stopped giving her money.
He left me when I was 4 months pregnant.
Now she feels financially secure.
Before I started with the sponges, I never had such nice things. I never had much money.
Her children are the most important thing to her.
The father does absolutely nothing.
Hindu Rajab lives a few hundred meters away. She is lighting a fire to cook lunch.
The wind fans the flames. It gets very hot, very quickly.
Hindu is making beef soup, unlike many others here. The sponges bring in enough money to let her buy meat regularly.
Most people don't know that sponges are valuable. They think they're just something to play with.
Hindu was 9 months pregnant when her husband told her he was taking a second wife.
When he told me that, I knew I needed a plan to protect myself. There was going to be trouble. I was a housewife with no income.
The sponges have not only saved Hindu financially, they turned her into a whole new person. She will soon leave her little shack. Hindu is building her own house a few streets away. Home ownership is still rare for women in Zanzibar.
All this is from the sponges. The windows will be installed in 2 months.
This will be plastered. I want a really nice house. I'm really proud of myself. No one will bring me down again.
Hindu knows exactly what she wants. The ceiling will be finished soon.
It's true that women here usually have no sense of ownership. I never thought I could do it.
In Stone Town, the Islamic festival of Eid al-Adha is being celebrated. The Zanzibar flippers are meeting at the central Mapinduzi Square to parade through the city. They cheer on Ninja, encouraging him to attempt a double flip to celebrate the occasion. That's especially dangerous on pavement.
I did it because I felt the vibe from the people. I thought I could put a smile on their faces.
Through the lanes of the old town to the beach with the old truck tire. The boys dream that some government agency or donor will give them a trampoline, and that they will become famous on Instagram, and that their flips will be seen around the world.
We don't have the equipment to get good enough to be known internationally, but we're very talented, and we're proud of that.
For now, the flippers are only known in Stone Town. But who knows, maybe these pictures will go viral. Siti Amina, the singer, has more concrete goals. She has a plan to increase her popularity and expand her repertoire. Today, she is traveling to one of the countless sandbanks that surround the two main islands of Zanzibar. Siti wants to break into international pop music, so she's shooting a video for a song she wrote herself. She has hired a director from the mainland at her own expense.
Okay. Action, verse 2. Verse 2.
Just the second verse?
Only verse 2. Action.
Siti has written a love song. Siti is leaving her roots in Tarab music far behind her.
Now let's take a few slow motion shots.
Action.
Now along the beach and left to the boat.
Siti has no plans to leave her band, but this is a conscious step towards a solo career on the side. She designed the outfit with a designer from the mainland. In Zanzibar, the commercial music industry is less developed than in other parts of Africa.
Even Nigeria, they introduce the music all over the world. It's different than when to the East Africa.
We entertain the tourists more than we have fun. The tourists come, And we are part of the boom. But that doesn't help us develop as artists.
Siti wants to make her mark on the international pop scene.
We should not forget our roots in Zanzibar and Tanzania. But we should also not be afraid to go global.
Confidently looking to the future, there is much more to Zanzibar than just white beaches and turquoise waters.
They call for strength, yet it does not answer. The Machangara River is sick, poisoned, gasping for life. Ecuador gave nature legal rights, but the river still cries out to reclaim its voice. The Kitukara people, together with scientists, are fighting to revive it.
Eco India in 30 minutes.
Heritage and culture and tradition and, you know.
Arts Unveiled in 90 minutes.
In Nigeria, and today we are all set.
And we are watching closely
We are all in.
to bring you the story behind the news.
We are all about unbiased information for free minds. So do tune in. 3, 2, 1.
Imagine giving money to a charity only to find out you finance terrorists. Islamist organizations have set up a global system to collect funds.
They take advantage of supposed humanitarian causes
Through banks, cryptocurrencies, and secret networks.
9 attacks in 12 months. Germany has had a terrorist attack every 6 weeks.
Searching for clues. Donations for Islamist terrorism starts March 25th on DW.
This is DWTV, our top stories. U.S. President Donald Trump said he has demanded multiple countries to send warships to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Iran's strikes on commercial ships have all but stopped traffic through the critical waterway. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said the war in the Middle East was not a matter for NATO and that Germany would not be taking part. Israel has expanded its ground operations in southern Lebanon, pushing into new parts of the region. Troops are targeting Hezbollah positions as Israel intensifies its campaign against the militant group. Lebanon's government said more than 1 million people have been displaced during 2 weeks of fighting. Israel's defense minister warned that those who left their homes in the south could not return until northern Israel is secure. A strike by Pakistan on a Kabul hospital has killed hundreds of people, according to Afghanistan's health ministry. Earlier, Pakistan dismissed a claim that it had attacked Kabul and eastern Afghanistan. The strike came hours after Afghan officials said the two sides exchanged fire along their common border, leaving 4 dead in Afghanistan.
The U.S. and Israel against Iran. It is a war with lines that are getting blurrier by the day. Now, U.S. President Donald Trump says other countries, including NATO, should be in the fight.
So I think the president is absolutely right to call on these countries to do more to help the United States to reopen the Strait of Hormuz so that we can stop this terrorist regime from restricting the free flow of energy.
Also coming up, the winners and their messages last night at the Oscars.
We all face a moral choice, but luckily, even a nobody is more powerful than you think.
I'm Brent Goff in Berlin. To our viewers watching on PBS in the United States, streaming on YouTube, and to all of you around the world, welcome. We begin the day with a widening war against Iran if U.S. President Trump gets his way. 3 weeks into the conflict, Trump is calling on other countries to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It's a waterway used every day to move 20% of oil sold on the global market. Reopening the strait would mean pushing back the Iranian military and repelling any attacks. It would mean getting involved in the war. What Trump wrote over the weekend on Truth Social, hopefully China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. Well, Trump has called on NATO to join and has warned that the alliance will face a very bad future if it refuses. Today, the German government offered a clear no, saying that this is not NATO's war. Here's the German Defense Minister, Boris Pistorius.
We did not start this war. We all share the goal of bringing this regime to an end. The question of how this will be achieved is a matter of debate. The Americans, together with the Israelis, have chosen their path. We have only offered very moderate criticism. What does Donald Trump expect? A handful of European frigates will accomplish, in the Strait of Hormuz, that which the powerful American Navy cannot achieve on its own? That's the question I'm asking myself.
All right, a clear no. Compare that clarity to the confusion surrounding what Trump actually wants from America's allies in this conflict.
Just told the UK a few days ago that he doesn't need their ships, and now he says he does?
The president spoke on that last night. He said that he wished the UK had stepped up sooner and quicker, but he continues to speak with our allies in Europe and is calling on them to do more, just as he did when he called on them to step up with respect to their defense spending in NATO. He's calling them to do more here, and I think you'll see that come to fruition.
All right, well, oil prices, they have surged past $100 per barrel since the war began last month. Fears of a deeper energy shock are spreading. And joining me now is Henning Gloystein. He's a managing director for energy, industry, and resources at Eurasia Group. That is one of the world's leading geopolitical risk consultancies. Henning, it's good to have you with us. I'd like to start tonight with you by listening to the U.S. President, Donald Trump, and his call on other countries to get involved. Now, this is what he said earlier today. Take a listen.
Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm matters to me.
So, Henning, I mean, officially, there are still no takers here. What does this tell you then about how allies are interpreting the U.S. call for help?
Yeah, thank you. So the issue here is that very few countries, apart from the United States and Israel, wants to be involved in the active fighting against Iran. As we heard, the German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius, he was talking earlier. He was unwilling. He was saying that the United States started this war, and this is not a war that Germany or the Europeans want to get involved in. So what, however, is the case is that some European navies and also international navies, potentially India, have said that they might be willing to be involved in a purely passive effort to protect the freedom of navigation of shipping. But that would require de-escalation in the Gulf area, and that is just not the case yet.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Trump was warned that the Iranians could shut down the Strait of Hormuz, but that Trump believed Iran would most likely capitulate before taking such a step. He even told his advisors that Tehran, that even if Tehran attempted to block the strait, that the U.S. military would be able to handle the threat. So what do you think this tells us? I mean, is this an example of executive hubris, or is it an example of the Pentagon, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the State Department being completely impotent when it comes to influencing this president?
I think there were a couple of false assumptions prior to the start of this war. One of them was that the retaliation we've seen by Iran has been much stronger than most anticipated, including probably the United States government, but also many analysts, including ourselves. We did not expect Iran to retaliate in the way that they would target energy infrastructure and civilian infrastructure in the Gulf countries, especially of the United Arab Emirates. And we did not fully expect them to fully target shipping and energy infrastructure in the region. They have done that. They've done that with minimum effort, it has to be said. The Strait of Hormuz is not officially actually closed. It's just Iran threatening attacks on tankers, and they have conducted a few attacks, but they haven't attacked every ship passing through the Strait of Hormuz. So we'll have to wait and see whether the United States and other navies can force it open. But at this stage, it's mostly the retaliatory function of Iran that has probably surprised the most.
But Henny, how did this catch you off guard? I mean, as an outsider, it seems that would be Iran's biggest leverage, right? Is to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, or to attack a couple of ships going through and then spook the entire global economy.
Yeah, you're right. But in the past, Iran has retaliated in very measured ways. We have to keep in mind the United States and Israel have attacked Iran several times over the last couple of years, and Iran's retaliation has been very limited. Must also be said that U.S. and Israel's actions against Iran were much more limited than they are now. So it's probably the intensity of the fighting and the intensity of the attack that forced Iran's function here. Probably it's worth saying, though, that Iran is certainly not retaliating at maximum effort now. There are hundreds of tankers sitting fully laden with oil, gas, and chemicals in the Gulf region, and they could all be targeted, and that has not been the case yet.
That's a very, very good point to make. What happens, though, if this strait remains closed? I mean, oil has already surged past $100 a barrel. We've heard some analysts warning that prices could soar past $200 if the blockage persists. I mean, how close are we to that scenario?
$200 would require quite a lot of escalation and deterioration of supply. However, there is a risk. If this scenario happens that Iran attacks to the maximum of its capabilities, tries to attack the remaining oil and gas that comes out of the Gulf, for instance, Saudi Arabia and the Emirates are pumping oil through pipelines to alternative ports, they are within range of Iran's missiles and drones. So if that gets attacked and the Strait of Hormuz remains shut, let's say throughout April, we could see much higher prices. The destruction that we would require to see on the demand side would probably then be equivalent to what we saw during COVID. And I mean, we all remember what that required.
The International Energy Agency is calling this the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. Quite a statement. Is that accurate in your view? And what does that reveal about the fragility of the energy system today? And I have to ask you, who are the customers? I mean, who is buying the oil that is going nowhere at the moment?
So the biggest exposure to this disruption is in the Indo-Pacific region. About 80% of all the oil and natural gas that comes out of the Gulf flows towards clients and customers in Asia. So Europe has less exposure to this crisis than it did to the one in 2022 when we lost Russian gas imports in Europe. But I would agree with the IEA. This is the biggest disruption of oil and gas the world has ever seen in terms of full volume disruption and in terms of how many customers are affected. And it's worth pointing out it's not just oil, it's also liquefied natural gas, so LNG, that's been disrupted, and chemicals.
Iran's new leadership is vowing to keep the strait closed to enemy nations. I mean, the emphasis there is on enemy. How sustainable is that position for Iran, both economically and militarily, would you say?
Yeah, they're in a precarious position. I mean, the U.S. and Israeli joint attacks and ongoing bombings are severe. We keep hearing figures that 700 targets have been attacked. Some people say even thousands. So it's questionable how long Iran can keep up its resistance function. We hear that their missiles stockpiles have been depleted and that the launch sites have largely been destroyed. However, so far they are still shooting back. And for them, survival is victory. We have to keep that in mind. If the Iranian government in its current form with the Revolutionary Guards stays in power, for them, that is victory. And that is what they're trying to achieve.
So let's assume then that things deteriorate and that there are no takers for this call by the U.S. president to help keep the strait open. What happens then if the U.S. ends up escorting tankers unilaterally through the Strait of Hormuz? I mean, is there anything stabilizing about that option, in your opinion?
Not really, because that would then probably mean that U.S. President Trump goes even more on the social media offensive and TV offensive, castigating countries that aren't helping him, whether that's China or Japan or European allies. And then we would probably see a strong preference of supplies that benefits the United States and its closest allies. So it's not an outcome that is particularly good for the world. But to be fair, I actually also think that once there is a slight de-escalation of the situation, there will be international naval efforts that will be willing to send assets there to ensure freedom of navigation. But we do need that de-escalation first.
Can you name me countries that you think are most likely to come to the aid of the U.S.?
So in Europe, French President Emmanuel Macron has been talking about this quite openly for a few days now, and they have a lot of naval assets in the East Mediterranean that could move over quite fast. Greece, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands have all sent naval assets. Now, Spain, of course, is not on good terms with the United States at the moment, so that's a big question mark. But there are a fair few European nations. India has said it might come to support freedom of navigation, especially if that should help the UAE, which is a strategic ally. And of course, Japan, they have a huge dependency on Gulf oil and gas supply, and so they might be in a position here to help as well.
And I know you work a lot. Your business, of course, is risk analysis. An energy analyst told us on this program that it's possible that the U.S. president is trying to move Europe into complete dependency on U.S. oil and liquefied natural gas. I mean, do you think that could really be a result of this war when everything is said and done and the fighting's over?
No, complete dependency on U.S. oil and gas imports is not going to happen for Europe. However, a further increased dependency on U.S. oil and gas imports is possible. The Europeans have actually pledged that themselves last year in return for, or in hopes of, lower tariffs. So, and from the United States point of view, energy dominance, in part through raised oil and gas exports, in particular to allies, is part of U.S. stated policy. So that is part of the policy. However, it's worth keeping in mind from a European point of view purely that this Gulf disruption isn't as bad for Europe as the 2022 disruption was. Only about 10% of the Gulf's oil and gas exports actually end up in Europe. So no, total dependency on the United States will not happen, but a slightly bigger one than we are currently seeing is certainly possible, yes.
All right. Great discussion with you. Henning Loystein, Managing Director for Energy, Industry, and Resources at Eurasia Group. Henning, we appreciate your time and your insights tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, to the Oscars now, where Paul Thomas Anderson's film One Battle After Another dominated the 98th Academy Awards in Hollywood last night. The film beat close rivals, including Sinners and Hamnet, to take 6 prizes, including the most coveted one for Best Picture. The winners of Best Actress and Best Actor also both took home their first Oscars last night.
The Oscar goes to One Battle After Another.
Paul Thomas Anderson clinched the night's biggest award for his action-packed political satire.
What I'm doing here I'm creating a closed circuit.
The film stars Leonardo DiCaprio as a former far-left revolutionary. It was nominated for 13 awards.
You're charged.
For Anderson, it was the last of a trio of honours on a night that saw him win his first ever Oscar after having been nominated 11 times for previous films.
What a night. You guys, let's have a martini. This is pretty amazing. Hot cheers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
For the same film, Anderson also won Best Director.
Thank you very, very, very much. You make a guy work hard for one of these. I really appreciate it. One battle after another. Paul Thomas Anderson.
And Best Adapted Screenplay. Jessie Buckley became the first ever Irish actor to scoop Best Actress for her powerful portrayal of motherhood and grief in Hamnet, a historical drama based on the family life of William Shakespeare and his wife.
I would like to dedicate this to the beautiful chaos of a mother's heart. Thank you for recognizing me in this role. This is the greatest honor. I can't even believe it.
Michael B. Jordan won Best Actor for his dual role playing twin brothers in the musical-driven vampire thriller Sinners.
It can conjure spirits from the past.
Will somebody take me in your eyes?
Jordan paid tribute to the African-American actors who inspired him.
I stand here because of the people that came before me. Sidney Poitier, Denzel Washington, Halle Berry, Jamie Foxx, Forrest Whitaker, Will Smith, and to be amongst those giants, amongst those greats, amongst my ancestors, amongst my guys. Thank you, everybody in this room and everybody at home for supporting me over my career.
The ceremony also saw the birth of the first new Oscar category in 2 decades.
And the very first Oscar for casting goes to Cassandra Koulikou.
Cassandra Koulikou brings the inaugural Best.
Wow.
All right, we're going to stay in Los Angeles for a moment and go to entertainment reporter KJ Matthews. KJ, good to see you on this day after the Oscars. Tell me, what did the Oscar night, what did it say about Hollywood in the year 2026?
Well, surprisingly, I really thought this year would be ultra political with all that is happening in the world. We still have the situation in Gaza. We now have the Iran war. The Ukraine and the Russia situation is still going on. And when you think about it, there were very few, if any, acceptance speeches that really kind of talked about that. Maybe 1 or 2, but it wasn't a highly political award ceremony, if you ask me.
Yeah, and we're going to get to that one kind of big political message in just a moment. Let me ask you though about the big winner last night, and that being One Battle After Another. It scooped up, 6 trophies, including a first-time Best Director for Paul Thomas Anderson. I mean, for people who may not have seen it, it's a political thriller that is set in a police state version of America. What does it tell us that the Academy's top honor went to a film like that right now?
It's timely. It dealt with themes of immigration, resistance, you're right, politics, and the Academy really rewarded it. It was interesting because going into the Oscar ceremony, remember, Sinners had way more nominations than One Battle After Another. But in the end, it was One Battle After Another that walked away with 6 Academy Awards, whereas Sinners only walked away with 4. So that tells you a lot about the Academy, the voting Academy body, and loving the fact that they were trying to mix humor, themes of resistance. The situation is happening right now in America, particularly with immigrants and deportation. So it dealt with a lot of themes in a very interesting way as well.
Let me ask you about Marty Supreme, a film that you could say is proof that a young star, a young actor, Timothy Chalamet, and a massive PR campaign does not guarantee an Oscar win. What do you think? What happened there? What went wrong there, KJ?
You know, it's so interesting you say that. Timothy Chalamet was everywhere this award season. In fact, about 2 weeks ago, I went to a screening Q&A where he was interviewed by the great NBA legend LeBron James for a live podcast. So you cannot say that Timothy Chalamet wasn't out there doing the award system, out there trying to promote Marty Supreme, out there trying to get all the Academy voters vote. And in the end, they walked away with 0 awards. I was surprised that they didn't win 1 award when they were nominated for 9, but they walked away with 0. So maybe this just wasn't the year to make the Academy laugh. I mean, I love the film. I thought it was entertaining. I thought it was fun, a lot like F1. Entertaining and fun, not anything too serious. But the Academy just didn't like it.
I want to ask you, too, about the award for Best Documentary, which went to Mr. Nobody Against Putin. It's a film about an ordinary citizen in a poor mining town in Russia who challenges the spread of pro-Ukraine war propaganda. I want us to listen to what one of the directors, David Borenstein, what he had to say, or Borenstein rather, what he had to say in his acceptance speech. Take a listen.
Mr. Nobody Against Putin is about how you lose your country. And what we saw when working with this footage, it's that you lose it through countless small little acts of complicity. When we act complicit, when a government murders people on the streets of our major cities. When we don't say anything, when oligarchs take over the media and control how we could produce it and consume it. We all face a moral choice, but luckily, even a nobody is more powerful than you think.
So, KJ, I'm quoting there, losing your country through acts of complicity. Are those words of warning? And I will ask you, are viewers tuning into the Oscars to hear and see this type of message?
Oh, viewers know what to expect from the Oscars. And this documentary, in my opinion, was really the best documentary of the year. It is no other documentary in that category that was more timely. All the things that he said can really persuade back to what I was saying. The Ukraine and the Russia war, the Gaza situation, the Iran war now, all of this war propaganda being waged by different countries is happening in real time right now. So what he said was very timely, very telling. But of course, if you are probably, part of the conservative clan here in America, you might say to yourself, well, I think that celebrities and artists should just stick to making art and stick to making documentaries and not trying to get political. So you are going to have some pushback from people saying that's not what the ceremony should be about. You're not a politician. Stick to making art.
Well, we noticed that comment that was made about oligarchs controlling the media. And, we'll tell our viewers if they're not up to speed on that. Warner Brothers, which won a record 11 awards last night, by the way, it's about to be taken over by an old rival, Paramount Skydance. Now, their CEO is David Ellison. And if you don't know David Ellison, he's the son of Trump ally Larry Ellison. What could this mean if you take all of this in its entirety? What could it mean for the future of the studio and its output?
Well, let me tell you this, Brent. How much time do you have? That has been the topic of conversation every single day for the last 2 weeks here. What's going to happen? We're already hearing that HBO Max's streaming platform will merge with Paramount Plus's streaming platform. Then we're hearing that certain assets will just go away and kind of be folded into the Paramount Skydance family. There's possibly going to be more layoffs. What does this mean for the consumer? Will they have to pay more and have less options? And will it increase or decrease the number of movies in the theater? We just don't know that. It's too early to tell. But there will be a lot of changes because really Hollywood will really be owned by just a few people now.
All right, let me just ask you this before we run out of time. We're going to kiss the Blarney Stone for a moment. Jessie Buckley became the first Irish Best Actress winner at the Oscars last night. Irish actors and creators, they're really having a moment in Hollywood, aren't they, right now? And tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, by the way.
Yes. I think the best adapted screenplay was for Hamnet, was also an Irish screenwriter nominated as well. I think Best Visual Artist nominated as well. So yes, Irish lads and artists are having their way. And let me tell you, my Irish friends could not wait to go on social media and praise Jussie Buckley, how this is changing. There's so much talent in Ireland. They're so happy that the spotlight is on her. Yeah. And she gave a wonderful acceptance speech where she was talking about women, thanking her husband, thanking her family, and reminding people that it's actually Mother's Day in the UK. So that was nice to see.
Yeah, that's nice to see. All right, KJ Matthews in Los Angeles. It's always, KJ, good to see you. Good to talk with you. Don't forget to wear green tomorrow.
Right. Thank you so much for having me.
And the day continues online. You'll find us on X, also known as Twitter, and YouTube at DW News. You can follow me at Brent Goff TV. And remember, whatever happens between now and then, tomorrow is another day, a day to wear green. We'll see you then, everybody.
They call for strength, yet it does not answer. The Machangara River is sick, poisoned, gasping for life. Ecuador gave nature legal rights, but the river still cries out to reclaim its voice. The Kitukara people, together with scientists, are fighting to revive it.
Eco India. Next.
Heritage and culture and tradition and, you know.
Arts Unveiled in 60 minutes. Can an increasingly divided world unite? We all see things from a different perspective. We may argue or disagree. But if we listen, speak, and learn from one another, on the basis of facts and unbiased information, anything is possible. Only together can we find solutions to the challenges of our time. Because together, we see.
For centuries, laws have been protecting people. But now a bigger question is being asked. Can the law protect nature? Hello and welcome. I am Sadhika Tiwari and you're watching Eco India. Today, let's step into the fight for the rights of nature, not in theory, but in practicality and on the ground. Across the globe, what does it take to make laws truly effective and for nature to become a priority that is protected legally? Today, we take you on a special deep dive from the Indian Ocean to a river of the Andes. We begin at the Andaman Sea, where my colleague Aditi has been tracking a story that few have closely followed. She takes us to an unlikely creature that has been at the center of a growing cross-border crime network. It has no eyes, no brain, and is one of the oldest marine species going back 400 years. And it has the highest level of legal protection in India. So how does one defend a species that most people haven't even heard of? And who actually pays the price when nature becomes contraband?
We're on the hunt for some foreign poachers.
With the police in the Andaman Sea.
They hide in creeks like this.
These stunning islands stretch between Myanmar and Indonesia and politically belong to India.
It's a crocodile.
I'm following an underreported story here, a smuggling operation worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of people are said to be coming into these dangerous waters and their unforgiving mangroves.
And there's one endangered sea creature at the center of it all, the sea cucumber.
We're spending a few days on the islands, walking over pokey rocks and across sandy beaches at low tide. Life abounds here in rock pools, cracks, and crevices that the tide exposes twice a day.
It's a little sea slug!
It's here where you begin to find our protagonists, the sea cucumbers. They're actually fish whose habitat extends all the way out across the coral reef to the deepest trenches of the ocean.
Oh, look what it is! He's blowing bubbles.
But that's not its mouth, that's its anus. Yeah, that's how weird sea cucumbers are. They don't have eyes nor brains, just a mouth for feeding and an anus through which they breathe, can release eggs or sperm, and poop.
Oh, there's another one here, and he looks completely different.
There are around 1,500 species of sea cucumbers globally. They don't look like much, but sea cucumbers are the most frequently trafficked marine species in India and growing globally too. In Mexico, they're called oro negro or black gold. I met marine biologist Sangamesh Uday to talk about what these weirdos do all day.
So it's actually it's like a fertilizer power plant. So every time it eats, it digests the dead material, it breaks them down, and then it poops out the sands. Without this, the whole ecosystem here would be in just broken rocks.
But it's a thriving reef. This persistent eating, pooping cycle of sea cucumbers, crucially, also helps increase the pH levels around them. That stops the water from becoming too acidic, which really matters for sea creatures to survive, which then impacts our food supply.
I'm going in for a closer look to see these guys in action.
To be fair to the weird cucumbers, they don't all look like floating turds. These are from around the world. Yes, that's one. That's one too. They can be out of this world and even cute as hell. But to their detriment, they're also apparently delicious. They're a delicacy, a luxury product, especially in China and Southeast Asia, where they're used in soups, as pickled sides, and in traditional medicine. There is some scientific evidence of the omega-3 they contain as an antioxidant and against inflammation, but they're mainly popular because they're, well, pretty phallic and people think they're an aphrodisiac. Speaking of luxury, this sea cucumber can cost over $3,500 per kilogram.
This is now driving an illegal trade of over 200 species of sea cucumbers found in these waters. And that's why I'm here.
There is actually almost no domestic Indian demand for sea cucumbers. Their demand comes from East and Southeast Asia. As incomes there rose in the last few decades, sea cucumber populations around India started to drop. In 1982, the Indian Environment Ministry began regulating the size of cucumber that could be exported. But dried or crushed down, it was hard to monitor. And it was extremely hard to regulate a massive and fragmented fishing industry that includes big companies as well as artisanal fisherfolk. So the government brought in a blanket ban in 2001 that completely forbids fishing them.
This creature has the highest level of protection in India, which means that killing a sea cucumber gets you the same punishment as killing a tiger or an elephant.
And there are indications that the ban has been effective and sea cucumbers are doing well around India, even though globally 70% of their fisheries are overexploited or depleted. This is tempting cucumber poachers in, especially from neighboring Myanmar, a country in a state of civil war, whose economy is in a deep recession. I went out with officers of the Andaman and Nicobar police. Catching poachers is something the wildlife department handles in India, not the police. But this division is trained and tasked with the responsibility. This is Assistant Sub-Inspector Dhanabalan.
These are photos of poachers we caught around 15 days ago.
Oh, he's so small.
Yes, there was a 17-year-old boy.
This season, they have made around 50 arrests, mainly in the mangroves and creeks of the northern part of the island.
It's a crocodile.
It's a tough job. Croc sightings are on the rise. But equally dangerous is the island's terrain. That's the canopy under which poachers hide.
There is no land there, just mangroves.
Can we actually walk here? Isn't it really thick?
Yes, this is how we go, climbing over this and crossing over.
We're here following intelligence that there might be poacher movement. Excuse my lack of elegance as I navigate one of these islands.
When we catch the dinghies of the poachers that come in, they build pits like this to survive in the jungle. You can find fresh water to drink 2 or 3 feet under the ground.
Do you think this is fresh?
It looks older.
Other evidence from cut branches and hideouts look old too. It's a rustic Sherlock Holmes-style investigation where many officers spend 20 or even 30 days a month combing these islands.
Look, here's a footprint.
Oh, yes.
It's a fresh one. But this isn't a poacher. It's from a local fisherman.
How do you know?
Because they spend so much time walking in the forest. Poachers' feet tend to be wider. The toes spread out. Since we wear shoes, our feet are not spread out in the same way. That's how we identify whether it's a local's footprint or a poacher's.
When we found no fresh trace of poachers, I headed to meet the woman in charge of this district. Superintendent of Police Shweta Sugadan.
Recently, we had an Operation Coral Sheet wherein 10 Myanmarese poachers were caught. We had almost 800 kilograms of sea cucumber that was seized from them. We had an engine dinghy that was also seized. So it's an ongoing activity.
So how big a problem is it?
So poaching, as far as Andaman Nicobar Police is concerned, it is one among the main areas where the focus is lying. Because one thing, Andaman Nicobar Islands is very close to many neighboring countries, especially in the maritime domain. Second, it is very vulnerable in terms of the wildlife, the marine ecosystem that is involved.
The area we're in is contentious. This is the easternmost part of the Indian territory, which shares a water border with Myanmar, Thailand, and Indonesia to the west. Arguably, the biggest threat is Myanmar's Coco Islands, just 55 kilometers to the north, where China has been funding military infrastructure. This tension might be another reason the Indian government is so keen on shutting down the illegal trade in sea cucumbers. The Indian Home Ministry, watching closely, has ordered some poachers to be interrogated for their links to bigger criminal networks, calling this a convergence among wildlife crime, cross-border smuggling, and potential terror activities, a hybrid threat to national security. The dangers of smuggling are very real too. The Andaman Sea is a key maritime route for transporting meth and heroin produced in Myanmar to Southeast Asia, Australia, and the Pacific. And drugs are washing up here. And this isn't the first region where sea cucumber crime has been linked to drugs and even cartels. There is credible evidence showing organized crime syndicates like the Yakuza in Japan or the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico are diversifying their criminal portfolios to include these little creatures. Cartels enter every aspect of the supply chain, from extorting fishermen to the final trade. They can misreport the kind of fish or where it comes from, and they smuggle illegally caught fish across borders as payments or barter with Chinese gangs. Back on the ground, I want to speak to one of these Myanmarese fishermen who have been caught and imprisoned for up to 7 years to understand their side of the story.
I'm at the open distress camp where there are hundreds of poachers behind this wall waiting for their release to go home. I tried for months to get an interview to meet one of them in person, which I didn't get, but I have been allowed to send one of them a questionnaire with questions that I really would like answers to.
What I found in the meantime is that buyers from China or elsewhere approach fishing communities in Myanmar. They offer huge sums of money for sea cucumbers from across the southern border. It's no small task. The obstacles against these poachers are incredibly large. They need to pass the Indian Coast Guard, Navy, police, dodge local fishermen and crocodiles. They survive here on fish, free diving with hookah pipes for months. They must have enough ration and diesel to make it back, navigating the Myanmarese administration as well as Myanmarese pirates waiting for their return and the opportunity to steal their catch. Once they finish their assignments, the sea cucumbers change hands between middlemen on the Indian or Myanmarese mainland and mostly go to Sri Lanka. Sea cucumber fishing is legal in Sri Lanka, so these illegally caught cucumbers can get fish laundered. They are exported as legally caught fish. Here's a crazy fact. Hong Kong imports 1.3 times the number of sea cucumbers that can be legally harvested globally. So the rest must be coming in black. And it's the agents, middlemen, and high-ups in the organized syndicates that are making the money off this.
So I've heard back from a poacher who's currently housed in the detention center who's waiting for his release. His name is Paing So. I asked him, can you tell me a bit about yourself and your childhood? And he said, I studied up to the 8th standard. Due to financial difficulties, I was compelled to discontinue my studies and began assisting my father in his carpentry work. In addition to this, I also engaged in fishing activities along with others to earn livelihood and support my family. Why did you come to the Andaman Islands? I asked him. He says, I was earning a very low income in Myanmar. Consequently, I opted to engage in sea cucumber catching in the Andaman Sea. And it is approximately 10 times more profitable than fishing activities in Myanmar. What about your family? How are they and what do they think about your situation? He says, I have an elderly mother, my wife, and a 6-year-old male child. I am unaware of their present condition or state of mind, as I have not contacted them since arriving here. I asked him what needs to be done so more people don't follow into this situation. He said, I hope young people have access to good jobs and support so they can earn a living. I asked him, what are you looking forward to? And he said, I wish to return to my home country.
But even while these Myanmarese fishers are just the foot soldiers in a much more complicated and dark system, the Andaman Islands administration cannot take it lying down. The police here is working with local fisherfolk to be their eyes and ears on the ground. They hold meetings to build relationships, train them on safety, and talk about identifying foreign dinghies. They need to alert the police when they see this. They are also integrating young islanders from the fishing communities into the police, some of whom have their ethnic origins in Myanmar.
The administration here is doing what it can to man the border, but the number of poachers coming in and getting caught has been stable over the last few years. So this does feel like a bit of a band-aid. And to find a solution to this problem, we need to look at the larger picture.
And that's complicated, because credible information is hard to come by, and the fight against sea cucumber smuggling is in its infancy. But other similar trades, like that of shark fins, have been slowed down, with more awareness about its cruelty and impact on the ecosystem, making it less socially acceptable. While policing and protecting wild sea cucumbers needs to continue, perhaps like in Madagascar and Sri Lanka, India could invest in opening up small areas where sea cucumber fishing is allowed. This could include community-based aquaculture that is easier to regulate and would also help local fishers benefit from the abundant resource. Legally, cucumbers could be labeled like sustainably caught tuna and other fish are, so consumers can decide what they eat. And finally, countries need to cooperate on shutting down this ecologically destructive practice through coordinated legal frameworks and training on how to identify and monitor the fish through the supply chain.
Being here has felt like witnessing the classic story of resource extraction and exploitation, where the resource itself is exploited and the people that live around it don't actually benefit from that extraction. But who does benefit are people living in faraway cities and faraway countries that may not or don't know of where that resource comes from and what's actually happening on the ground.
The struggle continues thousands of kilometers away. In Ecuador's capital, a heavily polluted river is at the heart of a constitutional case that is asking a fundamental question. Can a river have legal rights? But for the Kitukara people, this is not a judicial experiment. This fight is personal.
For us, nature is more than just a legal recognition as a legal entity. It is a living being. When I arrived for the first time in Quito with my dad, I saw a river that was very different from the rivers I had seen as a child in my community. One day soon, families, fathers, mothers, grandparents will go down there with their children, visit the Machangara, and bathe in the river. The veins of planet Earth are called rivers, and so we ask you for strength and clarity for us, for the people of Kitukara. This fight for the water of the main river that flows through Quito is a wake-up call.
Can nature have rights? And who defines them?
I am president of the Kitukara people, a member of La Toksha, a poet and an anthropologist. I am Dario Isa Palinkinga, and I want to save the Pachamama. This is my story.
In 2008, a profound shift began in this country. Since then, Ecuador has been the first country to give nature its own rights in its constitution. Other countries followed suit. Bolivia has also enshrined the rights of nature in its constitution. India has recognized its sacred rivers, the Ganges and the Yamuna, as legal entities. And in 2022 in Europe, Spain's Mar Menor was declared the first ecosystem to be granted legal person status.
Ecuador's achievements have helped the world understand nature in a new way. I believe that Ecuador is a benchmark for the rights of nature. The Machangara River is an example of this, especially because it flows through the capital.
Enforcing the rights of the river and taking legal action on its behalf also requires help from others. Blanca Rios Tuma is a scientist who has been researching the Machangara River for over 20 years. Her data and knowledge are important for court proceedings. They wear masks because the river is so polluted. It poses a health risk. In some sections, the water contains just 2% oxygen, even though regulations to protect aquatic life require at least 80%. Here you can see this waterfall coming from the industrial area over there. This is industrial wastewater that flows directly into the river without any real treatment or purification. The wastewater enters the river, and at this point it's basically a complete sewer, full of foam.
Básicamente es una completa alcantarilla llena de espuma.
The water here is also full of oils, fats, and other hazards. The fecal coliform bacteria were above the standard, which means that the river exceeds the permissible value for sewage systems. Imagine that. 26 types of viruses were detected in the river. They're associated with various diseases in humans and animals. The water samples and the studies conducted by the universities were decisive factors in the court proceedings. In May 2024, the Kitukara people, social movements, and scientists sued the city of Quito. In July 2024, they won the case. The court ordered the city to come up with a plan and allocate necessary financial resources to clean up the river. It was a happy moment. But the city of Quito appealed the decision. An ex-member of the Constitutional Court, Ramiro Avila, is now a lawyer. He was the one who first invited Dario Isa to join this case.
I believe that there will be some political problems in enforcing the ruling. This requires control over the companies that are polluting the river. And that requires the city administration to exercise all its power and sanctions, which I hope it will now do. It requires political will, investment, and planning. It is difficult to control this through the justice system alone.
The challenges are enormous. But examples from around the world show that wastewater disposal does not have to be very expensive. Innovative solutions are possible. In Bangalore, India, decentralized sewage treatment plants are in use that purify water where the pollution occurs, such as in residential areas. Ecuador itself provides an example in Cuenca. Sewage treatment plants and awareness raising among the region's population have significantly improved water quality. For Dario Isa and the Quito-Cara people, life on Earth cannot be viewed in isolation.
This also has a lot to do with the moon, especially the waxing moon phase. This allows the plants whose fruits grow above the ground to germinate. Now we prepare the soil, remove weeds, and loosen the earth. We apply what our grandparents taught us. And that's not just talk, but rather a deep knowledge of the signs of the influence of the moon on seeds and the life of trees and plants. When I work the soil, I feel good. It calms me down. When sowing, I often work barefoot. The soil is looser and there are no more branches in it. As I say in a poem, as long as we are guardians of the seed, we have the opportunity to end world hunger together.
Since 2008, 40 countries and territories have already recognized the rights of nature. In most cases, it was indigenous communities who were the first to campaign for this. A start has also been made on the Machangara River. The city and its residents recently began cleaning up the river.
We've traveled a long way in today's special episode, from coastal patrols in the Indian Ocean to a courtroom battle in South America. The question of nature's rights is no longer theoretical. It is now being tested, challenged, and negotiated in real time. The direction this now takes will depend on what happens next in places like these. What do you think? And do not forget to follow us on our Instagram at DW_environment. Thank you so much for joining us. I will see you next week with more such stories. Until then, take care. Goodbye. Namaskar.
heritage and culture and tradition and, you know.
Arts Unveiled in 30 minutes.
Listen to the stories the rocks are desperately trying to tell us.
Their calm is deceptive. Their fury shapes entire continents. They form the bedrock of our existence. They bear our burden and the weight of our greed. It's time to hear the stories of the stones, whispers of the earth. In 75 minutes. Sudan's civil war, the world's biggest humanitarian crisis.
I can't do anything. There are no solutions. There is no money.
Aid organizations are at their breaking point. Because right now, powerful donor countries are cutting more and more funding.
Without assistance here, for sure all these people will be migrating to Europe.
Sudan's civil war, the limits of humanitarian aid, starts April 11th on DW. Maps help us understand the world. We just need to know how to read them. Crises, conflicts, and their histories. Mapped Out brings maps to life and helps you make sense of our world. Mapped Out. What happens to societies where women remain invisible? They lose ideas, power, a part of their future. We showcase the daily victories of women. Brave, honest, loud, side by side, deserving to be heard and seen. We share their stories from the female point of view. Together, we see.
This is DWTV, our top stories. U.S. President Donald Trump said he has demanded multiple countries to send warships to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Iran's strikes on commercial ships have all but stopped traffic through the critical waterway. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said the war in the Middle East was not a matter for NATO and that Germany would not be taking part. Israel has expanded its ground operations in southern Lebanon, pushing into new parts of the region. Troops are targeting Hezbollah positions as Israel intensifies its campaign against the militant group. Lebanon's government said more than 1 million people have been displaced during 2 weeks of fighting. Israel's defense minister warned that those who left their homes in the south could not return until northern Israel is secure. A strike by Pakistan on a Kabul hospital has killed hundreds of people, according to Afghanistan's health ministry. Earlier, Pakistan dismissed a claim that it had attacked Kabul and eastern Afghanistan. The strike came hours after Afghan officials said the two sides exchanged fire along their common border, leaving 4 dead in Afghanistan.
It really couldn't be simpler. Watch the latest news while simultaneously learning German with Kurz und Leicht. Check out 3 current news events in subtitled videos. Challenging German words are explained quick and easy, short and sweet. Find us on dw.com, Kurz und Leicht, and social media. Video news for learning German, Kurz und Leicht. Polizeck. More than 1,000 people have disappeared into Putin's new gulags. These political prisoners are called Politsek.
He's 14 years old. Just for his words.
Freedom for all political prisoners. See you soon.
Politsek. In Russia, criticizing President Putin is a crime.
Anyone who cares about our country and the world needs to protest. We have to speak out about what's happening in Ukraine and the world.
Voices that defy the Kremlin. Politsek on DW.
If you've been following developments in the Middle East, you've certainly heard about the Strait of Hormuz, that narrow sea passage between Iran and Oman connecting the Persian Gulf to the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean beyond. Since the Iran war escalated, barely a tanker dares making the crossing. And that is bad news for almost everyone because nearly a third of the world's traded oil passes through this choke point. Oil prices have soared in the past week, and that will show up in your energy bills, your grocery prices, your daily life. The Persian Gulf is also a major source of fertilizers, disrupt the shipping lanes, and you disrupt global food security. Now you can understand why every major power wants a say in what happens. There's a lot to unpack here, and I'm very glad to be joined by Noam Raidan from the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, an expert in maritime security and risk in the Middle East. Noam, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you very much for having me.
So let's start with the big picture. Iran's new supreme leader has vowed to keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So what's the strategy behind here?
First, that's a very important question. As you noted earlier, Hormuz is very critical for not only global oil and gas flows, but other commodities, fertilizers, and others. The strategy here is that Iran wants to continue controlling traffic via the strait. What's happening right now is that the majority of commercial vessels are unable to pass through the strait. What does that mean? It means empty vessels cannot enter to load and leave. And it also means that vessels that are already carrying cargo, be it oil or other than oil, also cannot leave the strait and go to global oil markets in Asia, in Europe, and in other regions. So this is what's happening at the moment. And it seems that Iran is unwilling to stop escalating based on all the statements that we're hearing from them. They want to continue controlling the strait, and they want to also decide, most likely, who knows, later on, later this week or next week, who probably passes through the strait. We are still waiting to see how Iran is going to escalate. But what we know for sure is that the strait is effectively closed. And this is why we are seeing pressure on energy, upward pressure on energy prices and probably other commodities later on.
In response, President Trump of the USA had threatened to take control of the waterway. Is that even possible for him?
This doesn't seem to be possible. And the reason why it's not possible for warships, specifically the US Navy, to escort commercial ships is because Iran is firing at commercial ships. And Iran most likely will become more aggressive if warships even escort commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. So this is a very complex situation, and it's still unclear how it's going to unfold. It's going to depend really on the war, how Iran will escalate, and as I said earlier, the trajectory of the war overall.
You mentioned that it might be that there will be a selection of actors that will be allowed to pass the strait. So our question is also, is every actor equally affected? What about China, for instance, who is a partner of Iran?
For now, every actor is being affected, for now. But as I said earlier, it's going to depend on how Iran is going to escalate. And because they have leverage and control, probably later on, they're going to start deciding who passes. And most likely, we will not see ships that are associated with the US and the UK and Israel being given the free passage or the freedom of navigation. And sadly, I have to say that because freedom of navigation is not granted, it should be the right of every single ship. But it seems that Iran will even continue
control freedom and already is controlling freedom of navigation, and later on will decide who is granted this freedom to pass or not. Other ships, probably those linked to China, might also get better treatment because, of course, of China's relationship with Iran, and because let's not forget that Iran's majority of their oil goes to China. So this is what we are watching. We haven't yet seen how Iran will react or the next steps they are going to take in the Strait of Hormuz, but it's something that we are watching to see how Iran is going to change the situation in the Strait, whether the Strait is going to be completely blocked or it will be open only for selected vessels, depending on their affiliations.
We have seen in the last days, especially with President Macron of France, that a lot of geopolitical players, but big players, are planning their own defensive missions. How realistic is that?
Another good question. I tracked the Red Sea crisis, and by that I'm referring to the Houthi maritime campaign over the past few years. It won't be an easy mission because of Iran's capability to target commercial vessels and probably their willingness even to target warships. We saw that the Houthis, who are supported by Iran, were going after warships and commercial vessels, and they didn't care. So I won't say it's going to be an easy mission. I don't know how it's going to come together, and we still don't know if it's going to be even helpful to resume freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. So a lot of initiatives will be presented, and it is very important for maritime security, but it's still unclear if it's going to be effective and how it will help commercial vessels resume transit via the Strait of Hormuz.
You were just mentioning that a lot of things are still unclear, and one of the big news in the last days were these reports that Iran has begun to mine the strait. How serious is that threat, and what would that mean for global shipping?
We still don't have evidence about the exact probably number of mines or whether they did it, where they did it. It remains very unclear. So I wanted to clarify that. But again, they have other methods to target shipping. They can use drones. They can use what we call unmanned surface vehicles, boats laden with explosives that would strike a ship and cause a fire and severe damage. And we saw them doing it yesterday or early today in southern Iraq. Sadly, we saw two oil tankers struck.
That's a very interesting point you mentioned here, the kind of rhetoric around, impossibility to defend and to close the strait as opposed to what is actually happening there. And that kind of ties with our one of the questions we had as well, whether Iran has an interest in doing this, because this would also effectively, especially if it mines the strait, mean that they won't be able to export any oil anymore. So will it really go so far as to put this threat to execution?
Also us in this field, we are asking the same questions. As you said, I'll give you an example. An oil tanker passing through the strait, and there's a floating mine, and the ship gets damaged, and you have an oil spill. It's going to affect every single one, especially if it's a major oil spill that cannot be controlled immediately, and you need intervention. And that intervention cannot happen immediately because of the war and because of Iranian threat. So you can see how complicated it becomes. But for now, we are still not seeing evidence about their real intentions. Do they really want to mine or resort to that option at this time? But definitely the US did say that they have been striking some of their mining capabilities. By that, I mean the boats they were referring to in the statement. But again, details have yet to emerge about what Iran did exactly. So I'm going to leave it at that until more evidence emerges.
Our community had a question. They wanted to know what will happen if the Strait of Hormuz remains blocked.
We are already seeing the consequences. So you did mention oil. And let me be very clear, we're not only talking about crude oil, we are talking about oil products. We're talking oil products like jet fuel. We're talking about liquefied natural gas. Jet fuel is what we call aviation fuel. Around 45% of jet fuel comes from the Middle East region. So you can imagine the impact this will have on regions like Europe that relies on the Middle East on a very critical product like jet fuel, aviation fuel. Liquefied petroleum gas that's the same thing. Of course, some countries have inventories, right, reserves to dip into, but the question is, like, for how long? Some of them have enough reserves that can last up to probably 6 months, but others don't. Even if there are talks about unleashing some reserves, like we saw the IEA, the International Energy Agency, talking about this yesterday, around 400 million barrels. You cannot substitute the Middle East region. The Middle East region is very critical for global oil and gas markets, and also for other markets and other commodities. And here, the last point I want to mention is that Iraq, for instance, 90% of its budget comes from oil revenues. And if Iraq is unable to export oil for a longer period, it's going to face more fiscal pressure. You can see how much is at stake for regional countries and for the global markets.
Another question our community had for you is to know whether there is an alternative route to the Strait of Hormuz.
Saudi Arabia can reroute some of its crude oil that goes through Hormuz. It can reroute it to the Red Sea. And by that, I mean they use a pipeline from the eastern region to the western region to the Red Sea to a port we call Yanbu, and they can export some of their crude oil volumes if they cannot use the strait. But this does not mean they can reroute all the volumes that go through the strait. Saudi Arabia has a pipeline with a capacity of 7 million barrels per day. UAE also has a pipeline. The capacity is way lower than that of Saudi Arabia, but others will be in big trouble. And among them, Iraq. If the Strait of Hormuz is shut for a longer period, they won't be able to export at all. They do have a pipeline that extends from northern Iraq up to Turkey, to Ceyhan, but that one transports crude that is produced in northern oil fields. So this is the situation. You have countries that can cope, others will face a lot of fiscal pressure.
Thank you so much for your insight, Noam. Thank you for being with us.
And thank you very much again for inviting me.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Here we go.
Global business isn't just charts and suits.
It's a messy, unpredictable soap opera set on a global stage.
Hi, I'm Daniel.
And I'm Cassandra.
If you think the economy is boring, you've been watching the wrong show.
In our weekly podcast, The Dip, we'll help you connect the dots.
That's DW's The Dip, available wherever you get your podcasts.
Each step, each punch, each peak drives you onward. Life driven by sport. Sports Live, this weekend on DW.
And welcome to The Dip, the podcast that brings the world's biggest money stories directly to you. I'm Cassandra.
And I'm Daniel. German industrial production has dropped, and its car makers are saying that their profit has declined significantly.
Germany was once known as an industrial powerhouse in Europe, but key sectors, including auto manufacturing, have been struggling for years. The latest figures show a drop in profits. So for more, we turn to our DW business colleague, Stephen Beardsley. Stephen, thanks for coming in. German car makers are struggling. This has been a long-time problem, but what are the numbers telling us now?
Well, I mean, there's a couple things going on in 2025 that are worth noticing. One is that Chinese sales have fallen dramatically. They remain down, and that's been something that's been happening over a couple of years now. Another is that competition has heated up. Of course, we often talk about Chinese competitors coming into different markets where Germany is competing, especially including in Germany itself and in Europe. On top of that, you had tariffs as well. That was something new for 2025. So all of these combined to create pretty difficult working sort of circumstances for German car makers. But also what we saw was that there were efforts to sort of turn things around in 2025, and that they bore their own costs. For example, you had a number of companies with cost-cutting measures, getting rid of a certain number of positions, paying people to go out earlier. That costs money as well. You also saw strategy shifts, including some big ones. Porsche, for example, basically €5 billion write-off after it changed its strategy from pure electrification, going back from that step, saying we're going to have combustion engine models as well. That, of course, costs its parent company, Volkswagen. So a lot of these big headline effects were actually some that we knew about in the past year. They were just sort of all gathered together in a 2025 report that reminded us of how bad that year was.
Yeah, the chickens have come home to roost, it seems like. But you've mentioned this. We've known about these issues facing the car makers for a while. So why can't they seem to really get it together?
I mean, I think, again, you have some special effects in 2025 that weren't expected. You have tariffs, right? I mean, tariffs.
The U.S. tariffs on German cars.
That's right.
Coming
The
into
U.S.
US.
tariffs, that also makes it difficult to ship to China, for example, and to supply certain markets. That also created a lot of consternation and uncertainty for these companies, and that ate into their bottom lines. The bigger issue really is China, though, and that's something that they can't really control. The economy in China is down, and you had a number of car makers, Mercedes and Porsche really stand out, that really wanted to sell luxury to China. And there was a luxury market that was doing really well. We see the same thing, for example, in French luxury markets. For example, some of the biggest French companies out there, LVMH, for example, they've also really suffered because they serve that market as well. So that market doesn't exist as it used to. It's not as strong as it once was. And those who really depended on it are really struggling. So again, you do see some movement in the past year, some efforts to start to turn the ship, but it is very slow. It's a very slow process. And even developing new models that are maybe more attractive to many of your markets, including China, where they've struggled, that takes time.
Okay, so that was why they couldn't turn it around. But casting our eye to this year, can they turn it around? How crucial is 2026 to these German car brands?
2026 will tell us a number of things about how these companies are positioning themselves and how new offerings will appeal. There are some things to like when we look at the European market, which of course German automakers want to really defend as they see more competition coming from China.
Home turf.
That's right. We've had new releases from Mercedes, from BMW, and Volkswagen, I should say. They're all going on sale this year, really. For the Mercedes, we have the GLC EQ. That's an SUV. BMW, the iX3. And then later this year, we're going to see VW bring out the electric Polo. And what's interesting about that is it's not an ID number, which was their first sort of generation, real kind of line series of electric, fully electric models. But it goes back to sort of those old names like Polo, like Tiguan. We're going to see a Tiguan at some point. And it says, you know, these models, they're just electric now. And so we're going to see if that, including some design changes that really harken back to what people know from Volkswagen, if that's going to appeal. And we see similar moves from Mercedes and BMW. These design touches that say, look, it's a modern car, but you know this, you can trust us. On top of this, they're going to take some steps in China. They're making those steps. They're going to produce more vehicles, more models that we're going to see come out just for China, because that's what we see as a diversion of the Chinese and the European markets. They're working with Chinese partners there, collaborating to make something that's more exciting for that market. And they're moving a lot of R&D out there as well. That's going to benefit the European market as well, because right now what we're seeing is that the hub, really the future of car making, is centered more and more there in China, and European car makers know that. So 2026 is going to tell us a lot about how these new models, these new efforts really fare, and if they're going to be appealing both in China and in Europe.
So Marcel Fratscher, president of the German Institute for Economic Research in Berlin, can join us now to tell us a little bit more.
And Marcel, it looks like German industrial production has slumped significantly. Is this just a blip, or is this a sign of broader decline?
This has been an ongoing process at least since 2019, so for the past 6-7 years, particularly the automotive sector, but also other sectors. So this has been a longer-term trend, though we have to be aware Germany has a fairly large industrial sector, and not all sectors are affected equally, but the automotive sector is particularly strongly affected.
And so against this background, do you see the crisis, for example, that's happening in Iran right now, the effect on energy prices, as something which could significantly weigh on Germany's economy as it tries to get out of this slump? Because one of the big issues that industry complains about is the high cost of energy in Germany.
Yes, it will have a big impact on the German economy, partly because Germany is highly dependent on energy imports of gas and oil, not necessarily from the Middle East, but from the rest of the world. And as market prices all over the world are rising, it's hitting Germany hard, or harder than others, also because we have a fairly large energy-intensive industry in Germany. And so one mechanism is precisely higher energy cost, a faster increase than let's say in the China or the United States, and that puts German industries at an additional disadvantage.
But with the car maker decline, that's been a story in Germany for quite a while, and we know the ingredients here, right? It's increased Chinese competition, high energy prices. These are increasing the cost of making German cars, the high energy prices, that is. There are many factors here. So is there any remedy in your view, or do we just have to accept that the German car industry is in its decline era?
Well, from an economic point of view, companies, industries often go in waves. They have good times. The German automotive sector has had spectacularly good times between, let's say, the late 90s and 2018, 2019, increasing sales, capturing market share elsewhere in the world. The key point is the automotive sector worldwide is growing. Right, as Chinese consumers, in particular Indian and other consumers, are becoming richer and want to buy a car. So over the long term, that's still a growth sector. And the question is, will German car manufacturers keep losing market share until they're out of the market entirely, or will it stabilize, or will they turn the tide and actually manage to regain their competitive advantage? And as I said, German automotive companies have been too slow in adopting new technologies, both electric cars, battery technologies, as well as autonomous driving. That will be the next challenge. And that will be probably a much bigger challenge to the automotive sector than the e-mobility.
When you put it that way, it almost makes the problem sound worse, that there's a pie that's growing and even still the German slice of it is shrinking. It makes me think of the people who have these jobs, which were once considered quite safe jobs here in Germany, because more than half of German business associations are expected to cut jobs in 2026. How bad could the unemployment picture get here, especially when we're talking about industry and autos and the like?
Well, unemployment is very low in Germany. At least for historical comparisons, we don't have an unemployment problem at an aggregate level. Yes, industry is shedding jobs, but these jobs are needed elsewhere. In particular, Germany has a huge demographic problem. So we will lose 5 million workers net over the next 10 years out of currently 46 million employees, so more than 10%. So there will be a reallocation of those jobs. As I said, the chances are good that they're going to find jobs elsewhere, but probably not as well paid. The automotive sector has been paying spectacularly well if you look at the skills and the wages that we have received compared to other sectors, but that will change, and that will hit, of course, many workers very hard.
Okay, and one last question, because we're running out of time. In his book, Kaputt, Wolfgang Münchau suggests that Germany's biggest curse is that it needs to break corporatism, the idea that the government is tied up with industry, that the government essentially picks winners, it chooses subsidies to support its favored industries. The idea being that then bad ones haven't been allowed to go out of business over the past decades, and instead poor industries have been subsidized to continue a kind of overstimulated growth. And he says that if it was a case of the products not being competitive enough, then that would be fine. Then cuts to taxes would have been fine. But it's the product selection that is just wrong in the face of the competition that's coming from abroad. Do you agree with that assessment?
I agree with the assessment that corporatism is a problem in Germany. We have too much proximity between big business and politics. And that explains why it is so difficult for the government to let go and allow transformation and more competition. Having said that, we have to be a bit careful to believe neoliberalism. So let the market decide everything and the government stands back and markets regulate themselves. That's equally naive and wrong. So we need to find the right middle ground. And to me, it's important, first of all, that picking winners is not a good strategy. The governments should provide good framework conditions on regulation, good infrastructure, sufficiently skilled labor. And the final, and for me, the key point is we have to stop thinking in national terms. Industrial policy will succeed only at a European level, not at a national level. We need to understand in Germany that Germany has a small market, a small economy compared to the US or China. And our best hope to produce European champions is really European. We won't have national champions, but European champions or no champions. And that hasn't sunk in. So we need to understand Europe is our future. And everyone in Europe is doing too little to realize that at the moment.
That was just a preview of our podcast, The Dip. And if you like what you see, you can go ahead and scan the QR code that's appearing on your screen right now.
And that's where you will find all the different platforms where you can subscribe to us and listen to full episodes.
That's right. But until next time, thanks for watching
The Dip. See ya.
Heritage and culture and tradition and, you know. So, yeah.
Arts Unveiled. Next.
Listen to the stories the rocks are desperately trying to tell us.
Their calm is deceptive. Their fury shapes entire continents. They form the bedrock of our existence. They bear our burden and the weight of our greed. It's time to hear the stories of the stones, whispers of the earth. In 45 minutes. Learn German with DW. This award-winning offer is available worldwide and for every language level. Learning German has never been simpler. German to go. A unique look inside Afghanistan.
Afghanistan cricket is like football in Brazil. It's everything for the lives of Afghan people. It's everything.
We meet the star players as they prepare for an international tournament. What are their hopes and dreams for themselves and for their country? And what about the exiled female players who are forbidden to play in their homeland? Can they envision a future for women in Afghanistan? Dreams in the dust.
Coming up, photographer Benjamin Reich on a search for identity. A 1,000-year-old castle that's now an exhibition venue. And singer-songwriter Tyler Ballgame's debut album. But first, we turn to Friedrich Nietzsche. Was the philosopher perhaps the world's first influencer?
I'm not a man, I'm dynamite. It may sound like an Instagram bio, but it was written 130 years ago by Friedrich Nietzsche. He wasn't an influencer, but understood hype culture, FOMO, and the pressure to present your best self long before social media. His warning God is dead wasn't celebratory, but a sign the old rules were breaking down. Why are Gen Z and Gen Alpha drawn to Nietzsche today? Why do performers like Kanye West quote him? And why is he considered the creator of Superman? How can a 19th century philosopher be so relevant today? Nietzsche didn't want to explain the world, he wanted to shake it up. While other philosophers sought order, Nietzsche asked, why do we actually believe in this order? Morality, truth, tradition. For him, truth is a metaphor, something that's valid as long as it helps us cope with life. As soon as a truth ceases to have any effect, it loses its value. Then Nietzsche says it's like a coin that's lost its worth, just metal. Whether morality or religion, all are human constructs, practical but also dangerous, because they relieve us of responsibility. Nietzsche's most famous quote, "God is dead," was not a reckoning, but empowerment.
So Nietzsche thinks that religion, and especially Christianity, turns weakness into virtue and resentment into morality. So for example, if I'm unable to take power, I just call it humility and make it a virtue.
Nietzsche's brutal message is, there are no more excuses, no one to comfort you, not even alcohol. Don't numb yourself, endure, stay aware. What does not kill me makes me stronger. You alone are responsible for yourself. His ideal is the Übermensch, a kind of Superman, but not stronger or better, just freer.
The Übermensch for Nietzsche names the possibility of existence where you have grown beyond your attachments and where you have power over your own self.
But who was this Friedrich Nietzsche with his impossible demands on humanity? Friedrich Nietzsche was born the son of a pastor near Leipzig in 1844. His childhood was marked by religion and little freedom. His father died early, and Nietzsche grew up surrounded almost entirely by women. He was sensitive, highly gifted, and talented with languages. He was not an alpha male, but rather observant and attentive. At the age of 24, he became a professor in Basel, but his dream career ended quickly. He suffered migraines, stomach problems, and depression. His body told him, stop. He quit. He gave up security and lived alone, traveling, staying in small rooms on little money.
So he probably learned very early on that philosophy is not abstract reasoning kind of floating above life and floating above everybody's minds. But it's a symptom or a strategy kind of how to cope with life, a sort of response to our life. And I think that is what makes his philosophy so haunting.
Thinking and writing became his refuge. Nietzsche also composed music, but mainly for himself. His books sold badly. He was considered difficult, eccentric, and inaccessible. He was sometimes seen as an almost violent thinker. Nietzsche always said that philosophy was best done with a hammer. That is a great metaphor for a philosophy that's supposed to shake us up and make us re-examine ourselves. In 1889, he suffered a breakdown in Turin, Italy. He's said to have thrown his arms around the neck of a horse that was being whipped. Myth or not, Nietzsche was never the same after that and spent his last years in and out of psychiatric care, dying at the age of 55. A life full of ruptures was precisely what gave rise to his radicalism. This is where it gets tricky. Nietzsche was not a Nazi, far from it.
Nietzsche hated nationalism, anti-Semitism, and any kind of mass movements. He despised this herd thinking.
But after his death, his sister took over his estate. Her agenda was nationalistic, anti-Semitic, and ideological. Taking his quotes out of context and rearranging his texts, she turned Nietzsche into a kind of pioneer of German strength. For the Nazis, this was perfect. His Übermensch was co-opted as a representative of the master race.
So the Nazis treated the Übermensch as a racial ideal, sort of biologically superior, Aryan, physically dominant, and it became this kind of visual and political symbol of racial hierarchy and basically German national destiny.
What does not kill me makes me stronger became a rallying cry for war and violence.
It's almost like the perfect inversion.
In fact, Nietzsche despised blind obedience and the cult of leadership. His Übermensch is not a soldier, but an independent thinker. Look at TikTok or Instagram.
God is dead. This was never meant to be edgy.
Hundreds of thousands are raving about it. Our expert Denise is a fangirl too, but why?
It's kind of a bit weird that because he doesn't offer us any solutions, which is precisely, I think, why he remains so compelling and why people keep reading him. And I found what captivates people especially is this kind of connectedness to someone from 125 years ago. Like the amounts of comments I get on videos that say, humans have always been the same, and we always have the same thoughts and worries and aspirations.
An old gray man, and at the same time a trailblazer, and even a visionary. Nietzsche's philosophy has something prophetic about it. Of course, this can only be said in hindsight, but people say that Nietzsche foresaw the future. More than 100 years after Nietzsche's death, Kanye West has brought one of Nietzsche's key statements into pop culture. In Stronger, he sings, by providing the inspiration for these lyrics, Nietzsche arguably became the only great thinker to get a #1 hit on the Billboard Top 100. More than 100 years ago, he knew what was coming.
A lot of people really identify with things Nietzsche writes. And despite there being like 125 years between us and him, the way he diagnoses modern anxieties, it's disturbingly accurate, really. Like we've got his nihilism, exhaustion, moral confusion, performative virtues. Like we all know it today. So like we all have this feeling of nothing really matters. We're all worn down by like constant pressure to justify or to optimize ourselves or to perform something.
Smartphones and endless screen time dominate our everyday lives. Even back then, Nietzsche warned that constant distraction weakens our ability to reflect. One thinks with a watch in one's hand, even as one eats one's midday meal while reading the latest news of the stock market. One lives as if one always might miss out on something. He also warned against mob rule, against mass outrage, herd mentality, and moral hubris. Madness is rare in individuals, but in groups, parties, nations, and ages, it is the rule. With a click, you're part of the online masses. Common enemies are raised. Anger grows. Nietzsche would see this as a breeding ground for envy and spite. Nietzsche is taken as an effective guide for today, someone whose words can influence and even change our lives. Some have exploited this potential in books like What Would Nietzsche Do? Or Hiking with Nietzsche, or Frame Nietzsche's sayings to hang on the wall. Nietzsche merchandise is everywhere, from t-shirts to socks. Pop art Nietzsche, Nietzsche rubber ducks, Nietzsche wearing a Trump hat. Nietzsche himself would have despised such excess and consumerism. Then, of course, there's his mustache, very impressive by today's standards. It has inspired facial hairstylists 2.0, among whom the style is simply known as Nietzsche. Today, Nietzsche is almost everywhere, often abridged, often misrepresented, but never completely absent. Would he approve? Who knows? But even back then, he knew. My time has not yet come. Some are born posthumously. The fact that no one listens to me, that no one knows how to receive from me today is not only comprehensible, it seems to me right that it is so.
A difficult quest for identity and belonging. Photographer Benjamin Reich explores the complex intersections of Jewish tradition, religion, and sexuality.
Photographer Benjamin Reich wants to take life less seriously. 3 weeks after an accident that he survived only through sheer luck.
I thought, oh no, crap. Then I realized that there was nothing I could do. I thought, okay, I've had a beautiful life. It's okay.
It's okay.
Life now feels like a gift. Just as he's finished work on a collection of photos about his 2 lives, one in Jerusalem and one in Berlin. It's a unique insight into the world of his ultra-Orthodox youth and the world he entered later as a photographer in Berlin who processed his biography into art. bringing light into the darkness of his past.
This is a queer, ultra-Orthodox. Yeah, it's my past and my life today in one person. The beautiful Hasidic hat, beautiful boy, all together, combining all my worlds in one.
He photographs what he knows, what hurts. A rabbi as if on a catwalk. This image was taken during a Hasidic ritual. Religion, eros, classical heroic bodies, the kind admired by the Nazis. Images that provoke. But provocation isn't what interests Benjamin Reich. He's simply exploring the contradictions of his life.
Sometimes it was terrible, sometimes it was beautiful. When I was very young, I went to yeshiva, a very, very closed world, where art is not allowed. Free thinking is not allowed. Asking questions is not allowed. But my inner world, that was completely free.
Although the creation of images is controversial in Orthodox Judaism, he was given a camera and began to experiment. He soon outgrew the world of fantasy. In Tel Aviv, he began meeting up with men in secret. At 17, he broke with the life he had known. The next turning point came when he began studying art in Paris. Photography became an attempt to heal.
I have friends that committed suicide, people that went back. It's a long way, but it's very good not to know where you're going to. I think we all have this, we're ex-Orthodox, and there is no way to heal it.
Photography for him is a form of dignified disobedience.
Very proud. My father.
An Orthodox rabbi. 2 of his 10 children turned their back on religion. There are differences of opinion, yet love and respect as well. His photos also reflect a desire to respectfully withstand tension, to see each other's pain. Benjamin Reich's grandparents are Holocaust survivors. He takes photographs of friends dressed in SS uniforms. This Hebrew tattoo means Shoah. For many, the photos go too far, but he says he had to take them. In Berlin, his friends include the grandchildren of victims and the grandchildren of perpetrators.
I think it has the freedom of an artist to play with all these taboos and to make a beauty out of it. It's part of history of Germany, part of history of Berlin, part of our history. And we are in the top now. We can take it and own it.
Surrounded by these photos, he and his rabbi friend Netanel celebrate the Jewish Thanksgiving ritual Birkat HaGomer for his new life after the accident. For the first time ever, Benjamin sings in public. For him, the act of taking a photo is a sacred moment.
We say it's shooting. There is a lot of danger in this. I think I take to account. Maybe sometime I pass the red line, but I go back. It's a kind of a dance. You have to know how much you can put so I can stand behind my work and say, it's me, and feel good with it.
There's more photography at Burg Randfels, a castle in the Bavarian forest that's become an unexpected hub of art and culture.
It's a project only city people could have come up with. In this case, a historian and a curator, both based in Munich.
Initially, the locals just ignored it good-naturedly.
In the early days, they knew Steffi, as they call her, mainly as a horse lover.
Before I discovered the village and the castle, I discovered the area, because this is where I found a horse that lives near here.
It was a while before I was allowed to visit. I was basically given the job of hanging pictures. And then I saw this place and made the fatal mistake of saying that someone should really do something with it.
Du glaubst, du wirst gejagt, doch verfolgt in Wahrheit ihr nur dasselbe Ziel.
Burg Ranfes is both a private home and an exhibition space. Art as a personal resonance chamber.
These are Florian Süßmeyer's wolves. I found them very intense. They moved me deeply because I spend a lot of time here in the Bavarian forest. People don't have an affectionate or romantic view of wolves here, the way people do where we come from, in the art world too. Here, the wolf is still, or once again, seen as an interloper.
Bestia et anima.
Bestia is not the beast, but the animal, and anima is the soul. The question is, what's the nature of our relationship to it? Do we think animals have a soul or not?
Visitors get to admire art in a living room. The lady of the house leads the tours herself. For Stefanie Baumann, it's enough for art to simply be beautiful, cute even. Horses, flying fish, augmented reality. If she likes it, it's allowed. The works selected by Alexander Timchenko are different. He brings nuance and big names to the Bavarian forest.
Roger Ballon isn't just a photographer, but a legend, a living legend. Here we have a goat and the drawing of a goat. But why Roger Ballon laid down these train tracks, which have absolutely nothing to do with the goat, remains hidden from us. That's the interpretive space, the imaginative space, that the viewer can enter. What's special about Burg Ranfes is that we truly have endless freedom here. The kitchen can become an office. It's all very low-key, but the quality of the art is extremely high. And we try to maintain it like that.
Martin Waldbauer is an artist from right here in the Bavarian forest. In 2021, he photographed lumberjacks, exhibiting them in larger-than-life formats on an old school building facing the forest. He's a fan of the art center and wants to exhibit again, but first he wasn't sure.
Well, I was a bit skeptical when I first met Steffi. A woman from Munich, taking up residence in a castle in the Bavarian forest with big plans to establish an art venue. But the three of us soon got things rolling, planning an exhibition, and things took off immediately.
There are now 2 exhibitions per year and occasional readings and concerts. The castle also opens on weekends by appointment.
From the beginning, we tried not to come across like people from Munich who were into art, imposing our idea of culture. We approached it all very carefully, and now we're well integrated in the village.
Even when they installed a mirror image of the castle chapel, meaningfully tilted, the village peace remained undisturbed. The work will be removed after the exhibition, but the memory will remain.
It's so isolated, but the project imbued it with so much character that it brings together people who would never have crossed paths otherwise. That's the key purpose of art: experiencing something, meeting people, forming friendships.
Allowing for different tastes by finding a niche for each object. That's what makes Burg Ranfes unique. The joy of rediscovering and reinventing the space with others is palpable.
Allow us to introduce you to Tyler Ballgame, who grew up on the U.S. East Coast and is currently presenting his debut album to the world.
A hotel in Berlin, Friedrichshain. Tyler Ballgame is staying here. and perform an impromptu little gig.
That night I met you, I thought that I would die. My world was pennies and sorry from an operator. I left you tangled up in smoke. My own reflection.
His real name is Tyler Perry. Tyler Ballgame is his stage name. Now 34, he's old by pop music standards, but after years of self-doubt, his career is finally taking off.
That's why you gotta help me out.
Yeah, I think it's a persona, you know, it's a mask. And wearing a mask, I think it's one of the great things of that commedia dell'arte. You know, it's like you can show more of yourself by wearing the mask.
His brand of indie soul is shaped by the classic rock songwriting of the 1960s and 70s and infused with the spirit of Roy Orbison and Elvis Presley. I Can Only Sing How I Feel is a song from his newly released debut album, and something he didn't dare do for a long time.
I can only sing how I feel. I can only sing how I feel.
I think I was afraid of trying. You know, I think there's an illusion of control within not trying. You know, this kind of self-sabotage, and you can be like, oh well, it's not meant for me because the world is wrong. I had some growing up to do, and had to kind of come out of a depression.
In the mid-2010s, he began studying songwriting at the renowned Berklee College of Music. But he later fell into a black hole, trying in vain to make it as a singer-songwriter and moving back in with his parents. He struggled with his weight and doubted whether he truly belonged in the spotlight.
I think it was a relationship with myself, you know. I think it was valuing yourself, you know. I think it's understanding that the size of your body does not affect your value as a person.
He worked with a nutritionist and came across the spiritual teachings of Eckhart Tolle, who's well known in the US.
But yeah, it was an epiphany. I was hearing this man speak on a podcast, and it just reframed my whole, it was just like, and I walked around blissed out for like 3 days, just like as if I was seeing everything for the first time.
He performed at open mic nights and was eventually scouted by a music producer.
I believe in love, and that's fine.
A renowned label signed him, and within a month, Tyler Ballgame was writing material for his debut album.
I think through my early 20s, I saw music and songwriting as a vessel for myself, you know, as kind of a, oh, look how smart I am, or look how interesting these lyrics can be. When I think now I see it as an act of service, you know, it's like writing music that frees me and frees you.
Scooped his brains out, took his job, and the music played our.
His songs tell stories that move, captivate, and inspire people to believe in themselves.
It was just made with such joy and flowed so freely, and it's an act of love, you know. It's the thing that really changed my life and changed all my prospects and set me on the path I am on now. It's a bit more right, yeah, that's good actually. No, I like that. I like that it's off-center. Yes. It's great. What you're doing is great. There we go. Oh, it looks amazing. It's incredible.
That's all for this edition of Arts Unveiled. See you next time.
Listen to the stories the rocks are desperately trying to tell us.
Their calm is deceptive. Their fury shapes entire continents. They form the bedrock of our existence. They bear our burden and the weight of our greed. It's time to hear the stories of the stones, whispers of the earth. In 15 minutes. Climate change is heating up the world. Everywhere? Not quite. Europe could deep freeze. Melting polar ice and a change in ocean currents could have dramatic effects, as climate researchers warn. Global warming, European ice age. Global us. In 60 minutes. Imagine giving money to a charity, only to find out you finance terrorists. Islamist organizations have set up a global system to collect funds.
They take advantage of supposed humanitarian causes
Through banks, cryptocurrencies, and secret networks.
9 attacks in 12 months. Germany has had a terrorist attack every 6 weeks.
Searching for clues. Donations for Islamist terrorism starts March 25th on DW. Get the greenest of all your updates. With green innovations,
Super green and super eco-friendly.
green trends,
The holy grail of electromobility.
and green revolutions.
Global solution to all our climate problems.
Keep up to speed.
If you're curious about climate topics, subscribe to this channel. We've got new videos every Friday.
Subscribe to Planet A. Do you know which of these 3 industries has the highest CO2 emission rates? Would you have guessed that it's concrete? Transforming business delivers answers in a nutshell. Figure out what's the real New Deal and what's just greenwashing. Watch now on YouTube.
This is DWTV, our top stories. U.S. President Donald Trump said he has demanded multiple countries to send warships to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Iran's strikes on commercial ships have all but stopped traffic through the critical waterway. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said the war in the Middle East was not a matter for NATO and that Germany would not be taking part. Israel has expanded its ground operations in southern Lebanon, pushing into new parts of the region. Troops are targeting Hezbollah positions as Israel intensifies its campaign against the militant group. Lebanon's government said more than 1 million people have been displaced during 2 weeks of fighting. Israel's defense minister warned that those who left their homes in the south could not return until northern Israel is secure. A strike by Pakistan on a Kabul hospital has killed hundreds of people, according to Afghanistan's health ministry. Earlier, Pakistan dismissed a claim that it had attacked Kabul and eastern Afghanistan. The strike came hours after Afghan officials said the two sides exchanged fire along their common border, leaving 4 dead in Afghanistan.
This is Shadows of German Colonialism.
These podcasts and videos shed light on a dark history, the devastating colonial horrors inflicted by Germany across Africa.
And he employed scorched earth tactics, burning farms and destroying livestock.
What is the legacy of this widespread racist oppression today?
History cannot be forgotten. We need to talk about it.
Hear the stories, Shadows of German Colonialism. Sudan's civil war, the world's biggest humanitarian crisis. Aid organizations are at their breaking point.
I can't do anything. There are no solutions. There is no money.
Millions of people are fleeing. And yet, right now, powerful donor countries are cutting more and more funding.
Without assistance here, for sure all these people will be migrating to Europe.
Sudan's civil war. The limits of humanitarian aid starts April 11th on DW.
US President Donald Trump is pushing for allies in the war against Iran, urging nations to send warships to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the UK and France have sent some military to the region to protect countries being attacked by Iran, but they are not escorting commercial vessels through the strait. Meanwhile, Tehran says its fight is only with the US and Israel, and nations hosting what it calls hostile forces.
Little or no movement on the Strait of Hormuz for another day, as Iranian strikes whiz across the Gulf region. But the US wants to unblock the route with some help from their friends. Writing on Truth Social, Donald Trump said, "Countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage, and we will help a lot. The US will also coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly, and well. This should have always been a team effort, and now it will be." But Washington's allies aren't convinced and have shown no willingness to sign up to help the US and Israel in their war on Iran. The UK and France have sent military to the Middle East, but have stressed they are not taking part in the war. Both London and Paris remain critical of the conflict, and Iran remains defiant, making it clear whose ships can safely pass through the narrow waterway connecting the Persian Gulf with the rest of the world. Speaking to US media, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said the key transport route in the Persian Gulf remained open for international shipping, except for vessels belonging to the United States, Israel, and their allies. So with Tehran drawing a hard line on who gets passage and Washington struggling to garner support, the rest of the world looks on with growing fear this conflict could spiral out of control and push prices up even further.
Right. So for more on this, let's bring in Alex Patanka. He is a founding director of the Iran program at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C. Hello, Alex. Thanks for your time. So Washington wants its allies to help secure shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. What could be the consequences of that?
It's great to be with you. Look, it's too early to say because we have a couple of things to point out here. One is the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi was just a few hours ago telling American television that the Strait of Hormuz is open. There's no blanket closure, that only vessels that are linked to United States and Israel are not allowed to go through the strait. So again, whatever that means, because companies that are linked to U.S. and Israel could mean a lot, and that maybe that vagueness, that uncertainty is exactly what Tehran is banking on. But we've seen the Indians just today, I believe, had some tankers go through. So Iran is playing a selective game here as far as access to the strait is concerned. I think they're thinking in terms of diplomatic gains they can have by working with some nations and not others. But also, I think very importantly for them is to make sure that they don't help create a more of a global front against Iran. So that's why I think they're being selective, and they don't want to be seen as indiscriminate in terms of how they're closing the strait.
Right. So if there is no support from allies, can the US and Israel fight this war alone or defend the Strait of Hormuz alone?
So look, there's no sign that U.S. and Israel went into this war banking on support from allies, the Europeans or anybody else. The question is, why didn't plan for this more carefully before they actually attacked Iran? And that's something that's been debated as of right now. But I'll just point out historically, coalitions that have worked either in the Persian Gulf or in the Arabian Sea, places like Bab al-Mandeb when the Houthis were striking maritime traffic in the Red Sea. Historically, those coalitions have not really been that effective in sort of providing full security for maritime traffic. So again, the United States has the biggest naval force. It needs time to see if it can provide the type of security for maritime traffic through the strait. But we've heard from senior American officials saying that could be an option, but it will take weeks to prepare for that. So we're not there yet.
Right. You talk about history. So let's get to history. Historically, Iran plays the long game. From Tehran's perspective, what would a strategic win actually look like in this conflict?
Look, the minimum they're hoping for is to survive this war. And for them, that would be a major achievement because, again, the way they look at it is they're attacked by two nuclear-armed countries with formidable military capability. So for them, just survival would be a major strategic victory, if you will. And that's a really important point. But in terms of if they could get more, some of the rhetoric coming from Tehran suggests that what they want is a new Middle East going forward. And I think that's when they're engaging in more fantasy than reality. I mean, some of the points we've heard, sort of concepts such as United States military bases having to leave the region, neighboring states like the Gulf countries need to kick out American militaries. Again, this is more like wishful thinking as opposed to serious thinking on the part of Tehran, but that's at least what the rhetoric is suggesting. But again, important to underscore, surviving as a regime would be a strategic victory for the Islamic Republic, no doubt about it.
Right. And, you've been in touch with a lot of people on the ground. You're an expert on Iran. How is this war being received or perceived inside the country?
So as you can imagine, Iranians are going through a roller coaster of emotions. On the one hand, a majority of Iranians do not like the Islamic Republic, but there had been a hope that any kind of foreign military intervention would result in a quick victory, if you will, and the fall of the regime. Clearly, that has not happened. And I would also say clearly that's unlikely to happen in the short term. It could happen in the medium to long term, but in the next few days and weeks, the regime will be standing. So, and now Iranians, ordinary Iranians who do not like the regime, have to basically defend for themselves in the midst of a war that very few Iranians have ever experienced anything like this. I mean, the nearest thing that you can point to is the Iran-Iraq war, which was nothing like this conflict, because now the city of Tehran, 10 million people, bombs are dropping, missiles are dropping. So the capacity to mobilize politically against the regime right now is not there, simply because Iranians are just busy trying to survive this war. So yeah, roller coaster emotion, and the outcome of this war obviously is something that they're watching very carefully. But right now, the people of Iran don't seem to be in the driver's seat as far as the outcome of this war is concerned.
Right. Quick one on this, if you can, because, the war is escalating, no doubt. Do you see some sort of light at the end of the tunnel? How does this end?
Look, it really depends who you ask. So for some people, light at the end of the tunnel is regime change. For other people, light at the end of the tunnel is a quick ceasefire tomorrow so we can go back to normality. So that's very much a subjective issue. But I think most likely what we can expect is this war will continue for at least a few more weeks. I think where we are right now, the president of the United States is the most important figure who has to make a decision, together with the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu. And we know the Israelis want regime change. The question is, can the Israelis convince Trump to stay in this war for more than weeks, perhaps months? That's a big question that we need to wait for and see the answer to.
Right. Only time will tell. Alex Vatanka, Middle East analyst. Thank you very much.
मुझे अल्लाह पे बहुत ज़्यादा उम्मीद है इंशाल्लाह मेरा भाई वापस आएगा.
Currently, more people than ever are on the move worldwide in search of a better life.
ਉਹਨੇ ਬਸ ਇਹ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਠੀਕ ਹੋ ਜਾਣ, ਇਹ ਸੋਚਦਾ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਠੀਕ ਕਰਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੇ ਘਰ ਰਹਿ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਪੁੱਠੇ ਰਸਤੇ ਨਾ ਜਾ. ਤੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਮੰਨਦਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ.
Find out about Rubina's story. Info Migrants. Reliable news for migrants, wherever they may be. Living Planet, DW Podcasts.
How to make greener choices in your everyday lives.
I honestly try to be vegan.
Working 32 hours a week could be better for the environment than 40.
But of course, we shouldn't be naive either.
Living Planet. Just hit subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. Time contains the story. Come watch it unfold. Discover the world as it was.
It's essential to recognize that NATO is created in the aftermath of the Second World War.
It's necessary to show these things because how else are we going to know how these things happen?
Discover the world as it is.
I cannot believe someone spent 5 years in such a tiny cell.
For the first time, I can feel we are free. We can stay in our country, build our own future with our own hands.
Discover the world as it will be.
We don't really have ways yet to make sure that what's being developed is going to be safe.
Artificial intelligence is viewed as foundational to the future of economic and military power.
From back then, through now, into what's next. Discover the world around you with us. Rocks. They existed even before the oceans, forests, and plants came to be, even before the oxygen we breathe. They have been there since the beginning of time, and are more than just the solid ground beneath our feet. They are protagonists in the story of Earth, and witnesses to its past. Breathtaking rock formations tell of drama and rebirth, catastrophic upheaval and wonder. They are often misunderstood, and yet they are essential, because here in this mineral material lies the origin of life.
One of the most extraordinary aspects of Earth history is the coevolution of rocks and life. Life could not have originated without the role of minerals.
Without rocks, there would be no oxygen, no continents, no landscapes, no plants, no animals. For billions of years, minerals and life have depended on one another. This relationship, so fruitful for the planet, developed slowly and steadily, until the day one species began to interfere with the natural order, at first imperceptibly, then at a rate the Earth had never experienced before.
Humans have always needed minerals from the very beginning. And then the relationship of humans to minerals became more complex.
Within Earth's rock lies the story of life's beginning, the complex structure of the world, and the subtle balance of forces that have always shaped all living things. It is the history of the Earth, our history.
Well, one of the things we know is that a little more than 4.5 billion years ago, our Earth formed. And we know that it formed from materials that had previously been in stars that exploded, putting both minerals, ice, and other kinds of structures into space.
Earth didn't exist. The solar system didn't exist, but there was a vast cloud of dust and gas. The gas was mostly hydrogen and helium that went to make the sun. The dust was literally stardust, tiny particles of minerals that through gravity grew into larger and larger clumps, the size of your fist, the size of a basketball, the size of a room, then tens and hundreds of kilometers across. And as that rocky planet began to grow, all those dust particles became the minerals that would make planet Earth. And so if you think about early Earth, it formed by the accumulation of vast quantities of tiny dust particles, all of them mineral rich, all of them coming from stars, in a very deep and fundamental way. We are all made of stardust.
We are all made of stardust. Everything on Earth is a legacy of the stars. But Earth in its youth looked very different from the blue planet we know today. It was a glowing ball, a molten mass exposed to solar winds and meteorite impacts. Its surface was covered by boiling oceans of magma.
When the Earth was born, it became very hot. And it's generally thought that within 30 or 40 million years of the Earth's accretion, it literally melted.
In geology, we tell the story of Earth through geological eras. The very first is what we call the Hadean, a name inspired by Hades. It was an extremely hot planet with almost no crust, very little solid surface, very little atmosphere, and oceans of magma, a world often described as a mineral hell. It was neither habitable nor hospitable.
In this primeval chaos, a cosmic accident occurred that changed the fate of Earth.
The moon was made, it's almost certain, early in Earth's history, as a planet about the size of Mars collided with the Earth. And as a result of that enormous collision, the debris that was flung out condensed to form the moon, which now orbits around us.
At first, the moon, like the Earth, was a ball of fire. It shone in the sky like a second sun, red hot and molten. The moon's presence would soon start to heavily influence how the Earth would develop, and, billions of years later, create conditions conducive to life. It was the beginning of a great transformation. As the Earth gradually cooled, its elements rearranged themselves. Gravity pulled the heavier materials, such as iron and nickel, towards the center, where they formed the Earth's core, while the lighter materials formed its mantle. In this unstable equilibrium, the magma solidified on the surface into the dark, compact rock we know as basalt. Basalt became the Earth's first crust. Above the crust, a process just as crucial to Earth's development began. The water cycle started to take shape.
As the atmosphere, which was full of a number of gases, began to cool, one of those gases, water vapor, actually started to condense and rain. And in time, that rain caused us to have bodies of water on Earth's surface. And that was really the beginning of oceans. So in a sense, over its first 100 million years or so, the Earth went from something that was completely alien to something that at least was a little more recognizable as our home. But there was one real difference between that early Earth and the Earth we know today, and that is there was no life.
With its first solid crust and growing oceans, some of Earth's familiar features began to take shape. But volcanoes were still spewing lava flows and gas clouds, filling the atmosphere with carbon dioxide, methane, and ammonia. The water in the oceans of the early Archean era was probably green due to the great amounts of iron. And in this chaos of fire, water, and gas, a momentous chemical process began.
The emergence of life on Earth is still one of the great mysteries. But there's no doubt that the recipe, whatever it was, involved water, involved rocks.
There are several theories. Life could have emerged at the bottom of the oceans, near hydrothermal vents that release very hot water with different chemical conditions. It could also have appeared on the surface of continents in small lakes or hot pools, as Darwin suggested.
Life came into existence due to favorable conditions in which water, heat, and minerals played an essential role. And once it began, it had to find ways to continue.
Well, one of the things that's interesting and that we should always think about is it's one thing for life to form and another thing for it to persist and thrive. For all we know, life may have begun many, many different times on the primitive Earth, but not lasted very long. It simply went extinct. But at some point, life had enough.
Enough of failing over and over again, but also enough elements to cross a threshold. And so it happened that one day in the primordial ocean, life forms started to develop, diversify, and gradually adapt. They were made up of simple microorganisms invisible to the naked eye. Some of them began to harness the sun's energy by capturing light and then producing oxygen, an element that had previously been of no importance.
There was then a major change on the surface of our planet because we went from an atmosphere that contained no oxygen to one that contains a very small amount of oxygen. It almost completely changed the planet since we went from 0% to 2%. It's a very small increase. We currently have 15%, and we really believe that this was a defining moment in geological history that allowed both the evolution and the diversification of life thereafter throughout the rest of geological history.
The Great Oxygenation Event is this important time when Earth and life are interacting in ways that transform both.
For over 1 billion years, the oxygen produced by the first photosynthetic bacteria was absorbed by the oceans and bound in rock. When these reservoirs were full, the oxygen, which is only moderately soluble in water, accumulated in the atmosphere and gradually changed its composition. Over time, this slowly created the ozone layer, which protected the planet from ultraviolet radiation and enabled more complex life forms to emerge, including early forms of plankton as we know it today. Even now, this microscopic world provides insights into how increasing marine biodiversity changed not just the atmosphere, but also gradually transformed rocks and stones. Marine biologist Colomban de Vargas researches this ecosystem, which continues to be indispensable for keeping the Earth in balance.
What's fascinating is, in 1 liter of seawater, there are between 10 and 100 billion planktonic organisms. That's more than all humans on Earth. Every liter of seawater contains up to 10 times the Earth's population.
Plankton, ancient Greek for wanderer, drifts with the current and today makes up an estimated 98% of marine life. Yet for a long time, it was the subject of little research. In 2009, the foundation Tara Oceans launched a full-year research project to collect data on these microscopic organisms.
So here it is. This is the fresh plankton we've just collected with the large net.
And in this tiny world, which we can't see, that's the magical part, you have very small organisms. There are viruses, which already have quite extravagant shapes, like little spaceships. You have bacteria, which start forming filaments or round shapes that sometimes gather into colonies. Then you have more complex cells, which are my passion, protists. And then there is an entire layer of small animals, many gelatinous creatures, tiny jellyfish, things like that. And all of these organisms interact within a single world that we call an ecosystem. That is really what we need to understand today.
During their expedition, researchers identified more than 250,000 species of plankton, some of which are capable of photosynthesis. In absorbing carbon dioxide in the oceans, plankton has helped balance the atmosphere and has given many cliffs the shape they have today.
Et parmi ce phytoplancton, on a un groupe qui s'appelle les coccolithophores.
Phytoplankton includes a group known as coccolithophores. At some point, these tiny cells learn to produce small calcium plates and attach them to the surface of their cell membranes. This phenomenon is unique in nature.
Membrane cellulaire.
Each of these single-celled organisms forms such calcium plates, which look like floating stones. And they have a very important function, because when they die, they sink to the bottom of the sea. Over time, this has created mountains that rise out of the water in some places, such as here in the English Channel. Amazingly, this simple process changed the course of our Earth's history forever.
It is fascinating that many living beings or organisms are capable of forming minerals that remain intact when the organisms die.
As a paleontologist, one very quickly learns that many rocks are made of life, or the remains of life. Many limestones are nothing more than mountains built of skeletons, which have piled up sometimes to kilometers thick.
Only about maybe 10 or 15% of animals, for example, make skeletons that are mineralized, but they have a huge effect on life. They have a huge effect on the Earth itself.
The limestone we see here was formed between 180 million years ago. This area was once a 300-meter deep sea, a paradise for coccolithophores. Their calcareous skeletons piled up over 20 million years, 2 centimeters every 1,000 years, across the entire plain, forming this landscape. So this used to be the seabed. It was only exposed much later when the channel between England and France was formed. It's amazing that single-celled organisms can create entire mountains. It shows how powerful life is and the influence it has on geology.
For a long time, the primordial ocean was the only habitat for bacteria, single-celled algae, and the first multicellular organisms. The emergence of more complex life forms was just beginning. The conditions for the next evolutionary phase formed in the shallower, light-flooded water zones. Life had not yet reached solid land.
Imagine a time 500 million years ago when there were no plants at all on land. The landscape, the continents would just be barren rock. I mean, that's a geologist's paradise. You could walk around and anywhere you looked, you'd see the raw rock.
So one fact that people perhaps don't often know is that for 90% of the history of the Earth, there's been very little soil covering the surface. And it's only within the last 10% of Earth's history that there's been really deep soils developing. But there's a lot of evidence that there were also huge diversity of microbial species, things from bacteria, fungi, algae, but also things perhaps lichens. Lichens are usually a symbiotic association of an alga and a fungus. And they are remarkable things. They are indeed mini ecosystems. And before the advent of vascular plants, and even after them, they covered vast areas of the terrestrial surface.
Little is known about the age of lichens, as their delicate structure means they leave hardly any fossil traces. But researchers believe they paved the way for life on land. These inconspicuous organisms triggered a huge transformation. By dissolving minerals from rock, they contributed to the early development of biological weathering and started to create soil. This marked the beginning of a new phase as living organisms started to shape the Earth's surface. Even today, lichens continue to work away quietly but consistently, an organism which fascinates biologist Tim Wheeler.
And I worked as a geologist for 20 years on really old rocks, and it was really exciting to tell the story, the history of these rocks. But I just couldn't escape what was growing on the rocks as well. And it was lichens that kind of helped me transition from a geologist to a biologist. This granite, and it's mostly made of silica, which are all these clear, tiny grains in here. But scattered throughout that, I see big, kind of pale off-white grains and a little bit of pink grains. These are feldspars, and the feldspars have high mineral content. They have potassium in them. They can have calcium in them. And it's these nutrients that the lichens will key into to help them grow. It's also mining into the rock, dissolving the crystals, the grains, and then they suck those nutrients back up. And so they're literally cracking it grain by grain, opening up this granite. And this is amazing because this is how they physically weather the rock. But another way they do it is a chemical process. And so lichens, you see all these colors often correspond to acids. And these acids, when they excrete it from the lichen, they can break down and dissolve the mineral grains. And as they do that, they turn them into clay particles. And then those clay particles could fall out, blow away in the wind or wash away in the next rainstorm. And then those particles start building soil for the rest of the ecosystem to thrive.
Weathering is essentially the first and most important Earth surface process. Lichens, therefore, are ecosystem engineers, despite the fact that they're small, they're pretty confined to the surface, and they're incredibly slow growing. So in my opinion, and the opinion of many other people, lichens, whilst hugely underestimated, are very important and a fascinating and dynamic part of the history of life on Earth.
When I'm here connected to these rocks, connected to these lichens, I just appreciate knowing that at their scale, at their pace, they're taking all this rock, this massive, this solid thing, and slowly breaking it down into particles. It's so amazing that they're able to do that, but it's a different scale. It's such a slow scale. We're talking millimeters to micron scale, and then hundreds to thousands of years. And it's both, a spatial scale, but also a temporal scale. And it's different than everyday life that we live, humans live in.
By colonizing the bare rock, lichens literally prepared the ground for the first plants on land. But without the moon and its gravitational pull, these plants might never have taken root. For the most part, life emerged out of the water in the unstable zones on flat coasts and in tidal pools.
The tides create environments that are alternately wet and dry. These changing conditions required significant biological adaptation.
So one might speculate that any creature that lives in the intertidal zone has got to get used to being wet some of the time, dry some of the time. And that may well be a factor, if you like, a kind of a helping hand for life.
In these transitional zones, the first water algae, the ancestors of our land plants, began to establish themselves on the mainland. To do that, they had to adapt and develop new protective mechanisms.
Well, if we go back 450 million years ago to the time when land plants were beginning to emerge, at some point there was a population of algae that had secreted some sort of waxy covering on their surface, and that kept them from drying out. That was the first step in the emergence of what would become the forests and woodlands and grasslands around us today.
These first primitive plants provided the conditions for life on land. They formed a waxy layer, a cuticle, which helped them retain valuable moisture. And they had rhizoids, which allowed them to anchor themselves underground. These pioneers laid the foundations for the emergence of root plants, which forever changed the biosphere and the development of ecosystems on Earth.
This is quite remarkable when you think that many of those plants at the time were really quite small and quite simple. But all plants need nutrients from the minerals within the Earth's surface. So it's very important for them to be able to interact with the surface on which they grow. So those roots established themselves within the materials, the soils, and transferred those into something really complex. They brought new minerals. They brought a degree of transformation and movement of soils, which just simply wasn't present before then. So it's a very key defining moment when the first land plants arrived and started to sculpt their own habitats.
The evolution of plants on land fundamentally changed our planet, transforming rocky landscapes into green ecosystems. Millions of years later, animals took the same step from water to land. Like the plants that went before them, animals had to adapt to a completely different world. Their bodies were no longer supported by water. The air dried out their skin, and they had to adapt to gravity.
Well, the first thing to think about is that animal life developed in the sea. And so all the different types of animals that we see on land today evolved from aquatic ancestors. And in order to do that, they needed to evolve new structures. So if we think about our own group, the vertebrates, all of the vertebrates that have legs, so-called tetrapods, that live on land, had ancestors that were fish. Now, fish have gills, not lungs. Gills are not very useful on land. So in order for vertebrates to get on land, they had to evolve lungs, which they did. Also, while limbs, when you have fins, those work quite well in the sea. But in order to have limbs that you can actually walk on and be supported by on dry land, you need to have really a reformation of the whole skeletal structure and muscular structure. And again, that takes place.
The interaction of the mineral world with the world of life is probably best seen by the way that skeletons are built and appeared.
Minerals were essential for life to move onto land. Without them, there would be no skeletons or shells. In tetrapods, the change took place inside the body. Their bones, consisting of calcium phosphate and carbonate, became denser to enable them to support their own weight outside of water. Instead of a skeleton, arthropods developed a veritable suit of armor, an organic exoskeleton that protected them from dehydration and predators while also giving them a stable shell. Without these skeletons and armor, the first land animals would not have been able to explore their new habitat and even start to shape it themselves by digging and decomposing the soils.
Burrowing animals are a tremendously important part of the activities of life on Earth, but they're often neglected simply because they're happening under the ground. Like termites, like millipedes, like ants, like spiders, like a whole range of different creatures. So chemically, many burrowing organisms actually ingest or essentially eat the soil. And through doing that, they change the mineral composition. But physically, burrowing animals have huge impacts on the soil because they create a whole series of small and large interconnected pathways and galleries. And that means that the soil can contain more oxygen and water can move more effectively through the soil, leading to a new array of systems within the soil. And that in turn attracts different kinds of organisms and species which can thrive in those new conditions. And we can look back at the history of the Earth and see quite different things happening after the arrival of these arthropods on the terrestrial surface.
The Earth has always been shaped by powerful geological forces: volcanism, plate tectonics, continental drift. But with the emergence of plants and animals, another force, life itself, was added. In tidal zones, certain species, such as sea urchins, still shape and transform rocks and reefs today. For more than 40 years, Michael Russell has been investigating the connection between these creatures and the rock.
I see the interaction with the substrate. I see them grinding away sandstone. I see the millions of metric tons of sediment that are produced every year. I see a deep history, not just ecologically, but evolutionarily as well.
Sea urchins have populated the oceans for 450 million years. They have an amazing skill. Slowly and persistently, they use their teeth and spines to wear away limestone, influencing the geological dynamics of the seabed.
When a sea urchin settles, it's very, very small. It has very small spines, it has very small tube feet, and everything is small. But as they grow, they develop a feeding structure. This structure is called Aristotle's lantern. And Aristotle's lantern has 5 teeth. And these teeth are amazing. So they basically are like little rock picks. What they're doing is scraping the rocks when they're feeding. So they're scraping algae with their teeth and they're ingesting it. They're swallowing it. And as those spines are brushing against the surface of the rock, they also are removing some of those sand grains. So it's a combination of the teeth scraping on the surface and the spines brushing against the surface that is, in some ways, very gently wiping away the rock. And as it does so, it's creating this little hole, this little cavity, this little pit. And that process is called bioerosion.
In fact, sea urchins play a much greater role than one might think. As bioeroders, they are part of a geological cycle that is thousands of years old. The sediments they produce are transported away, reach further depths, and then return to the surface, where they shape the seabed and coastlines, contributing to the formation of the continents. It is a slow but influential transformation process.
For me, it's fascinating that these little tiny sea urchins in these pools, in this individual little pit, and you get thousands and thousands of them in these tide pools, are these sculptors. They're the ones that are doing the bioerosion. And over years, over decades, the amount of sculpting, the amount of bioerosion that they create is just, it's mind-blowing.
Animals are incredibly active on and in the Earth's surface, and they're really involved in both creating and eroding the rocks around us. And in many cases, they do this in weird and wonderful ways. And we can divide the ways in which animals cause erosion into 2. They can produce physical erosion, or they can produce chemical erosion. And some examples are, for example, that the rock hopper penguins can physically erode many of the surfaces of the rocks on which they nest in parts of the world. And they're also very capable of producing chemical erosion of the rocks through urine and other ways in which they interact with the surface. So animals are really creative and destructive of rocks.
If there were no sea urchins, there wouldn't be the sculptor. It would just be like a block of stone. So the urchins are making those nooks and crannies and crevices. They play a very key role. They're an organism that is so foundational to these systems. that I can't imagine these systems without sea urchins.
But sea urchins are just part of a much larger cycle. All over the planet, invisible forces turn rock into dust, blasting, crumbling, and grinding it down. Living creatures, but also elements such as wind and water. They all contribute to the slow process of erosion that shapes landscapes and nourishes the oceans. Earth wastes nothing. Rocks that have been loosened from the cliffs and broken down by the tides or by organisms will eventually become rock again. It is an eternal cycle in which every grain of sand carries the history of past worlds within it. Climate change is heating up the world. Everywhere? Not quite. Europe could deep freeze. Melting polar ice and a change in ocean currents could have dramatic effects, as climate researchers warn. Global warming, European ice age. Global us. Next.
Everyone is talking about AI. What's really behind the hype? How's AI changing your world right now? News Focus checks it out, independent and uncensored. Find out what's behind the headlines. Watch News Focus only on DW.
This is DWTV, our top stories. U.S. President Donald Trump said he has demanded multiple countries to send warships to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Iran's strikes on commercial ships have all but stopped traffic through the critical waterway. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said the war in the Middle East was not a matter for NATO and that Germany would not be taking part. Israel has expanded its ground operations in southern Lebanon, pushing into new parts of the region. Troops are targeting Hezbollah positions as Israel intensifies its campaign against the militant group. Lebanon's government said more than 1 million people have been displaced during 2 weeks of fighting. Israel's defense minister warned that those who left their homes in the south could not return until northern Israel is secure. A strike by Pakistan on a Kabul hospital has killed hundreds of people, according to Afghanistan's health ministry. Earlier, Pakistan dismissed a claim that it had attacked Kabul and eastern Afghanistan. The strike came hours after Afghan officials said the two sides exchanged fire along their common border, leaving 4 dead in Afghanistan.
Return of the puma, how a predator is dividing Patagonia. Bulgaria's talent factory, a visionary teacher unlocks bright minds of tomorrow. And collapsing ocean currents, is Europe heading for an icy climate shift?
On this road, safety belts need to be unfastened. No joke. It's so you can jump out of the car if necessary. Because underneath, there is water that runs several meters deep.
I'm a little bit nervous.
This is a frozen sea. And this is what winters in parts of the northern hemisphere could permanently look like in 150 years. It has to do with the movement of water deep in the ocean, a system called AMOC.
So a collapse in the AMOC would, in short, be catastrophic.
The planet is heating up at an unprecedented rate. Let's get into why it's also so cold. Usually, the waves of the Baltic Sea crash here. We're in eastern Estonia, where in early February 2026, ferries could no longer ply. 2 islands off the coast were connected via this ice road. It had already cracked at some points, but the locals driving here aren't really bothered.
If it's officially open, I'm not scared. Maybe you wouldn't want to be on your own.
I'm a little bit nervous.
It's our first time this year. The ice road's convenient. No need to be afraid.
Meanwhile, further south, this was Germany. In the capital Berlin, frozen lakes and canals turned the city into a skating rink with sub-zero temperatures for weeks. This happened because of winds up in the sky.
Meteorologists have confirmed that the cause of this extreme weather is a combination of a weakening and a collapse of the stratospheric polar vortex.
That's basically this blue and purple mass of cold air in the Arctic. For many reasons, including that the Arctic is warming, it sometimes becomes unstable and spills south, sending freezing temperatures downwards in short bursts.
Yeah, so this is your classic difference between climate and weather, where weather is what happens over a period of hours, days, weeks, and climate is just the average of this, so what we might expect.
Okay, so this cold winter in Estonia and Berlin has more to do with weather and the behavior of the vortex, which we might see more often as the Arctic warms. But other climate models that took a look at a different aspect predict that these extreme weathers could become even more frequent and way more intense. And this is down to our oceans, where water flows, swirls, and mixes, and where currents travel across the globe. The system of currents we're talking about is called the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, short AMOC. It's what gives Europe its mild, stable climate and impacts the monsoons in India and China. Think of it like a heat superhighway. Warm water flows from the tropics near Brazil and the Caribbean Sea up to Europe and further on to Greenland. Here it cools, sinks, and finally flows back to the south. What moves the water is this.
So maybe you've seen those pictures that people are just floating on the Dead Sea, because the salinity concentration is very high.
Lots of salt means water becomes dense and heavy and sinks. This typically happens near Greenland, where the water is extremely salty and cold, perfect for sinking. That's how it should be. But as our planet heats up, it's causing Greenland's ice sheets to melt. This means more fresh water is pouring into the ocean. And warmer, fresher water masses mean
They are lighter, so they don't want to sink.
the whole system slows down or eventually collapses, and the heat is trapped in the tropics. Less heat is transported to the north. The Hollywood movie The Day After Tomorrow has a pretty grim take on what this would mean.
Mr. Vice President, if we don't act now, it's going to be too late.
Superstorms obliterate New York here. It's exaggerated, as Hollywood blockbusters are, but the underlying message of the movie is not wrong.
A collapse in the AMOC would, in short, be catastrophic. Because all this heat is no longer being transported north, it remains more in the tropical regions, and also we see a warming of the southern hemisphere.
A change in the system of ocean currents then basically affects a ton of key weather patterns. One study predicts almost 50% more monsoon rain in the Amazon, 20% less in India, and a rainy season that is 1 month shorter. In Southeast Asia, more than 100 million farmers depend on these monsoon rains for crop yields, so their future would be uncertain. And in Europe?
regional cooling of up to minus 20 degrees. So this would be off the coast of Norway, for example. And then for continental Europe, we would also expect a dramatic drop in yearly average temperature, with negative temperatures of up to, for example, minus 10 degrees in winter.
Look at this map. It shows average temperatures if the planet warms by 2 degrees and the AMOC collapses. For some northern regions, it could be kind of like the opposite of global warming on steroids. Copenhagen, Edinburgh, Riga, parts of eastern Canada would be covered in sea ice, even in March. You could then literally walk from the UK to Norway.
You can actually see that the whole world is warming, except this very small part in northwestern Europe where you see it is actually cooling rather than warming. So that means that really northwestern Europe becomes like an outcast compared to other parts of the world.
A scary prospect, but how certain are we about it?
Well, so this is a very big debate within the AMOC community. So this is clearly not settled. So if you only look at direct observations, we see a gradual decline of the AMOC.
The data shows it is weakening, but it's not super obvious, and scientists have only measured its speed for 20 years.
The time series is simply too short. But if you look at the weakening that we do see, this aligns with the amount of weakening we see in climate models over the same period.
So, is this a preview of the future?
That is something very hard to say because it also depends on the amount of global warming. So, like the cooling effect of the AMOC, that can be cancelled if the climate continues to warm at a very rapid pace that we see nowadays. But if the warming is not that large, then we could see much colder winters over Europe.
Science is starting to document some effects of a weaker AMOC, though a potential collapse is only predicted post-2100. If all this feels hypothetical, it's because it is to some extent.
A colleague of mine likes to put it this way, is that even if the risk of an AMOC collapse in this century is 1%, would you get on a plane if there was a 1% chance that it would crash? I mean, I think most people would say no. These are very real dangers that we have to address as quickly as possible, because the consequences, if we don't, are almost unthinkable.
The good news is we can avoid it by ending fossil fuel use and thereby slowing down global warming. So that ice roads like these remain what they are today, rare snapshots of an exceptional winter.
Time for Teodosiev to set off. The 78-year-old teacher is on his way to a summer camp at the foot of the Balkan Mountains. He'll teach there as a volunteer.
Even before I retired, I practically worked for free and put in hundreds of hours of overtime. As my father always said, "Son, let them exploit you. What else is the purpose of your life?"
The children arrive at the summer camp, the 50 most talented physics students in Bulgaria. Many parents hope their children will later study at elite universities thanks to Teodosi, arguably Bulgaria's most famous teacher.
I admire you, and I'm glad teachers like you still exist.
And so it begins. No beach for now. Their holidays are all about physics.
Forget the internet. Forget social media. Forget porn. Take a stopwatch and time yourselves. You need to spend 15 hours a day doing physics exercises. If you go to the bathroom, you hit pause. That's how the Chinese do it. And you want to beat them, don't you?
They'll study for 10 days, late into the night. Teodosi, known as Teo, has been running his physics summer camp for decades. Ever since he began teaching physics during the communist dictatorship. At that time, Bulgaria was heavily influenced by the Soviet Union, and its school system looked very different. There was a sense of educational idealism. Schools were politically ideological, but also generously funded and academically demanding. After the fall of communism, the economy collapsed. Unemployment and poverty were rife. Many schools fell into disrepair. Teachers repeatedly protested for fair wages. Throughout all these years, this old, run-down school has been Teo's retreat. Since the political transition, he's been volunteering here to fight the education crisis.
The world has become too pragmatic, too profit-oriented. That's not good. People should do more for the common good. Otherwise, they're like a malignant tumor within society.
Perhaps Teo's greatest talent, Katerina Naidenova, also attended this school. She grew up in poverty, but with Teo's help, went on to win the International Physics Olympiad. Physics has become my way of thinking, almost like a religion. It's shaped my life. After graduating, Katerina went to Cambridge to study physics. Though it wasn't quite what she was expecting at first.
In the first year was that I thought that the physics course was disappointingly easy. And I think that's because we were so well prepared from Theodosius school.
After earning her bachelor's, master's and PhD, Katerina now conducts research at one of the world's most renowned institutes for molecular biology, under the guidance of Nobel Prize laureates. She's developed a new method to better understand key human proteins and potentially cure diseases. Her research may someday be worthy of a Nobel Prize.
We are trying to understand how our bodies and the cells in our bodies defend themselves against bacteria, which can infect you and can cause a variety of diseases, some of them with a really poor outcome. This is literally my dream job. I really, really wanted to work in biology.
Compared with Western Europe, Bulgaria invests significantly less money in research. That frustrates Teo. But tonight he's celebrating. He's being honoured for his life's work as Bulgaria's most famous physics teacher.
The most important thing is my students and their many successes. I'm not ready for the physics mausoleum just yet.
On screen are the key milestones of his life. Teo has trained countless top researchers and entrepreneurs. Selfless and full of passion, teachers like him are not to be taken for granted.
A beam of light cuts through what would otherwise be total darkness. Cold wind lashes against sheep farmer Martin Roa. Instead of sitting inside in the warmth, he's out searching for a predator to kill it. At night, their eyes shine brightly. It's easy to spot them with a flashlight. If we don't act, they'll keep taking our sheep. Nothing stops the puma. Martin heads toward a cave, prepared for anything, but finds only bones. If the puma is here, it's not giving up its hiding place. As day breaks over the Patagonian steppe, biologist Emmanuel Galeto is also on the search. But he has an advantage. The puma he's tracking is wearing a transmitter, and it's sending a signal. Somewhere around here, the predator is hiding. But where? In the caves? On a rocky ledge? After an hour of searching, for a brief moment, a female puma finally appears. Just enough for Emmanuel. His goal is to get pumas used to people so that one day tourists can visit them. When a puma looks at you, moves around in front of you, you start to value it and want to protect it. Then it's no longer just our responsibility, but everyone's. 7 years ago, the Rewilding Argentina Foundation turned a former cattle ranch into its headquarters. Since then, they've been buying land from sheep farmers to create a safe habitat for pumas, and with it, restoring the ecosystem in a region overgrazed and exhausted by decades of sheep farming where farmers have tried to wipe out the puma. Killing wildlife to support sheep farming is something society no longer accepts. Maybe it's time to switch to methods that are more in harmony with nature. Rewilding Science Director Emiliano Donadio wants to lure and capture a puma to fit it with a tracking collar. The foundation is studying how the puma affects the ecosystem, emphasizing that natural systems are healthiest when they're complete. Ecosystems missing their large herbivores or predators, like the puma, are always degraded and less diverse. That's why it's essential to bring these species back so these ecosystems can function properly again. Once captured, the puma receives a collar that transmits data for 3 years. At first, their cameras might show a puma once a month. Now sightings are regular. The biologists are pleased, but their neighbors call it a curse. The Roa family makes their living from sheep. Their merino wool is shipped to Germany, France, and Italy. Families like theirs settled this vast, harsh land and helped make Argentine wool known worldwide. Their farm has been in the family for 3 generations. Now Martin is taking over from his parents. I see this as my place in the world. We have so many years of work and dedication behind us, with tears, joy, everything. Some bad news darkens the mood. 2 sheep were killed overnight, 20 in the last 3 months, says Martin. Locals accuse rewilding of being smug outsiders trying to dictate how things should be done here. They want to get rid of all the sheep. They want us gone. They've got endless time and money. If we don't sell, our children or grandchildren will. The sheep farmers' situation is tough. Wool prices are low, and they've suffered years of drought. Neighbors have sold their land, and on those properties, the puma spreads. These tufts of wool are traces of an uneven battle. And then Martin finds the carcasses, 2 sheep, each with only the chest eaten. The puma leaves the rest to rot. Once a puma kills a sheep, it will return, says Martin's neighbor, Pedro Carita Onondia. He shows off his kills with a certain pride. He also shoots pumas wearing tracking collars. No one replaces the sheep the puma kills, so if a puma comes onto my land, I kill it. Sadly, that's how it is. I have to protect my livelihood. He accuses the foundation of letting the puma multiply uncontrollably, of not building fences to keep the predators out. He says he's lost $50,000, money he won't get back. He doesn't see himself turning into a puma-watching tour guide. So what's left for their future? Sheep and pumas can't live together. Every day, Emmanuel follows the puma's tracks. He's not from Patagonia, but he loves the region. Seeing a puma is extraordinary, and something everyone should have the right to experience, he says. And there's still no solid proof that they kill as many sheep as claimed. They prefer wild prey. But one thing he says is certain, there's no turning back. We have to accept that we're in Puma territory and that we must learn to live alongside them. But with farmers so committed to hunting the animal that threatens their livelihoods, attaining such harmony between pumas and people might be easier said than done.
We value our African sea life and oceans.
As long as it doesn't get in the way of our drilling.
Students in the Zimbabwean capital, Harare, are familiar with this spoof video, which takes aim at French multinational Total Energies. For years, the company has been portraying itself as a driving force behind the energy transition, while extracting oil and gas on a massive scale.
Hello, South Africa and Nigeria!
We pride ourselves on being green and clean.
How come?
Because we say so.
Just look at our adverts with solar panels
and windmills
and nice renewable energy crap like that.
Or in greenwashing lingo,
a little goes a long way.
Can satire on social media actually bring about change?
I think you have to make use of almost every means of communication, no matter how outdated it is or no matter how modern it is. You have to make use of all of them, because you never know like what a certain community uses to communicate certain things.
We just need to drill, baby, drill to end it into poverty. Africans need jobs, not solar panels.
Scar Sebata and Trust Chikotso use social media to reach the younger generation. Their next video is already in the works. They work for Magamba Network, a Harare-based media organization that combines culture with activism. The new production looks at social media influencers parroting and spreading disinformation originating from their sponsors.
Oil will make Africa rich. Jobs and energy for everyone. Anytime now.
Rich for me. The profits go offshore faster than your Wi-Fi drops during load shedding.
Climate disinformation is actually a huge threat. You'll find on social media, on the internet, the news sites that we see, they propel fossil fuel propaganda. So that's disinformation. When information is fed to the public directly in a way to mislead them into thinking that maybe the fossil fuel industry is doing amazing things for the green sector when it's actually not.
The burning of fossil fuels is the main driver of rising temperatures and climate change. And when climate conferences end in disappointment, sometimes satire is not enough when it comes to combating fake news about bad news. Which is why Trust Chikotso also organises an annual environment festival for Magamba Network to promote a cleaner and eco-friendlier Harare. The Green City Expo is attended by over 100 artists. The focus here is not on digital media use, but real-world action of the analogue variety, such as photos laying bare the issue of waste management and collaborative collages depicting a cleaner and better world.
As Magamba Network, we normally use satire, right? But incorporating these other elements makes sure that this, like, environmentalism is participatory, like trying to demand for that just transition, trying to demand for cleaner, safer and healthier environments needs us to look at it with a holistic lens when it comes to how we can engage with people, young people.
A transition that is urgently needed. The Zimbabwean capital produces over 400,000 tons of waste every year, of which less than half is disposed of by professionals. Parts of Harare are drowning in garbage.
Garbage? Yeah, I'm a garbage lady, yeah.
And Garbage Lady's guitar is likewise 100% recycled.
So imagine if everyone, like in small households, tried to be creative and make beautiful art out of things that they want to throw away. Then there'll be less pollution and trash in the landfills and such.
Ultimately, it's the words of a young woman during a poetry slam that seem the most impactful.
Our industries are building kingdoms of methane and carbon dioxide in the sky, creating the world into an inferno. And we blame the sun for heat waves when she hasn't changed in all the years that she has existed. We have.
We've broken our world, so can we repair it? Trust Chikodzo is mobilising young people to make that happen, with creativity, determination, and no shortage of energy.
These sands bear a secret. They transform deserts into livable spaces. In Kenya, sand dams store water for the dry season, just centimeters below the surface. But the construction industry consumes millions of tons every year. Innovative projects show that rethinking leads to better building.
Eco Africa. Next.
This road leads to a death zone. It's the road to Fukushima. 15 years after the nuclear disaster, it has reopened. What does the area look like today? How are the people who live there coping with the trauma? Japan, Fukushima's radioactive legacy.
Close up. In 45 minutes. Give your mailbox an upgrade with the latest newsletter from DW. Sudan's civil war, the world's biggest humanitarian crisis. Aid organizations are at their breaking point.
If medicine doesn't arrive soon, there will be mass deaths.
Millions of people are fleeing, but emergency aid workers are running out of resources.
I can't do anything. There are no solutions. There is no money.
Because right now, powerful donor countries are cutting more and more funding.
Without assistance here, for sure all these people will be migrating to Europe.
Sudan's civil war. The limits of humanitarian aid. Starts April 11th on DW.
Welcome to Eco Africa. If we care for the world, it will care for us. This wisdom is nothing new, but we as a society often lose sight of it in our daily struggles. Of course, taking care of the world includes all forms of life. As we're about to see, I am Chris Alems in Lagos, Nigeria.
Hello, and I'm Malama Mukonde. It's the warmest greetings from me here in Lusaka. We're going on quite the journey today, so here's what's coming up in today's show. We visit the villages in Ghana where monkeys and humans live side by side. And we go for a ride with a Tanzanian cartoonist who is battling air pollution with hand-built electric trucks. And we learn how some Kenyans are working with sand to store water through droughts. How many places do you know where wild animals are given the same burial rights as people? We take you now to a village in central Ghana where centuries-old tradition places the life of a monkey on the same level as human beings. Now the question is, as the village grows, how can this attitude remain intact?
An Usain Kalbus monkey found dead on a tree. It got stuck on a branch after leaping from another tree. Residents of Boabin village recovered the remains of the monkey. Then a traditional priest gives it a proper burial at a dedicated monkey cemetery. A centuries-old practice which is still upheld here in the Boabing Pema Monkey Sanctuary.
When any one of the monkey dies, they shouldn't eat it. They shouldn't throw it away. But we have to bury it the same as we bury a human being. That's why we use white calico to cover and then collaboration for remembrance of our ancestors, and then to the shrine that for the shrine to know that one of his son or one of his child is dead.
This forest in the Bono East region of Ghana is home to Campbell Mourner monkeys and Osine Calbus monkeys, which are critically endangered. It is one of their few remaining sanctuaries. It's strictly forbidden to hunt or harm the animals because of a local legend that dates back to the 18th century. It says that the community's founder discovered a golden bowl by a stream alongside a group of monkeys. The bowl was made sacred, and an oracle ordered that the monkeys must not be harmed.
If you kill one of these monkeys, you'll be killed. So, if your negligence runs you to one of our monkeys, your negligence will run to your death. And that is non-negotiable. To us, you have killed one of our own. Yes. So that is why it was decreed that don't harm these monkeys.
While elsewhere monkey populations are declining, they have remained stable here in the reserve. But with villages expanding and humans coming ever closer, conflicts have emerged. Farmers like Moses Ajay once cultivated crops near the reserve without any problems, until the monkeys began destroying them. Like many others, he has switched to cashew farming, as the monkeys leave those nuts untouched, but growing other crops is almost impossible.
We are about to leave the land for the monkeys to live here, and we don't know where to go further or where to stay for our daily bread. We don't have any where to live for our coming children. And I'm asking, why should I be the one to leave my land for those for the monkeys to take over, and I would be where would I be?
Within the community, there are further challenges. Residents say the monkeys frequently invade their compounds, stealing food from kitchens and rooms. What might sound like cute, cheeky behavior is in fact a nuisance for residents and potentially dangerous for the monkeys. Some people want the belief-based laws protecting the animals to be loosened. We should change the laws a little because times are changing. I am not suggesting that we should use guns or kill them, but the leaders should also think about how to protect human beings. What we can do is to either poison them or kill them, otherwise we are tired of them. But the traditional leaders remain firm. We will not review the custom in a day. When we do that, the monkeys will be wiped out, and the forest will also vanish. Once spanning 4.5 square kilometers, large parts of the reserve have been degraded due to encroachment, and the village has asked the government to build a road for better access to the area. It could boost tourism and therefore generate revenue for conservation efforts. Hundreds of large trees have been felled in preparations. The community already has turned the monkeys and local tradition into an attraction. These tourists have traveled almost 100 kilometers just to see them. The revenue also helps locals to make a living and support education. Over the last decade, 10 students from the community have benefited from that, including Edu Solomon Sapong.
Actually, this with that support that they gave to me have made me to be able to complete. As I graduated last Tuesday on the 17th of February. So I'm hoping to further my education. And all these were possible because of the initial benefit that I get from the sanctuary.
When humans and animals live in close proximity, conflicts often arise, especially when humans don't follow rules. But there are also opportunities like gentle tourism, reforestation, and resilient agricultural practices. The Bobing Fema Monkey Sanctuary will continue to work towards solutions with villages to allow for peaceful coexistence.
A key revelation in this report is how belief systems can drive conservation. The people of Bobing and Fema protect these monkeys not because they cause no trouble, but because of the cultural bond they share. In a world where wildlife is disappearing, the monkey population here is actually growing, thanks to tradition. The task now is how to ensure the next generation keeps that belief alive.
Time for a change of pace in more ways than one. Masood Kimpaya has made a huge name for himself in Tanzania and beyond through his political cartoons and journalism. Now he has decided to do his bit towards fixing traffic pollution in his country with another handmade contribution.
This is Tanzania's first hand-built and domestically designed electric vehicle. Tired of soaring fuel prices and worsening air pollution, political cartoonist Masood Kipanya decided to act. He is known in Tanzania for his sharp pen and often car-themed cartoons, but now he's also known for designing cars. Masood Kipanya spent 11 months engineering and hand-building a compact electric pickup truck in a small workshop. The vehicle is tailored for low-income traders and delivery people who need affordable urban transport. Most components are locally sourced, though the batteries and motors are imported from China. I used to spend more than about $20 a day on petrol because my business involves deliveries. But with this electric car, I now spend about $3 a day to charge. The range of the car is up to 160 kilometers with a fully charged battery. And the inventor says this home-designed truck is much cheaper than buying a comparable imported EV. There are over 5,000 electric vehicles like this three-wheeler on Tanzania's roads. That's the highest in East Africa. But there's still no public charging network. Most owners rely on standard home sockets, a challenge in a country where scheduled outages of power for maintenance still occur. Masood Kipanya is working on new designs. His next model is already under construction. And others keep coming in. There's even interest from Kenyan President William Ruto in the Kingdom of Eswatini. But the inventor has a bigger goal: make EVs accessible to everyone. Customers want to see what they will save economically, you know. Our goal is to meet that need, while at the same time contributing to the global campaign to reduce the environmental impact.
In the oceans of South Africa, commercial fishing boats used to kill thousands of seabirds every year. It was just an accidental byproduct of their work, but it was an ecological disaster nonetheless. Seabirds like albatrosses help to keep marine and coastal ecosystems in balance. Thankfully, some people have developed simple but effective methods that have made a massive difference.
A newborn albatross on Marion Island, 2,000 kilometers southeast of the South African coast. Albatrosses often only have one chick at a time and care for it devotedly, sometimes for over a year. Once finally mature, the young bird will head for the waters of South Africa with their abundance of fish. But in that search for food, they're up against some daunting and dangerous competition. Trawlers, which tow their gigantic nets via steel cables called warp lines. Incoming birds eager to catch some fish sometimes fly into the cables and can even drown from their subsequent injuries. a silent tragedy that only properly came to light around the turn of the millennium.
It was only once we started doing dedicated observations or putting cameras over the works that you can see this happening. So it's not a huge number every trawl, but it's enough that over all the trawling effort, we were seeing thousands of albatrosses being killed every year by these warp strikes.
In South Africa alone, up to 14,000 albatrosses perish every year, part of a global disaster that costs the lives of over 700,000 seabirds annually. The simple-looking solution, bird scaring lines. Suspended between the lethal steel cables, the yellow hose pipes and streamers form a visual barrier that deters birds from entering the danger zone. The idea dates back to the 1970s, but has been adapted to use with trawlers by the Albatross Task Force of NGO BirdLife South Africa.
We're able to reduce the mortality of albatrosses by an incredible 99%. There is nowhere in the earth that this has happened. It was the first example of a conservation success of this magnitude.
Although that success didn't happen overnight, the Albatross Guardians tested the technique at sea while winning over trawler crews, and finally managing to get bird scaring lines made mandatory in South Africa in 2006. The lines are cut to size and assembled here by people who have disabilities, but no shortage of skill and dedication. Over 1,000 have been made since the launch of a special social project covering the demand for 60% of South Africa's deep-sea trawlers. For many of them, a first step towards meaningful work, giving them a renewed sense of purpose.
For the members, it's been great. They've learned so much, and they actually feel that what they're doing is contributing towards saving the sea life for future generations. It also gives them an incentive. You find that the members actually have money to take home. So it enhances their capacity in their families.
But while bird scaring lines are mandatory, they're not always used. A situation that fisheries expert Sihle Nkongo wanted to set straight. He invented a sensor that detects when the nets are deployed. Encased in a weatherproof shell, it measures the tension in the main pipe that the likewise yellow streamers are suspended from. That data is transmitted in real time, revealing whether or not the deterrent lines were actually deployed. A win on the conservation front, and for fisheries that want to prove their eco-friendly credentials to be awarded globally recognized sustainability certification.
It's on a vessel's best interest to ensure that they can confirm that the vessels have been compliant with deploying the bird scaring lines. So the device comes very handy to the companies as well.
These yellow-coloured lifelines are also mandatory in the likes of Namibia, Argentina and Chile, but on the global scale, protection is still insufficient.
At the moment, the count is 700,000 seabirds are dying as a result of seabird bycatch annually.
Albatrosses off the coast of South Africa are now much better protected, but worldwide, more than half of the 22 species of the bird are still endangered.
When humans argue, nature often suffers. And I'm not even talking about the environmental impact of wars. Even tensions between neighboring countries can destroy habitats that have remained intact for thousands of years. Now, Europe's primeval forest on the border between Poland and Belarus has become a flashpoint in the European Union struggle with unchecked human migration. Well, we went to see what can be done to protect the ancient biosphere.
This is where the EU ends. This fence separates Poland and Belarus, built in 2021 to keep asylum seekers out. It cuts through a nature reserve. The Białowieża forest could lose its UNESCO World Heritage listing. Can Europe reconcile its security policy with nature conservation? Europe's last primeval forest covers 1,400 square kilometres. Conservationists are monitoring the forest's development. I've noticed in certain places where I used to encounter animals that they're now gone. I know this is because there were large numbers of migrants there, so it has an impact. At around 10,000 years old, Białowieża is the oldest remaining forest in Europe. 1/3 lies in Poland and 2/3 in Belarus. In 1979, it was declared a World Heritage Site. The yellow part is the Polish Białowieża National Park, which is strictly protected. In 2021, Poland built a border fence through the middle of the forest to stop people from Syria, Afghanistan, and African countries who were appearing at the border in their thousands. Poland says Russia is using migrants to destabilize the European Union by channeling them through Belarus. Katarzyna Nowak is an expert on the environmental conditions of border areas. She documents the effect of border expansion on nature, wolves and lynxes unable to mate with their Belarusian counterparts, destroyed trees, run-over animals, plastic waste, and a bison separated from its pack behind the fence.
It's not just that something has been built through the middle, it's also that the human activities and the maintenance and the additional fortifications, this has all been ongoing. We've created this multiple barrier system that is now an obstacle to animal movement, which will ultimately play a role in their genetic makeup.
5,000 soldiers and border guards monitor the 50-kilometre-long border fence that runs through the forest here. When we arrive, we see how much it has been reinforced in recent months. More barbed wire, more cameras, more surveillance. The number of successful crossings has fallen dramatically in 2025. The Polish government has suspended the right to asylum here. Migrants and aid organizations report pushbacks to Belarus. Just a few meters away, backpacks with thermal blankets and empty bottles, presumably from volunteers who assist refugees at the border. Katarzyna Nowak wants to protect nature here. She believes better cooperation with border guards would help safeguard both the forest and the people.
Ideally, we would work together to stop feeding wild animals along the border so that we don't get these unnatural concentrations of wild animals and people, which can lead to pathogen transmission.
Researchers say border protection and nature conservation must work more closely together, and that includes transparent environmental monitoring. Only then will the ecological diversity of Białowieża stand a chance of surviving for thousands of years to come.
Looking after nature is not just about living things. Careless treatment of the physical landscape can have unpredictable domino effects. Take construction in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi. It is booming, which has caused huge demand for river sand to make concrete and mortar. But getting that sand has come at a huge cost to the region. But some people have figured out how to turn the tide.
The dried-out bed of the Thwake River in eastern Kenya. Villagers from nearby walk over the sandy strip that cuts through the landscape. Their donkeys carry yellow jerrycans in what almost appears to be a desert. But this riverbed hides a secret. Just a few centimeters beneath the surface, there is water, the lifeline for communities around. In arid and semi-arid regions of Kenya, most rivers only flow seasonally. To capture the little water they get, locals build sand dams, simple yet powerful structures that trap sand carried by the river during the rainy season. And that sand then stores water for the dry months ahead. What looks like mainly sand is up to 40% water. The Africa Sand Dam Foundation supports the construction of such dams in arid regions, helping communities adapt to the realities of climate change.
And they are also enabling the conservation of the rivers, because when you construct a sand dam, as much as it is holding water, you're also conserving the river. And by conserving the river, you are conserving it against soil erosion
And you're also promoting biodiversity, because in areas where we have sand dams, there is a lot of vegetation that is growing around those areas, because when you raise the water table, you enable the growing of a lot of trees and a lot of new vegetation.
Farmers like Joseph Kilonzo profit a lot from the dam and the water it provides. This area is usually very dry. Without water nearby, nothing would really grow. But now, things are doing well. Like this maize plant, it's not even the maize season. It's the dry season here. Still, because of the water, I've been able to grow all these crops. I've planted papayas over here, onions and kale there, and down below, some orange and fig trees. But the sand that sustains lives here is also in high demand elsewhere. Across Kenya, the booming construction industry consumes millions of tons of sand every year. It's a billion-dollar industry. It is legal, but the market is unregulated. But in the past, illegal mining gangs often clashed with rival groups and conservationists, even leading to fatalities. In Makueni County, local authorities stepped in to regulate the mining.
We were worst hit by matters of sand. In a way or the other, sand within Makueni is seen to be so pure, is seen to be of good quality, and everybody was harvesting sand from our rivers. And also the issue of the rivers being seasonal, it becomes easy for someone to harvest sand from such kind of a river, especially during the dry season, unlike whereby you're harvesting sand on a flooded river.
In neighboring counties, the problem still persists and places enormous pressure on communities and ecosystems alike. Sand mining can lead to river degradation, soil erosion, and loss of biodiversity in riverside areas. Regulation and laws were necessary and just the first step for revitalization and sustaining the community's livelihoods.
But you know, our award is the best in there.
Back in Makueni County, 150 kilometers from Kadu Kaseveni, another sand conservation project is underway. 3 villages have joined forces to restore their river. This whole area used to be covered with grass, the kind we fed our cattle. But over time, floods and heavy rains washed it all away. That's why you can see the stones showing now. It used to be a fertile place, and we want to bring it back to life. Once the sand dam is finished, we'll plant grass here along the riverbank, so the water won't wash it away, and the vegetation can grow back like before. The Africa Sand Dam Foundation provides the materials and the expertise for building the dam. The community provides the labor. By securing water for the next dry season, they are responding to a huge challenge, a climate that's becoming harder to predict. This resourceful and responsible approach shows how communities can shape their own future.
And well, with that, it's goodbye from me, Malama Mukonde, in Lusaka, Zambia. We'll see you next week.
And goodbye also from me, Crystal Ems in Lagos, Nigeria. You can find plenty more Eco-Africa stories online. And please write to us and share your thoughts at eco@dw.com. See you next week.
This road leads to a death zone. It's the road to Fukushima. 15 years after the nuclear disaster, it has reopened. What does the area look like today? How are the people who live there coping with the trauma? Japan, Fukushima's radioactive legacy.
Close up. In 15 minutes. Their lives aren't all sunshine and beaches.
There are many, many single mothers in Zanzibar and Tanzania. The father does absolutely nothing.
But these women refuse to be discouraged.
The sponges have changed our lives.
I'm really proud of myself. Zanzibar, island paradise in flux. In 75 minutes. Think big. Or just twice. Think ahead. Or with focus. Think outside the box. Or on your feet. But always remember to think for yourself. We are at your side.
DW News. It was incredibly loud.
But this is very difficult. Providing you with free information. DW, made for minds. Sometimes it's hard to find what you're looking for. But we've got something for you. Fake news, propaganda, AI-generated lies.
What is true and what is false?
The truth is under attack. We bring clarity together. Our fact-checkers work across borders and languages with cutting-edge tools and strong networks. We connect experts and users.
We encourage our audience to send us content they have spotted online where they assume it might be mis- or disinformation.
We uncover facts and rebuild trust. Only together can we find solutions to the challenges of our time. Because together, we see.
This is DWTV, our top stories. U.S. President Donald Trump said he has demanded multiple countries to send warships to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Iran's strikes on commercial ships have all but stopped traffic through the critical waterway. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said the war in the Middle East was not a matter for NATO and that Germany would not be taking part. Israel has expanded its ground operations in southern Lebanon, pushing into new parts of the region. Troops are targeting Hezbollah positions as Israel intensifies its campaign against the militant group. Lebanon's government said more than 1 million people have been displaced during 2 weeks of fighting. Israel's defense minister warned that those who left their homes in the south could not return until northern Israel is secure. A strike by Pakistan on a Kabul hospital has killed hundreds of people, according to Afghanistan's health ministry. Earlier, Pakistan dismissed a claim that it had attacked Kabul and eastern Afghanistan. The strike came hours after Afghan officials said the two sides exchanged fire along their common border, leaving 4 dead in Afghanistan.
Does this feel familiar?
Headline after headline.
Day after day.
Over and over and over.
At DW News TikTok,
we don't just replay current events.
We explain them.
What is Mercosur? Why all those events?
Things could change again. The thing is,
why now? Is that it?
Break the loop. Follow the DW News.
Together we see.
If you've been following developments in the Middle East, you've certainly heard about the Strait of Hormuz, that narrow sea passage between Iran and Oman connecting the Persian Gulf to the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean beyond. Since the Iran war escalated, barely a tanker dares making the crossing. And that is bad news for almost everyone because nearly a third of the world's traded oil passes through this choke point. Oil prices have soared in the past week, and that will show up in your energy bills, your grocery prices, your daily life. The Persian Gulf is also a major source of fertilizers, disrupt the shipping lanes, and you disrupt global food security. Now you can understand why every major power wants a say in what happens. There's a lot to unpack here, and I'm very glad to be joined by Noam Raidan from the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, an expert in maritime security and risk in the Middle East. Noam, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you very much for having me.
So let's start with the big picture. Iran's new supreme leader has vowed to keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So what's the strategy behind here?
First, that's a very important question. As you noted earlier, Hormuz is very critical for not only global oil and gas flows, but other commodities, fertilizers, and others. The strategy here is that Iran wants to continue controlling traffic via the strait. What's happening right now is that the majority of commercial vessels are unable to pass through the strait. What does that mean? It means empty vessels cannot enter to load and leave. And it also means that vessels that are already carrying cargo, be it oil or other than oil, also cannot leave the strait and go to global oil markets in Asia, in Europe, and in other regions. So this is what's happening at the moment. And it seems that Iran is unwilling to stop escalating based on all the statements that we're hearing from them. They want to continue controlling the strait, and they want to also decide, most likely, who knows, later on, later this week or next week, who probably passes through the strait. We are still waiting to see how Iran is going to escalate. But what we know for sure is that the strait is effectively closed. And this is why we are seeing pressure on energy, upward pressure on energy prices and probably other commodities later on.
In response, President Trump of the USA had threatened to take control of the waterway. Is that even possible for him?
This doesn't seem to be possible. And the reason why it's not possible for warships, specifically the US Navy, to escort commercial ships is because Iran is firing at commercial ships. And Iran most likely will become more aggressive if warships even escort commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. So this is a very complex situation, and it's still unclear how it's going to unfold. It's going to depend really on the war, how Iran will escalate, and as I said earlier, the trajectory of the war overall.
You mentioned that it might be that there will be a selection of actors that will be allowed to pass the strait. So our question is also, is every actor equally affected? What about China, for instance, who is a partner of Iran?
For now, every actor is being affected, for now. But as I said earlier, it's going to depend on how Iran is going to escalate. And because they have leverage and control, probably later on they're going to start deciding who passes. And most likely we will not see ships that are associated with the US and the UK and Israel being given the free passage or the freedom of navigation. And sadly, I have to say that because freedom of navigation is not granted, it should be the right of every single ship. But it seems that Iran will even control freedom and already is controlling freedom of navigation. And later on will decide who is granted this freedom to pass or not. Other ships, probably those linked to China, might also get better treatment because, of course, of China China's relationship with Iran, and because let's not forget that the majority of their oil goes to China. So this is what we are watching. We haven't yet seen how Iran will react or the next steps they are going to take in the Strait of Hormuz, but it's something that we are watching to see how Iran is going to change the situation in the Strait, whether the Strait is going to be completely blocked or it will be open only for selected vessels, depending on their affiliations.
We have seen in the last days, especially with President Macron of France, that a lot of geopolitical players, but big players, are planning their own defensive missions. How realistic is that?
Another good question. I tracked the Red Sea crisis, and by that I'm referring to the Houthi maritime campaign over the past few years. It won't be an easy mission because of Iran's capability to target commercial vessels and probably their willingness even to target warships. We saw that the Houthis, who are supported by Iran, were going after warships and commercial vessels, and they didn't care. So I won't say it's going to be an easy mission. I don't know how it's going to come together. And we still don't know if it's going to be even helpful to resume freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. So a lot of initiatives will be presented, and it is very important for maritime security, but it's still unclear if it's going to be effective and how it will help commercial vessels resume transit via the Strait of Hormuz.
You were just mentioning that a lot of things are still unclear, and one of the big news in the last days were these reports that Iran has begun to mine the strait. How serious is that threat, and what would that mean for global shipping?
We still don't have evidence about the exact probably number of mines or whether they did it, where they did it. It remains very unclear. So I wanted to clarify that. But again, they have other methods to target shipping. They can use drones. They can use what we call unmanned surface vehicles, boats laden with explosives that would strike a ship and cause a fire or and severe damage. And we saw them doing it yesterday or early today in southern Iraq. Sadly, we saw two oil tankers struck.
That's a very interesting point you mentioned here, the kind of rhetoric around, impossibility to defend and to close the strait as opposed to what is actually happening there. And that kind of ties with our one of the questions we had as well, whether Iran has an interest in doing this, because this would also effectively, especially if it mines the strait, mean that they won't be able to export any oil anymore. So will it really go so far as to put this threat to execution?
Also us in this field, we are asking the same questions. As you said, I'll give you an example. An oil tanker passing through the strait, and there's a floating mine, and the ship gets damaged, and you have an oil spill. It's going to affect every single one, especially if it's a major oil spill that cannot be controlled immediately, and you need intervention. And that intervention cannot happen immediately because of the war and because of Iranian threat. So you can see how complicated it becomes. But for now, we are still not seeing evidence about their real intentions. Do they really want to mine or resort to that option at this time? But definitely the US did say that they have been striking some of their mining capabilities. By that, I mean the boats they were referring to in the statement. But again, details have yet to emerge about what Iran did exactly. So I'm going to leave it at that until more evidence emerges.
Our community had a question. They wanted to know what will happen if the Strait of Hormuz remains blocked.
We are already seeing the consequences. So you did mention oil. And let me be very clear, we're not only talking about crude oil, we are talking about oil products. We're talking oil products like jet fuel. We're talking about liquefied natural gas. Jet fuel is what we call aviation fuel. Around 45% of jet fuel comes from the Middle East region. So you can imagine the impact this will have on regions like Europe that relies on the Middle East on a very critical product like jet fuel. aviation fuel. Liquefied petroleum gas, the same thing. Of course, some countries have inventories, right, reserves to dip into, but the question is, like, for how long? Some of them have enough reserves that can last up to probably 6 months, but others don't. Even if there are talks about unleashing some reserves, like we saw the IEA, the International Energy Agency, talking about this yesterday, around 400 million barrels. You cannot substitute the Middle East region. The Middle East region is very critical for global oil and gas markets, and also for other markets and other commodities. And here, the last point I want to mention is that Iraq, for instance, 90% of its budget comes from oil revenues. And if Iraq is unable to export oil for a longer period, it's going to face more fiscal pressure. You can see how much is at stake for regional countries and for the global markets.
Another question our community had for you is to know whether there is an alternative route to the Strait of Hormuz.
Saudi Arabia can reroute some of its crude oil that goes through Hormuz. It can reroute it to the Red Sea. And by that, I mean they use a pipeline from the eastern region to the western region to the Red Sea to a port we call Yanbu, and they can export some of their crude oil volumes if they cannot use the strait. But this does not mean they can reroute all the volumes that go through the strait. Saudi Arabia has a pipeline with a capacity of 7 million barrels per day. UAE also has a pipeline. The capacity is way lower than that of Saudi Arabia, but others will be in big trouble. And among them, Iraq. If the Strait of Hormuz is shut for a longer period, they won't be able to export at all. They do have a pipeline that extends from northern Iraq up to Turkey, to Ceyhan, but that one transports crude that is produced in northern oil fields. So this is the situation. You have countries that can cope, others will face a lot of fiscal pressure.
Thank you so much for your insight, Noam. Thank you for being with us.
And thank you very much again for inviting me.
One of mankind's oldest ambitions could be within reach. What if it really is possible to reverse aging? Researchers and scientists all over the world are in a race against time. They are peers and rivals, with one daring goal: to outsmart nature. More life. Watch now on YouTube, DW Documentary.
Think you know geopolitics? More power, strategy, the same old voices keep telling the same old stories.
What if everything you thought you knew was wrong?
Hi, I'm Shani Rosanes.
Hi, I'm Waslat Hasrat Nazimi. We'd like to invite you to Global Eyes,
the podcast that rewrites the playbook on geopolitics.
Bold, fresh, and fearless conversations
with critical thinkers who challenge it all.
Global Eyes, a different perspective on geopolitics.
Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine giving money to a charity only to find out you finance terrorists. Islamist organizations have set up a global system to collect funds.
They take advantage of supposed humanitarian causes
through banks, cryptocurrencies, and secret networks.
9 attacks in 12 months. Germany has had a terrorist attack every 6 weeks.
Searching for clues. Donations for Islamist terrorism starts March 25th on DW.
In March 2011, disaster hit the Fukushima nuclear power plant in Japan. Massive hydrogen explosions devastated several reactor units, the worst nuclear accident since Chernobyl.
Route 114 runs through the contaminated area, leading from the nuclear plant to northwest Fukushima. For a long time, it was closed because it passed through the evacuation zone.
How is the disaster still affecting the region all these years later? We join Cécile Assanuma-Bryce, a sociologist at the French Research Institute CNRS. She lives in Japan and is heading up an international study on Fukushima.
There used to be forest here on both sides. They cleared a large area and paved the roadside to reduce radiation levels. This road was badly contaminated. This sign says this is where the former evacuation zone begins. There are still areas where you're not allowed to stop for a long time. In some places you mustn't stop at all, while in others you can take a break for several hours. Everything is strictly regulated. This was once the village of Tsushima. There used to be a house here. And that was the temple. There was a house here that's just been pulled down. You can still see where the garden was. What a miserable sight it is now. This used to be a shopping street. There were houses on both sides and lots of little shops lining the road. These posters were put up by former residents. The village was home to a few hundred people. Here they're demanding, "Give us back our village." They went to court to try to get the government to take responsibility for the disaster. It's beeping. Natural background radiation in Japan is around 0.04 microsieverts per hour. Here we have a hotspot with 3.11 to 3.25 microsieverts. 2 days ago, the value was even 5 microsieverts per hour. It fluctuates, but this village center is a hotspot with values that are far too high. That's why no one is allowed to live here anymore, and that probably won't change.
The former residents of Tsushima are still waiting for the court ruling. In the meantime, they're still homeless, living in emergency shelters.
People often forget that radiation isn't the only problem. Centuries of history have also been lost. Architectural, biographical, and social history. That kind of thing can have dramatic consequences, like the increased suicide rate that we've seen among the elderly since the disaster.
The village is rapidly disappearing, with one house after another being torn down. Hidenori Kono heads up the Tsushima protest movement. He wants to preserve his family's history by turning his house into a memorial site.
I spent my entire life here. And not just me, my ancestors too. 4 generations have lived in this house, you know? My entire family history is contained within these walls. How could I possibly decide to have this old house torn down? I couldn't bring myself to do it.
Bags filled with contaminated soil are stacked up everywhere. The top 5 centimetres of soil in the fields and rice paddies was removed and replaced. Gardens were treated too. It's the world's largest ever cleanup of radioactive contamination. In Chernobyl, a long-term exclusion zone was set up around the plant with restricted access. Japan, by contrast, has opted to clean up and gradually reopen the area as far as possible. But there's still a lot left to do.
Not everyone who lived here was an engineer by profession. Many spent their entire lives working in the fields, growing vegetables, rice, and much more. It was very painful for them when this earth was packed into garbage bags and taken to the power station or storage facilities. They told me, these people don't even know what they're throwing away. This is the earth of our ancestors and the spirits that we revere. All our lives, this earth has been our working material, and now it's just going to trash.
The forests are still contaminated. The trees absorb the radiation and store it, and then release it into the soil and groundwater. So the authorities have started felling trees, but it's not enough. The Earth still contains radionuclides like cesium-137. Nobuyoshi Ito is a retired engineer. His entire family was evacuated, but he opted to return shortly after the disaster.
The radioactive substances have contaminated the Lytate region. It won't be easy for us to recover from this accident. It's been 15 years now, but the radiation is still there. So it's vital that we continue to monitor radiation levels. And that's why I'm still living here, exposing myself to this risk. We must not stop talking about the radiation levels contaminating this area.
At the age of 82, Mr. Ito is sacrificing his twilight years and exposing himself to radiation levels roughly 30 times higher than Japan's natural background radiation. Before Fukushima, he knew nothing about the risks of radiation. He used to develop safety systems for power plants and had complete faith in nuclear power. His house contains a laboratory where he measures radiation levels. His views have changed radically since 2011.
When you measure the radiation levels, you see the repercussions of this disaster. But the government and authorities don't publish these controversial figures. The public needs to be informed. They have a right to know the truth. This is my dosimeter. It measures radiation exposure. Every morning at 6 a.m., I reset it to 0. That way, I know exactly how much radiation I'm exposed to in 24 hours. Yesterday, it was 2.9 microsieverts. The day before, 1.7. What's deceptive is that you don't feel the effect that the radiation is having on you. The government now claims the problem has been overcome, but it's wrong to let people believe that everything is fine again. That's why I'm publishing the truth. It's my only way to combat the government's lies.
This disaster not only had dramatic consequences for the environment, it also caused considerable damage to Japanese culture. It plunged people into a kind of great void that they're still trying to fight their way out of. A nuclear accident is never really over.
A few dozen committed individuals are still putting up a fight. They continue to measure, investigate, and raise the alarm. Cecile is meeting with each one of them. They're all working without pay, including this doctor. At the time of the accident, the government only offered thyroid screening for children and adolescents under the age of 18. This young woman was 21 at the time.
Is this your first examination?
Yes.
First, I'll measure the size of your thyroid gland.
I lived in Fukushima, about 50 kilometers from the power plant. That's why I was worried. I was advised to come here, so I decided to have this ultrasound done.
Here are the results of the examination. Everything is fine. There are no abnormalities. The COVID pandemic pushed Fukushima into the background. Now people are no longer afraid of radiation. And according to the official line from the state and the prefecture, it's now so low there's no longer a health risk. So hardly anyone is getting themselves checked.
380,000 children under the age of 18 were examined at the time of the nuclear accident. Only around 300 of them were diagnosed with thyroid cancer or underwent surgery as a result. Many independent epidemiologists were very critical of the health management survey's approach. They suspect that the actual number of thyroid cancer cases is significantly higher, including new cases as well.
After the accident, all the residents within a 20-kilometer radius of the Fukushima power plant were evacuated. In the town of Futaba, the clock still shows the time the tsunami hit. Little by little, the towns are reopening, and new homes are being built in the decontaminated areas. But fewer than 10% of the former residents have returned. Just a few kilometers away, some neighborhoods remain deserted. Not far from the storage sites and the ominous black bags. Evacuation areas with limited access, bordering roads that are also closed off.
It's safer with this protective suit. That's a must. It's too dangerous without it.
Matsumi Kawata is only allowed to return to her former home for a few hours a year because the radiation levels here are still too high.
It didn't look like this before. Oh no, someone's been in here. I definitely locked the door last time. Is anyone there? It's so dirty. How awful. My husband and I set up 2 classrooms here. I let our students write on the desks. It says here, 1 more day to go, and very good.
Matsumi Kawata taught English in her home. Her students were the children of employees at TEPCO, the company that operated the power plant. As a staunch opponent of nuclear power, she even worked there undercover. She observed, gathered information, and attended meetings.
In 2004, I advised the TEPCO manager to relocate and raise the level of the power generators. I warned him that if a powerful earthquake triggered a tsunami, having a generator at sea level would mean a total power outage. The entire power plant would then be destroyed and could explode. But he just said it would be too expensive. Excuse me? Too expensive? We're talking about human lives here. I told him that an accident would be way more expensive, but he insisted. The arguments of ordinary citizens carry no weight with the TEPCO executives.
Please leave everything on the bus that you can't take onto the site.
This morning, TEPCO's marketing department is giving us a guided tour under tight restrictions. We're heading to the Daiichi nuclear power plant in Fukushima. We're allowed to film there for 2 hours.
Put on these socks. The dosimeter goes in this pocket here, then a hood and a mask. And now we're all set. I'll take you around. Please follow me. You can film over there. The view of reactor units 4 and 3. Further to the left must not be filmed for safety reasons.
A balcony provides a view of the reactors that still contain a total of 880 tons of highly radioactive debris.
In reactor units 3 and 4, hydrogen explosions badly damaged the buildings. The force of the blast blew the walls apart. As a press spokesperson, I'd love to show you that, but there are strict safety regulations.
A robot was used to retrieve tiny fragments of nuclear fuel from the reactor in Unit 2 for analysis. One piece weighed 0.7 grams, a second was 0.2 grams. The material inside the reactor is highly toxic.
We're very close to the radioactive debris. The radiation levels here are extremely high.
A whopping 40.5 microsieverts per hour. That's what TEPCO is exposing its visitors to. We only spend 30 minutes so close to the reactors. But TEPCO employees are working here with these extremely high levels of radiation.
We're crossing over. Follow me.
There are tanks everywhere. They contain the water used to cool the melted fuel debris. Since 2011, the plant has accumulated around 1.3 million tons of radioactive water. To finally begin emptying these tanks, the government chose the most cost-effective option, discharging the water into the Pacific Ocean.
The seawater mixes with the treated water and flows through this blue pipe. Then, a 1,000-meter-long underwater tunnel takes it out into the open sea.
Before it's discharged into the ocean, the contaminated water is treated and then diluted with seawater. After that, it's said to only contain the radionuclide tritium and at safe levels. The International Atomic Energy Agency says the radiological impact on public health and the environment, including fish, is negligible. But local fishermen immediately protested when the plan to release the water into the sea was made public.
There was a kind of unspoken agreement between us fishermen, the government and TEPCO. We never thought they would treat the ocean like a trash can against our will. Not a single fisherman in Fukushima agreed to this. Because we haven't been able to go out fishing as often since the accident, we receive compensation from TEPCO and subsidies from the government, with a message wishing us all the best. I'm always willing to talk to reporters, but my family is afraid and doesn't want me to. But if no one talks about it, no one else will know what's going on. People believe that everything is back to normal here in Fukushima, but that's not true. Nothing has been done. We don't know what will happen next. That's what scares us the most. We're very worried.
The government is spouting nonsense. That's why we've taken them to court. People think everything is fine because there's only tritium in the water. They think it's harmless. But this lawsuit will prove that's not true. Our lawyer, Mr. Hirota, expects the case to take at least 10 years. From the district court, it'll go to the High Court and then the Supreme Court. It's hard to imagine how much contaminated water will end up in the ocean during those 10 years.
China, South Korea and Russia also protested and slapped partial or total bans on imports of Japanese seafood. On this day, just 10 people came to protest the release of water from Fukushima, though they're passionate about their cause. Activist Sujie Tanji is angry that decades after Japan was hit by the world's only nuclear bomb attacks in 1945 on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, her country should again be suffering the effects of nuclear radiation.
After the 2011 nuclear disaster, we were worried about our health. We wondered if we were now facing the same threat as Hiroshima and Nagasaki did back then. Why is Japan the only country in the world to have suffered multiple nuclear disasters? That makes us angry. Nuclear power? No thanks.
But Japan continues to invest in nuclear energy. Some of the power plants that were closed after the disaster have been restarted. Decommissioning Fukushima is expected to take at least another 40 years. The ground in the area will likely be contaminated for centuries.
Their lives aren't all sunshine and beaches.
There are many, many single mothers in Zanzibar and Tanzania. The father does absolutely nothing.
But these women refuse to be discouraged.
The sponges have changed our lives.
I'm really proud of myself.
Zanzibar, island paradise in flux. In 30 minutes.
Once upon a time, high in the Alps above Italy, treasure hunters discovered so much energy that all of mankind could live off it for thousands of years. Sounds like a fairy tale? Well, it could soon become reality. Scientists are searching for white hydrogen, the gold of the future.
Tomorrow today. In 75 minutes.
You know what no one ever taught us how to talk about?
Yes.
Love, sex, relationships. This season, we're going deeper.
If I feel like that on an occasion, I'll ask it.
Exactly. No shame, no filters. Just honest conversations about what we really think, but rarely get to say out loud. I'm Lisa Mangaldas, and I'm back with a brand new season of Love Matters. Tune in wherever you get your podcasts.
You.
Imagine being born invisible. You're alive, but can't prove you exist. You want to learn, but no school will take you. You want to be useful, but aren't allowed to work. When you're sick, the doctor ignores you. When you fall in love, they won't marry you. You don't have children. For fear, they'll be invisible too. You are sure you're human, but have no human rights. And when you die, there is no proof you ever existed. Every 10 minutes, a person like this is born. 10 million people in the world are stateless. They have no nationality and are told they don't belong anywhere. But everyone has the right to nationality. Everyone has the right to say, I belong.
Hannah is a single mother by choice. Her son was conceived through sperm
I
donation.
came to the conclusion that having a child was more important to me than having a life partner.
Leontina is also donor conceived and was shocked to find out just how many half siblings she has.
The hardest part being donor conceived is that people think that I should be lucky to just exist.
And Michael donated his sperm, a decision connecting him to dozens of children he may never know.
I would love to see them all. I would love to see them, but I know it will not happen.
3 people, 1 consequential decision: sperm donation. Hannah from Sweden is living her dream. 1 year ago, she became the mother of Arvid. She's always wanted to be a mum. What's special about her? She's done it on her own, without a partner.
Moments like this, when he's sleeping or when he's running around and you can see the joy in his face, that's just pure love. Your heart just like swells when you see him. So even if you love other people as well, it's not really comparable in a way.
For years, Hannah had been looking for someone. Then she decided to become a mother through sperm donation, partly funded by the state. It worked out on the 5th attempt.
I came to the conclusion that having a child was more important to me than having a life partner. Like, of course, I want a life partner, but I see that as a bonus. But having a child, I think that felt like really, really important. Like a life without a child for me felt empty.
But building a family alone also means carrying the full weight of that choice. Alongside the joy, there have been difficult moments. When he was 4 months old, Arvid suddenly had to be taken to the hospital.
Moments like that, when something happens, then I think it's like hard to be a single mom by choice, I guess, because you don't have anyone right there when it happens. Even if I have a great support system, in the end, you're always a bit alone.
Since 2016, single women like Hannah can legally become mothers in Sweden. It was one of the first countries to implement the scheme. By now, most other European states allow it. But especially in Central and Eastern Europe, it still remains illegal, like in Austria, Czech Republic, Italy, Lithuania, Poland, and Slovakia. At this sperm bank in Sweden, couples and single mothers receive sperm donations. Stored in liquid nitrogen, each sample is carefully preserved. Lab head Aisling Alström explains to us that only about 5 to 7% of men end up being approved donors.
Many have a good quality sperm, but they have to still get through all these testing and screening, and it's it's a good way of making sure that we're not just taking in any samples.
Potential donors are screened not only physically, but also psychologically. Sweden wants to make sure that they are donating responsibly and in a fully thought-out way. Here, every donor might one day be contacted by their offspring, as Sweden banned anonymous sperm donation in 1985.
It was thought donors would be more reluctant, but we haven't really been affected by the fact that they're non-anonymous. Maybe it's a cultural contribution. They feel like they're doing this as altruism. Many of them think it's something nice to do for the society and for people.
Leontina was conceived through sperm donation in the 90s. She knows what uncertainty about your heritage feels like. At the time, single women were not allowed to access sperm donation in Sweden. Her mother traveled to Denmark and used an anonymous donor there. But for Leontina, he was always more than that.
I always called him my biological father, or my biological dad, or just dad. It was important for me to make him a human and not just a donation. It's my heritage and it's not a donation. Also, I wasn't a part of this agreement. I never received a donation. My mom did.
As a child, Leontina didn't ask herself many questions. But as she got older, she wanted to know more about her origins. She turned to an online DNA database and made a discovery.
I always noticed I had siblings, but they were just like shadows. I didn't know, the faces, or that they had any names, or that they were human. So it was shocking, but also fun. It was fun to see them and that they exist.
At first, she found 7 half-siblings. Then the list kept growing. Today, she has identified 27, spread across Europe, more than the sperm bank ever disclosed. And there may be more who haven't taken the test yet.
We share something very personal, but we're still strangers. And they would, pop up on this DNA site at any time, and we don't have any control, or they probably don't know that they are donor conceived, and they will find out. And that it's not that fun to be, part of that negative surprise.
Limiting the number of children per donor is now a heated debate across Europe. As rules vary widely, 8 countries led by Sweden are pushing for stricter limits, an initiative Germany has not joined. It currently has no legal cap. Critics warn stricter laws could make fertility treatment harder to access, especially as birth rates fall across Europe. Donors like Michael want to help. We meet him in the Netherlands. He decided to donate sperm after hearing from friends who were unable to have children. Michael himself grew up with many siblings.
The main reason for me was that I saw how deeply touched people can be when not being able to get a child of their own. And I knew there are a lot of techniques, and maybe I could not help my friends, but I could help other people in similar situations.
For years, Michael donated regularly and openly, meaning any child could contact him later. None did. Eventually, he joined a DNA database and found out he's fathered 21 children.
I've met 3 of them from 3 different families, and they're all very different from each other. That's very interesting, because in every child you recognize also a part of yourself, of course. You can see that it's a child of mine.
But the satisfaction from helping others faded as Michael learned about scandals in the sperm donation system, including cases where children were never told that they were donor conceived.
When I was asked, would I do it all over again, I would do it in a different way. I would say now to parents, you can have my semen and conceive a child on one condition, that you tell your child, that you be honest to it.
Michael supports a national and international donor register, giving people like him the chance to know what became of their donation. Aisling Alström agrees that a unified European donor register is needed, as well as more regulation.
It becomes quite a large number when it's not regulated. And as we've seen, is it okay to have 100 genetic siblings, or is it better to be regulated so that's more of a number which you can maybe have a relationship with?
At this clinic, they try to avoid cases of so-called superdonors, some linked to dozens or even hundreds of offspring. But safeguards can only go so far.
We try to control the donors that are coming to our clinics in a contractual agreement where we're asking them not to donate anywhere else. But many of these donors may go international or may go to another country and donate. And that makes the numbers very hard to trace.
Leontina knows that not all men want contact with their donor-conceived children, just as not all donor-conceived children seek contact either. But when they do wish to meet their biological father, that desire can often remain unfulfilled if his consent isn't given.
I think it's a human right to know where you came from and who you're related to, and to decide if you want to know them or not. Yeah, and to know your medical history and things like that. It's so personal information, and I think it belongs to everyone.
Arvid was conceived in Sweden, where donations are identifiable by law. When he turns 18, he can ask for his donor's identity. But that doesn't mean the donor has to respond or ever meet him.
A child needs people in their life that they feel love them unconditionally and that they feel safe with. But if that's one person or several persons, I think it's fine either way. But of course, the more persons, the better. But it doesn't have to be a biological father.
Many parents do not want to conceal their child's origins. Sperm donation is their only option, and they stand by their decision.
he might be mad at me about it, that I denied him that part of his life, I guess. But in the end, and I think what I'm going to say to him is that if I hadn't chosen to do this, then there would be no you. There might be another child, but it wouldn't be you. So in the end, this is the life you got, and we have to work with what we got.
And while sperm donation is increasing in many countries, Europe is still grappling with whose rights matter most, those of the parents, the donor, or the child.
Their lives aren't all sunshine and beaches.
There are many, many single mothers in Zanzibar and Tanzania. The father does absolutely nothing.
But these women refuse to be discouraged.
The sponges have changed our lives.
I'm really proud of myself.
Zanzibar, island paradise in flux. In 15 minutes.
Once upon a time, high in the Alps above Italy, treasure hunters discovered so much energy that all of mankind could live off it for thousands of years. Sounds like a fairy tale? Well, it could soon become reality. Scientists are searching for white hydrogen, the gold of the future.
Tomorrow, today. In 60 minutes.
If you like history, but with a side of culture, travel, and controversy, this one's for you. I'm Rachel Stewart, and I'm hosting a podcast that will put the wow factor back into your everyday life. We're going to dig up the dirt on the everyday things around us. Where did they come from? How and why did they evolve over time? And why should we care? Just search for Don't Drink the Milk wherever you listen to podcasts.
Sudan's civil war, the world's biggest humanitarian crisis. Aid organizations are at their breaking point.
I can't do anything. There are no solutions. There is no money.
Millions of people are fleeing. And yet, right now, powerful donor countries are cutting more and more funding.
Without assistance here, for sure all these people will be migrating to Europe.
Sudan's civil war. The limits of humanitarian aid. Starts April 11th on DW.
This is DW News, our top stories. Rockets and drones have targeted the United States Embassy in Iraq's capital, Baghdad. At least one of the drones crashed outside the facility. Iraqi security forces described the attack as the most intense assault since the start of the war on Iran. There were no reported injuries. US President Donald Trump has again criticized NATO allies, including France, Britain, and Germany, for not sending warships to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Trump has demanded multiple nations commit to a naval mission there after Iran stopped most traffic through the key oil shipping route. Germany, however, says that NATO is a defensive alliance and that the war on Iran is, quote, not a matter for NATO. The Afghan Taliban Interior Ministry says that more than 400 people have been killed in a Pakistani airstrike on a drug treatment facility in Kabul. A spokesman said hundreds more were injured. Pakistan's military rejected the claim, saying it was false and misleading. The strike came hours after Afghan officials said the two sides exchanged fire along their border, leaving 4 dead in Afghanistan.
Hello guys, this is the 77%, the platform for Africa's youth to debate issues and share ideas.
You know, on this channel, we are not afraid to tackle delicate topics.
And young people who clearly have the solutions.
The future belongs to you.
The 77% every weekend on DW.
A unique look inside Afghanistan. Despite conflict and oppressive rule, one thing offers glimmers of joy and a measure of freedom.
Afghanistan cricket is like football in Brazil. It's everything for the lives of Afghan people. It's everything.
We meet the star players as they prepare for an international tournament. What are their hopes and dreams for themselves and for their country? With rare insights from ordinary Afghans. And what about the exiled female players who are forbidden to play in their homeland? Can they envision a future for women in Afghanistan? Dreams in the dust.
Is Germany for or against this? At the beginning, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz stood shoulder to shoulder with the US and Israel. But now, he's got more questions. So what's going on? Listen to what Friedrich Merz said in his first public remarks after the strikes.
Together with the United States and Israel, we share the interest in ensuring that this regime's terror ends and that its dangerous nuclear and ballistic program is stopped. The military strikes are intended to end the destructive game of a weakened regime. This is not without risk.
Das ist nicht ohne Risiko. Merz then called on Iran to stop its retaliatory attacks in the region.
We do not know what kind of escalation the harsh Iranian retaliatory strikes may still drag the region into.
And on the question of legality, Merz said he wouldn't judge.
We see the dilemma. Now is not the time to lecture our partners and allies.
It's worth noting that this was 2 days before Merz was due for a pre-arranged meeting in Washington with Donald Trump. And the debate about legal justifications for the attacks continued to rage. This was how Janina Dill, co-director of the Oxford Institute for Ethics, Law and Armed Conflict, put it to me.
The statement by the Bundeskanzler was shocking, to be honest, because he said that he refrains from a legal assessment because it would be without implication or consequences. The reason why Israel and the United States have been able to breach international law without consequences is partly that states like Germany don't find it in themselves to actually stand up for international law and even name these violations as violations, and then stand together to impose sanctions on the violator of international law. So this is a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Merz's spokesman then came under pressure to explain whether Germany deemed the strikes legal. He said that Iran had carried out serious violations for decades and essentially admitted that sometimes security concerns do trump international law.
We repeatedly reach the point where security interests and the framework of international law cannot be reconciled.
Around the same time as the government was defending the attacks, we asked people in Berlin how they thought the government should react.
Honestly, I have to say, on the one hand, it's right that this regime fell, but I don't believe it should have fallen through war. And for that reason, I think diplomatic solutions should have been brought forward.
We should finally get used to using diplomacy again, and in this case, I suggest restraint. Humanitarian aid, always. Military, no.
Humanitäre Hilfe immer, militärisch nein.
In general, Germany shouldn't interfere in the war, but support democratic Iranians as much as possible, but not with military means.
Sie können, aber nicht mit militären Mitteln.
The following day, Merz was in the Oval Office, and his focus was on who can bring stability to Iran. At this point, Merz is on a tightrope, still emphasizing where he agrees with Trump,
He's keen not to antagonize the US president, but he's flagging the need for a plan.
We are on the same page in terms of getting this terrible regime in Tehran away. And we will talk about the day after, what will happen then if they are out.
They are reference to the ruling Iranian regime.
The meeting was a prime example of how carefully leaders must tread in the Oval Office nowadays. One wrong word can trigger a slapdown or even tariffs.
How are we going to treat Germany? Well, I think you should hit them very, very hard.
Meanwhile, trouble is brewing within Merz's coalition at home. The defence minister of the centre-left Social Democrats spoke up. Boris Pistorius, the most popular politician in the country, criticised the lack of an exit strategy.
History teaches us that starting wars is much easier than ending them. Conversely, this means that a robust exit strategy is needed. And ladies and gentlemen, I do not see one at present.
And then Vice-Chancellor and Finance Minister Lars Klingbeil shared his own doubts.
Telling reporters, just because leading figures in the regime have been eliminated doesn't mean the regime is over. I fear this regime is quite entrenched. 20% of the world's oil sales move through the Strait of Hormuz, meaning it has a huge influence on global crude prices.
At this point, the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz has brought oil exports to a standstill, and Germans are starting to feel the impact of the war on themselves.
It's a disaster, and I think it's going to get worse.
It's gone up by 20-25 pence. I'll be honest, that's not acceptable.
One of the economic advisors to the government warned that the conflict could trigger a rise in inflation.
It is possible that rising gas and oil prices will affect electricity prices in the medium term. It may be that disruptions in supply chains will lead to price pressure, which in turn will fuel inflationary dynamics.
Remember, Germany is emerging from a recession. In 2025, growth was just 0.2%. So we have critical statements from the Social Democrats in government and growing alarm among the German public, reflected in polling.
A poll showed that most Germans think the attacks are not justified. But how does this compare to the Iraq war in 2003? Back then, just 14% thought the invasion was justified. So more people opposed that war than this conflict. A majority of Germans are also concerned about the war spiralling out of control.
As the war entered its second week, Merz delivered his sharpest comments yet, saying that while he shared the US and Israel's aims, more questions arise every day.
We are concerned that there is apparently no joint plan for how this war can be brought quickly to a convincing end.
Merz then warned that a collapse of the Iranian state and economy would be a disaster.
A scenario such as we have seen in Libya, Iraq, or other countries in the region would also harm us all. This affects our security, our energy supply, and possibly also the situation surrounding migration.
So far, most experts seem to agree that the likelihood of an exodus of Iranians travelling to Europe is small, but that's based on what we know now. While visiting Turkey, the German foreign minister said that issue was one they were trying to avoid.
It is only right and forward thinking that here in Turkey there are discussions going on about the potential consequences of the current crisis for possible refugee movements from Iran to Turkey. To date, we haven't seen anything like that, but we have a shared interest in preventing it.
So in the end, we have a government straddling two competing positions. Yes, wanting to show political solidarity with the US and Israel, but unconvinced by the legal justification. Yes, pleased to see the removal of the Iranian leadership, but hugely skeptical of the path forward. Ultimately, this crisis could damage Germany's standing on the international stage if it seemed to be tacitly backing a legally dubious war, while at the same time condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And among society, there's not much backing for this conflict either, and worries too that it will escalate, causing more suffering in the region and to the economy at home. Which brings us back to the government. As an export nation, Germany is vulnerable, and Merz knows that antagonising Donald Trump can lead to revenge tariffs. That would be a disaster for an economy that is only expected to grow at 1% this year. The Iran conflict threatens that recovery. The knock-on effects could derail Merz's plans to get Germany back on track and tackle the much bigger structural reforms the country is facing.
A hospital in the shadow of war. Joseph Yacoub, the only surgeon in the area, works here. The region suffers from extreme poverty and decades of civil war.
The situation was terrible. People were desperate for food. We've only survived by the grace of God.
They come empty-handed. They have no food. They have no shelter. Most come here from regions that are very far away. People who fled from cities where battles are raging.
Dr. Yacoub and his team are the last resort for many.
Oh my God, this is too small.
A lot of us have lost children due to neglected health, disease, and malnutrition. We want a future in which we don't lose any children.
Sudan, a hospital in the shadow of war. Watch now on YouTube. Can an increasingly divided world unite? Far too often, it's only the headlines that count, and not the full story. We all see things from a different perspective. We may argue or disagree, but if we listen, speak, and learn from one another, on the basis of facts and unbiased information, anything is possible. Only together can we find solutions to the challenges of our time. Because together, we see. Politsek. More than 1,000 people have disappeared into Putin's new gulags. These political prisoners are called Politsek.
He's 14 years old. Just for his words.
Politsek. In Russia, criticizing President Putin is a crime.
Today, Russia's like a big prison, and we need to find a way to live with that.
Voices that defy the Kremlin. Politsek on DW.
You hear it every day all over Zanzibar. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries. Zanzibar may look like paradise, but life on the islands isn't always easy. People here refuse to let anything spoil their zest for life. The capital is Zanzibar City, with its historic stone town and its city beach where young people practice flips and turns, plus miles of often deserted beaches. On the East Coast, the Rock restaurant can only be reached by boat when the tide is in. On weekends, residents of Michamvi gather here for swimming lessons. It was only after a young fisher drowned here a few years ago that they organized the lessons, which are otherwise rare in Zanzibar. But not only the children of Michamvi are learning to swim, adults are too. The demand is especially high among women. They are in the lagoon every Saturday and Sunday.
Get into a row. Are you used to the water?
This one isn't.
After the 10 to 12 week course, they should be able to do the breaststroke and the crawl.
I was afraid of the ocean when I was a child. When the waves crashed, I ran away. Now I just go right in.
Now we can swim through waves, even as big as a house.
The hope is that swimming lessons in the 30-degree water will prevent more drownings. More than 300 villagers have learned to swim at Michamvi in recent years. Zanzibar is part of the East African nation of Tanzania. It comprises two main islands, Unguja and Pemba, as well as dozens of smaller islands. A little south of the Rock restaurant in Jambiani, the benefits of swimming lessons are obvious. Inside the Marine Cultures building, they're sharpening their knives. Seti Abdallah and Hindu Rajab are getting ready for their new work in the sea. These women, only 6 of many, were left by their husbands with no source of income. But now that they have learned to swim, they can earn their own money. Only 4 to 5 days at a time during full moon and new moon, when the tide is very low, can they reach their workplace far out in the lagoon. The walk to work is not without danger. Some of the sea urchins are so large that their spines go right through rubber soles. The Marine Cultures Organization has established a sponge farm there. The women's first task is to clean the ropes and sponges. If algae or bacteria take hold, the sponges will die. Carpet knives are their main tools.
I cut the sponge into a nice shape because that's what customers are looking for. It's all about the shape.
Seti is working a few meters away. She cuts through the sponge, then attaches the individual pieces to a line where they will continue to grow. After about a year, they will be big enough to harvest.
The sponges have changed our lives. I was able to put a new roof on my house. I can finally buy what my children need for school. And good food. The sponges are my life now, and I like the work.
The water is already up to her chest and rising quickly. Now she has to swim. Those who stay out and work longer are rewarded for their efforts.
Now, wherever I go, I can swim without being scared. I'm really proud that I know how to swim.
A sail is coming up, so Hindu takes a few sponges with her. The big question is whether they are good enough to command top prices.
These are the sponges I've harvested. They've grown nice and big.
Stone Town is named for its more than 2,000 buildings made of coral limestone. Freddie Mercury was born in Zanzibar, and here a few photos fill a small museum. Zanzibar is predominantly Muslim. In Stone Town alone, there are dozens of mosques and 2 churches. The doors reflect the cultures that have shaped Zanzibar. Angular doorways reveal Arabic influences, as Zanzibar was long an Omani colony. The round-topped doors with brass points originated in India, where they served to protect against war elephants. To this day, ornate door fittings are a status symbol. Tipu Tip was one of Zanzibar's most notorious slave traders. He had chains carved into the doorframe of his house. Slaves were auctioned from this platform. As many as 70 slaves were crammed into this small space. A monument attests to the inhumanity of slavery. It is estimated that nearly 7 million people from East Africa were sold, many from Zanzibar. On the beach of Stone Town, a few young members of the Zanzibar Flippers use an old truck tire as a springboard for honing their skills. They come every evening to practice with their trainer.
Come on, speedy got it.
Come on, let's see some speed.
1, 2, 3, Baba. Yeah. Come on. 1, 2, 3, Baba. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Come on. Nafanya hivi kwa sababu
I'm doing it to become famous. I want to get better and better.
Step by step.
Step by step. Let's see some speed, okay?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, amsha. Wow.
Show us what you got.
Onesha kipaji chako, onesha. Asante.
I'm happy when my students can do what I teach them.
Come on, 2 by 2, 2 by 2, 2 by 2, 2 by 2.
2 by 2 is the cheer for the mid-air double flip. A boy who calls himself Ninja gives it a try.
Perfect. Thank you.
Zanzibar is famous for its many miles of beaches, almost all open to tourists. Vast expanses of tropical coastal forest spread out behind them. The Zanzibar red colobus is a species of monkey found only in Zanzibar. It feeds on young leaves. The Msonge Organic Family Farm, Zanzibar's first 100% organic farm, nestles in the forest near Stone Town. Almado is a coconut picker on the farm. They always sing during harvest time to warn those nearby of falling coconuts.
Mama mdogo.
Every picker has his own songs. Almado sings of how far he can see. Today is a holiday, he sings. That's how far I can see.
eti Bwanjuma mmoja huyo. Naona mbali mie. Kwa hiyo sikutaka kulisema nililoliona mimi, ndo namwambia nimeona lisiloonekana.
On this farm, the fronds are almost more important than the coconuts themselves. They have many uses if you know what to do with them.
You need 3 on each side. Then you can start weaving.
Mwatima Chuma, the farm manager, thought of using the leaves to weave baskets called pakachas. This was a traditional craft in Zanzibar until plastic bags arrived. In just a few minutes, the fronds are woven into a sturdy basket. The bottom is the hardest.
Some people can weave, but many get stuck at this point.
God has blessed us with the coconut palm. It gives us wonderful things. You can even brush your teeth with it.
It only takes a few skillful cuts to make a plastic-free toothbrush. Everyone used to do it this way here.
And you feel natural. And the juice that comes out, you can eat it. But now, what are we eating? Toothpaste.
Mwatima wants to spread the idea of organic food across the island. Here, the pakachas are filled with fruit, vegetables, and greens.
Papaya,
cinnamon leaves.
Cinnamon leaves, these are good for your tea. You can just boil them.
Swiss chard. Tuna lettuce.
The boss films to post on social media.
Tuna radish.
Radish, it can go for salad. And you can also eat the roots.
Tuna rucola.
Rucola is the best salad.
Lemongrass, mint.
Up to 15 items go into the basket depending on the season.
We
want to show the other farmers that organic farming works.
Pesticide-free vegetables are rare in Zanzibar, but the time is ripe for an organic alternative. Dr. Mwatima Chuma knows what she is talking about. She studied agricultural science and served as commissioner in the Agriculture Ministry.
I apologize to the other farmers because I was one of those responsible. We didn't know any better back then. But today we know that the damage caused by chemicals is much greater than their short-term benefits.
The last pakachas have been filled. Mwatima's daughter, Nuru, helps with the delivery, although she is slightly overqualified for the job.
I mean, you can see high value with a degree in finance too, and accounts in America.
Nuru studied in Utah in the United States. Chuma has always placed great importance on her children's education. The 6 musicians of CT and the band are meeting in this house on the outskirts of Stonetown. They are tuning the kanun, the plucked string instrument used in tarab, the traditional music of Zanzibar. The band is rehearsing for a show on the coming Friday. Siti Amina sings about false hope in love. Deserted women is an important topic for her.
Kweli hata hapa Zanzibar, Tanzania, kwa sasa hivi kuna masingle mother wengi.
There are many single mothers in Zanzibar and Tanzania. The situation is not good. As an artist, I have the power to raise awareness about this.
Nikuelezea
Only a mother knows her child's pain, she sings. The band is experimenting with fusing traditional tarab music with elements of jazz and soul. They have to wait until Friday to see how the audience responds. In Jambiani, it is payday for the sponge farmers. After a final cleaning, they decide together what each sponge is worth. The women have to all agree. The cooperative has asked Ali Mahmoudi, an experienced sponge farmer, to help in assessing the quality. These are actually too small to fetch the minimum price of $15.
Do you think you can sell these for 15?
$15 is a lot.
The sponges are delivered for a fixed price to hotels, which sell them on to tourists for a 30% commission.
You shouldn't try to sell these ones.
Hindu sponges are perfect.
This is how they should look. These are really nice. Let's have a hand for these sponges.
Some are misshapen because they weren't trimmed often enough while they were growing in the sea. Ali is ready to make his offer.
15, 15, 20, 15, 25, 30.
As treasurer of the Sponge Cooperative, Hindu distributes the earnings. Her friend Seti will get just under $200 this month, as much as a civil servant makes. Hindu herself will get almost $300.
I'll pay for my children's schooling with it and continue building my house. And I'll keep a little for myself.
Each is responsible for their own income. Those who spend more time in the water and trim their sponges more often take home more money. The small island of Chapwani lies within sight of Stone Town's harbor. Kamisi Musa goes to the island every few weeks to tidy up. There is a small resort on Chapwani, but he is not going there. Kamisi is on his way to a military cemetery, where around 100 British graves from the 19th century dot the beach. They are remnants of the colonial era, when much of East Africa, including Zanzibar, was fiercely contested. Kamisi keeps the cemetery in order. Most importantly, he keeps the saplings trimmed.
This has been allowed to grow for too long, from a tiny seedling to a mature tree. And after 100 years, you can't see the grave. This little tree, for example, has to go.
Kamisi's predecessors weren't as attentive as he. In 1890, the British secured access to Zanzibar through a treaty with the German Empire. In return, they gave up their claims to other African territories and also ceded the island of Heligoland to Germany. Many of the British soldiers died here of malaria.
See, the cemetery looks good here. We water it, so it looks like a really beautiful garden.
Kamisi's predecessor was over 80 when he died a few months ago. Some of the gravestones have not been cleaned for a long time and have weathered over the years. This one must not have seen a brush or a sponge in years.
It's part of our history, and we should honor it. So should everyone who comes here.
The longer Kamisi scrubs, the clearer it becomes that a German name is emerging. It is the grave of Dietrich Ludwig Johann Hagenbeck, a younger brother of Karl Hagenbeck, founder of the Hamburg Zoo in Germany. He had set up his base in Zanzibar to capture animals, especially hippos, on the mainland and ship them to Europe. Hagenbeck died of malaria at 21. The fact that this grave still exists was also a surprise for Hagenbeck's zoo in Hamburg. Watima Chuma pays her daughter Nuru €7 a day for delivering vegetables, a fraction of what she could earn in the US. But she never considered staying there after her studies.
Not even for a second. For visiting, yes, I made a lot of family, friends who are now like family to me, so I'd love to go back and visit, but for living there, no.
Some of their customers live in new housing developments on the outskirts of Stonetown, where an international community is developing. Nuru checks a customer's order on her phone.
Sorry, we're out of kale, so we finished. Hi, good to know you, nice people. We have to apologize. We don't have the kale. So have you tried chaya?
It's the same similar texture.
It's kind of like spinach. I mean, it's closer to the kale because kale is much more stronger.
Yeah,
and spinach is
yeah.
And they don't like they like.
The organic box delivery service operates twice a week. The idea arose during the COVID pandemic and has since become established, although reaching customers is not always easy. A focaccia costs 25,000 Tanzanian shillings, or just over €8, which few in Zanzibar can afford. Many Zanzibaris earn less than €3 a day. There's not much of an education system to speak of. Internationally educated young people like Nuru are the rare exception.
Everyone keeps telling me to get a job in the government. I don't want to. But for now, let's build Msonge into something bigger.
Every Sunday, lunch is served at Msonge Organic Farm. Watima came up with the field-to-table concept. Only traditional Swahili dishes are served. Guests appreciate the feeling of healthy eating.
We want to spread the word that our health depends on what we eat. What we've been eating so far is full of chemicals. We live healthier without chemicals.
Watima's Sunday lunches have become a social event for some wealthy Zanzibaris and newcomers. Chief cook Nachum Yaya is responsible for the quality of the food, whizzing around a dozen pots at once from 5 in the morning. Her only problem is that more and more guests are vegetarians and turn down her specialty fish stew with cassava and vegetables.
Cook the fish a little, then add it and the broth to the vegetables and let it all simmer. The cassava turns out perfectly and looks delicious.
Everything is organic at Msonge. Banana leaves replace plastic wrap. The singer Siti Amina lives with her family in this house with the blue tin roof on the outskirts of Stone Town.
It's my son with my cousin and 2 pets and 1 dog.
She still has to water the plants before leaving for her evening performance.
So I love fresh flowers, but I don't have much time to look for it. That's the challenge, but I love fresh flowers.
Siti ended her marriage a few years ago and now lives alone. When she sings about violence against women, it's something she understands personally.
I faced domestic violence, and even one of my eye, I cannot see clear because of that, because I got married when I was young, like 20, 21, and my ex-husband was like that.
When I told him that I was ready to really kick off my music career, he got even angrier.
Uchungu wa mwanae, ugonjwa ni suuna kufa, ni faradhi wa mwanae, aujua efa tuma mzazi.
Siti's favorite song is Only a Mother Knows Her Child's Pain. A few blocks away, her bandmates are packing up the instruments for the show. Everything has to be brought from the recording studio to the old town. The truck can only take them part way. Then everything has to be loaded onto a hand cart. Drums, speakers, keyboard. Everything has to be carried through the narrow lanes of Stone Town. Tonight they're playing at the garden restaurant of a historic hotel. They started their career here years ago before playing at big festivals, including in Europe.
Even if only 2 people came, we would still give it our all, just for the love of the music. Let's see what the evening brings.
The Emerson Hotel has long been a fixture on the East African music scene. Siti and the band get changed in the aptly named Siti Room, a tribute to Zanzibar's musical legend, Siti Binti Saad, who also influenced Siti Amina. She has performed thousands of times, but the stage fright never goes away.
But I always nervous before my performances.
The big question is always, will she be able to win over the audience? She opens this evening with the song about the deserted mother. Not a starter for a typical concert. Broaching serious issues here is risky. The band throws in driving beats and dance moves to get the crowd going.
When we're happy, we talk about it. And when we have been hurt, we talk about that too. Are we supposed to stop dancing because we have suffered domestic violence? No.
I think
that's what's special about Siti and the band.
Very few of the audience could have anticipated the storm that would sweep over them this evening.
Thank you!
On stage, Siti Amina is a force of nature.
even my son, like, Mama, is it you? Yeah, it's me.
Another common saying in Zanzibar is pole pole, slowly, slowly. Everywhere you look, you see dhows, the traditional sailboats of East Africa. The boys on the beach play with homemade dhows, not so much out of tradition, but because they cannot afford smartphones. The beachfront is luxurious, but just behind it, most roofs are made of corrugated sheet metal. Sponge farmer Sedi Abdallah lives in this house. She has to collect water for her daily needs from the village well 300 meters away. Sedi has to wait because a neighbor is there filling two 20-liter jugs.
You have to wait your turn, even if the person before you wants to fill several buckets.
Sedi has been through tough times because her husband left her. In Zanzibar, it is common for men to take second and third wives and leave their first wives. Before she started farming sponges, Sedi was destitute for a while when her husband stopped giving her money.
He left me when I was 4 months pregnant.
Now she feels financially secure.
Before I started with the sponges, I never had such nice things. I never had much money.
Her children are the most important thing to her.
The father does absolutely nothing.
Hindu Rajab lives a few hundred meters away. She is lighting a fire to cook lunch.
The wind fans the flames. It gets very hot, very quickly.
Hindu is making beef soup, unlike many others here. The sponges bring in enough money to let her buy meat regularly.
Most people don't know that sponges are valuable. They think they're just something to play with.
Hindu was 9 months pregnant when her husband told her he was taking a second wife.
When he told me that, I knew I needed a plan to protect myself. There was going to be trouble. I was a housewife with no income.
The sponges have not only saved Hindu financially, they turned her into a whole new person. She will soon leave her little shack. Hindu is building her own house a few streets away. Home ownership is still rare for women in Zanzibar.
All this is from the sponges. The windows will be installed in 2 months. This will be plastered. I want a really nice house. I'm really proud of myself. No one will bring me down again.
Hindu knows exactly what she wants. The ceiling will be finished soon.
It's true that women here usually have no sense of ownership. I never thought I could do it.
In Stone Town, the Islamic festival of Eid al-Adha is being celebrated. The Zanzibar flippers are meeting at the central Mapinduzi Square to parade through the city. They cheer on Ninja, encouraging him to attempt a double flip to celebrate the occasion. That's especially dangerous on pavement.
I did it because I felt the vibe from the people. I thought I could put a smile on their faces.
Through the lanes of the old town to the beach with the old truck tire. The boys dream that some government agency or donor will give them a trampoline, and that they will become famous on Instagram, and that their flips will be seen around the world.
We don't have the equipment to get good enough to be known internationally, but we're very talented, and we're proud of that.
For now, the flippers are only known in Stone Town. But who knows, maybe these pictures will go viral. Siti Amina, the singer, has more concrete goals. She has a plan to increase her popularity and expand her repertoire. Today, she is traveling to one of the countless sandbanks that surround the two main islands of Zanzibar. Siti wants to break into international pop music, so she's shooting a video for a song she wrote herself. She has hired a director from the mainland at her own expense.
Okay. Action, verse 2. Verse 2.
Just the second verse?
Only verse 2. Action.
Siti has written a love song. Siti is leaving her roots in Tarab music far behind her.
Now let's take a few slow motion shots.
Action.
Now along the beach and left to the boat.
Siti has no plans to leave her band, but this is a conscious step towards a solo career on the side. She designed the outfit with a designer from the mainland. In Zanzibar, the commercial music industry is less developed than in other parts of Africa.
Even Nigeria, they introduced the music all over the world. It's different than when to the East Africa.
We entertain the tourists more than we have fun. The tourists come, and we are part of the boom. But that doesn't help us develop as artists.
Siti wants to make her mark on the international pop scene.
We should not forget our roots in Zanzibar and Tanzania, but we should also not be afraid to go global.
Confidently looking to the future, there is much more to Zanzibar than just white beaches and turquoise waters.
Once upon a time, high in the Alps above Italy, treasure hunters discovered so much energy that all of mankind could live off it for thousands of years. Sounds like a fairy tale? Well, it could soon become reality. Scientists are searching for white hydrogen, the gold of the future.
Tomorrow Today. Next.
Sometimes all it takes is a little turn.
Geschafft. Wunderbar. Ja. Wunderschön.
To make a risky operation into an empowered childbirth on the mother's own terms. Many women face stressful interventions and crises when it comes to labor. We explore what truly makes a difference.
In good shape. In 30 minutes. What happens to societies where women remain invisible? They lose ideas, power, a part of their future. We showcase the daily victories of women. Brave, honest, loud, side by side, deserving to be heard and seen. We share their stories from the female point of view. Because perspectives matter. Together, we see.
This is DW News, our top stories. Rockets and drones have targeted the United States Embassy in Iraq's capital, Baghdad. At least one of the drones crashed outside the facility. Iraqi security forces described the attack as the most intense assault since the start of the war on Iran. There were no reported injuries. US President Donald Trump has again criticized NATO allies, including France, Britain, and Germany, for not sending warships to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Trump has demanded multiple nations commit to a naval mission there after Iran stopped most traffic through the key oil shipping route. Germany, however, says that NATO is a defensive alliance and that the war on Iran is, quote, not a matter for NATO. The Afghan Taliban Interior Ministry says that more than 400 people have been killed in a Pakistani airstrike on a drug treatment facility in Kabul. A spokesman said hundreds more were injured. Pakistan's military rejected the claim, saying it was false and misleading. The strike came hours after Afghan officials said the two sides exchanged fire along their border, leaving 4 dead in Afghanistan.
Whether we're thinking, eating, talking, laughing, riding a bike, or just having a snooze, our brain is always hard at work. The brain has about 86 billion neurons, nerve cells that form an enormous network. They constantly pass information to one another as tiny electrical signals. But how exactly does that work? All that and more coming up on DW's Science Show. Welcome to Tomorrow Today.
The Institute of Physiology at the University of Freiburg in Germany. This is where neuroscientist Marlene Bartos is investigating one of the brain's biggest mysteries, how we learn. How does the brain store information and bring it back when we need it? The brain is one of the least understood organs in our body. We don't really know why we remember some things extremely well, while other memories seem to disappear completely. Almost as if they've been wiped away. Brain research has long been shaped by 2 big ideas. The first is localization theory. It dates back to the physician Franz Joseph Gall and the idea that specific brain regions handle specific functions. But as scientists mapped the brain, more and more specialized areas appeared, and the boundaries between them weren't always clear. The second is the neuron doctrine. Formulated by Spanish neuroscientist Santiago Ramón y Cajal, it showed that the brain is built from individual nerve cells, or neurons. Rather than specialized areas, the activity of vast neural networks gives rise to thought and consciousness. There's strong evidence for both ideas. Most researchers see the brain as a combination of specialized regions working together through distributed networks. We now know that different brain areas are so strongly interconnected that these regions can perform far more diverse functions than we once thought. So today, we no longer think in terms of 2 opposing doctrines. So if there isn't a single memory center, how can we actually decode how memory works? Studying individual neurons might sound impossible, but is it? Today, researchers can watch individual neurons in action in real time using advanced laser microscopy. Scientists direct a laser into the brain through a tiny window in the skull. The neurons are genetically engineered to fluoresce when they become active. That faint glow can be recorded and turned into moving images of the brain at work. But can this technology really reveal how memories form? An experiment with mice navigating a virtual obstacle course may offer some answers. It's like a virtual game. The mice run on a styrofoam ball. When they find a specific spot, they get a reward, a drop of sweet soy milk. Using the laser microscope, Bartos can watch what happens inside the mouse's brain as it reaches a target location. She begins with a key group of neurons known as principal cells. Principal cells make up about 80 to 85% of neurons in the cerebral cortex. They help encode information, from visual features like color and shape to spatial details, and sensory details, such as whether something feels soft, hard, sharp, or rough. When we walk from here to the train station, the special principal cells called place cells become active. And they help encode the route to the station. You can think of them as workhorses carrying the code. Sensory information, the experiences we have, are carried, in a sense, by groups of these excitatory principal cells. Bartos lets the mouse run the course again and again, even weeks later. And when the animal returns to the same virtual location, the very same network of principal cells lights up again. The mouse remembers. This suggests that learning involves forming specific neural networks tied to particular experiences. But one big question remains. What controls when the principal cells join these memory circuits? To find out, Bartos is studying a second major class of neurons, inhibitory neurons. They make up roughly 15% of cortical neurons. Their role is to regulate principal cells, shaping when and how strongly those cells are allowed to fire. You can think of them like traffic lights, deciding who gets to go where and when. Using targeted drugs, Bartos can temporarily suppress these inhibitory neurons. When their activity is reduced, something striking happens. The brain's representations become fuzzy, and clear memory traces are much harder to form. When we inhibit them, suppress their activity, everything starts to overlap and blur. So, inhibitory neurons don't store memories themselves. They help keep the brain's activity organized, making sure each memory gets its own distinct neural pattern. But how does that work? That's exactly what we're working on now, understanding how inhibitory neurons determine which cells become active in a circuit and when. You can think of them as team leaders in a work group. They decide who does what and what role each principal cell takes on. Bartos's research is helping explain how memories form and why they sometimes break down. So inhibitory neurons, these tiny cellular traffic controllers, might one day help explain Alzheimer's disease and schizophrenia. The mysteries of the brain are far from solved.
Our brain never stands still. It's always active, taking in new information, asking questions. It's constantly devouring new ideas. But how do you measure something like intelligence? A viewer from Peru wants to know more.
How is IQ measured? IQ stands for intelligence quotient, but an IQ test doesn't actually measure how smart or educated someone is. The first IQ test was developed in the early 20th century by psychologist Alfred Binet. His goal was simple. He wanted to identify children who might need extra support in school. Today, an IQ score mainly reflects how well someone can solve complex problems, recognize patterns, and process information quickly. There are many different kinds of IQ tests. A common task involves completing a sequence of words or numbers. Here, the goal is to spot the pattern and think analytically. Another task uses geometric shapes that must be arranged or completed. These tasks measure abstract thinking. The faster and more accurately someone solves them, the more points they earn. The final number at the end is their IQ score. Most people score somewhere around 100. But a score of 130 doesn't automatically make someone a genius, and 70 doesn't mean someone's unintelligent. The result may point to learning difficulties, or simply show that a person is especially strong at solving logic problems. Today, IQ tests are used in job applications and in scientific research. They can show how well someone recognizes patterns, navigates spatial problems, or works with language. But there's a lot they don't measure. Creativity, social and emotional intelligence, or hands-on practical skills. That's why IQ tests face ongoing criticism, especially since many of them are based on Western academic norms. And a single number can never capture who a person truly is.
What are stars made of? How many colours can butterflies see? Could robots have babies one day? Do you have a science question? Then send it to us as a video, text, or voice message. If we answer it in the show, then we'll send you a little gift as a thank you. So just ask. Lynx aren't big travellers. Europe's largest wildcat prefers to stay close to home. By the 19th century, they'd almost vanished from much of Europe. Today, they live in small, isolated pockets. When populations don't mix, their gene pool shrinks, which can make them more vulnerable. So conservationists are helping out with a little family planning.
July 2024, at the Langenberg Wildlife Park in Zurich, Switzerland. It's the first checkup for the lynx kittens born in the breeding enclosure. They're 8 weeks old, and today we learn both are females. They're being vaccinated, and blood and saliva samples are taken. A genetic test will confirm their family line is exactly as expected. I'm not in any doubt. We've already had several young animals from this pair and tested them. They've always been the right subspecies, the Carpathian lynx we want to reintroduce into the wild. So I'm optimistic. Now it's time to return them to their mother in the enclosure. January 2025. During the day, it's mostly the lynx mother who appears. Her daughters rarely leave their hiding places, something Martin Kilchenmann is glad to see. When they're released, we want them to behave like truly wild lynx, staying to themselves. A lynx should never seek out humans, and that's how it should be. It keeps people from feeling threatened and helps prevent conflicts. A decision has been made. One of the young females will be released in eastern Germany. The other will move to another wildlife park. The placements are coordinated at the animal park in Bern. Curator Dina Gebhardt oversees the lynx here. She also manages the stud book for European zoos and wildlife parks that breed lynx for release programs. Our goal is to keep genetic diversity in the European breeding program as high as possible. We want to avoid inbreeding, so I pair the males with the females they're least related to. The detailed family trees of all breeding lynx are stored in the electronic stud book. Mid-February. It's time for the young female in Zurich to travel to Germany. She and her sister spent a few days without their mother in the enclosure. And eventually, she entered the transport crate. The transport team arrives from Bern, bringing a male lynx who will also be released in Germany. The female from Zurich, secured and ready for the journey, is loaded as well. It's time to say goodbye. She has a bright future in the wild. The journey begins. 600 kilometers north from Zurich to eastern Germany and the village of Huchwoda. The village is home to a special wildlife facility, the Wildcat Village. It includes a secluded enclosure designed to prepare zoo-born lynx for life in the wild. This is where the two Swiss lynx will stay. It's empty at the moment. They'll remain here until they're ready to be released. The idea is to let them grow up, but most importantly, to keep them as separate from humans as possible until they're adults. We want them to stay shy. We don't want a lynx wandering through a shopping center because it's hungry. They belong in the forest, so the shyer, the better. That evening, the transport arrives. The female from Langenberg is carefully unloaded. After the long trip, the team want to release her as quickly as possible. It takes some gentle persuasion, but eventually the young lynx steps out. For the next few months, this enclosure will be her home. Half a year later, she's ready for the wild, and she now has a name, Freya. A tranquilizer is prepared. Freya's journey into freedom begins with a stressful moment. She's been captured and will be given a medical check before transport. Outside, Freya receives her final check. She's then fitted with a GPS collar so conservationists can track her first months in the wild. And then it's time, off toward freedom. The drive continues 200 kilometers east of the wildcat village, not far from the Czech border. Near the town of Eibenstock lies Freya's new home. This time, she doesn't hesitate. Moments later, she's out in the wild. Freya is now part of a Europe-wide effort to reconnect isolated lynx populations and ensure healthy genetic exchange for the future of the species.
For wild animals, winter is just part of daily life. They know which slopes are safe and which to avoid. But when humans enter this landscape, the snow itself can become dangerous. So how can we predict when an avalanche might break loose?
We're heading out with avalanche researcher Georg Kronthaler. Today's official forecast rates the avalanche danger as fairly high, but that warning covers a large area. On any single slope, the risk can vary widely. The bulletin can't tell us much about a specific slope, so I need to be able to judge it myself. That's where Ski Touren Guru comes in. The new online tool combines the official forecast with data on slope angle and the surrounding terrain. It then estimates the risk for the route. On our route, 2 sections light up in red. It shows the danger spots and their risk level really clearly. It's fantastic. But how dangerous are these spots really? To find out, Kronthaler uses what he calls a small block test. He cuts out a compact snow block about 30 to 40 centimeters across. The avalanche bulletin mentions weak, old snow. And yes, this snow is made up of angular crystals. This faceted or sugar snow pours through your fingers like sand. But I can't tell whether the layers are well bonded, so I'll test that. To check whether a slab could slide on the sand-like layer, he taps the block from the side. A slab does break loose, but only after a hard hit, and the fracture is stepped rather than smooth. According to our research, it would take a large additional load to cause a fracture here. For example, if skiers don't maintain enough distance from each other. His test is straightforward, and a short course is enough to learn the basics. To interpret the results, Kronthaler created the Lara app. It asks what the tests showed, then uses color codes to assess the risk and recommend next steps. Lara says I'm in the green zone, so an avalanche is unlikely. Lara recommends keeping generous spacing on both the ascent and descent. Skiers can learn the method in a one-day course, and when applied correctly, use it to enjoy a safer day on the slopes.
Geologists believe a hidden resource may lie deep inside mountain rock, natural white hydrogen. But how do we find it and get it out of the rock? If we succeed, it could power a new generation of clean energy.
The Italian Alps, just a stone's throw from Lake Maggiore. This is where geologist Ottmar Muntener is searching for what he calls the gold of the future. He's hoping to find geologic hydrogen, also called white hydrogen. The rocks near Balmucha are packed with iron, an important clue. When these rocks turn magnetic, it can be a hint that hydrogen is being created deep underground. Could a powerful, renewable, zero-carbon fuel really be forming right beneath our feet? A fuel that could power humanity for thousands of years? Researchers still know surprisingly little about how white hydrogen forms. This spot in Balmucha is where we'll drill a deep borehole to understand how exactly hydrogen is produced there. Muntener's search began 3 years ago, almost by accident. He was carrying out geological research, drilling hundreds of meters into the ground. Suddenly, the borehole filled with gas bubbles, hydrogen. He was struck by an idea. Could he have stumbled upon a natural hydrogen factory? Muntener brought rock samples back to his home base at the University of Lausanne in Switzerland. Small amounts of hydrogen can form during shallow drilling when reactive rock encounters water. But Muntener and his team realized they tapped into a deep, large reservoir of naturally occurring white hydrogen formed by a unique geological and chemical process. When groundwater encounters olivine, an iron-rich mineral in the Earth's mantle, it sparks a chemical reaction, releasing naturally produced white hydrogen. At the same time, the rock becomes more magnetic, a telltale fingerprint of the reaction. Lab experiments at the University of Grenoble in France back this up. When grains of olivine are crushed or react with fluids under high pressure, it releases hydrogen trapped inside the rock, visible here as a peak in the data. So the secret to how hydrogen forms is hidden inside the minerals, meaning whether they turn magnetic. To test the samples from Balmucha, Muntener uses something surprisingly simple, a magnet. This old piece of olivine is magnetic, meaning the reaction that can generate hydrogen has already happened. Now he'll hold the magnet up to the Balmucha sample. It's not magnetic, so its hydrogen-producing potential is still untapped. If I had to bet on where to find hydrogen, it would be the spot we're going to drill next. White hydrogen can be renewed by geological processes. If we can reach it, it would be far cheaper than producing hydrogen through electrolysis. My hope is that the next deep drilling, down through the crust mantle boundary, will reach mantle rocks that actively produce hydrogen. If we're lucky, one day we might be able to tap it as a source of clean energy. Across the border at the University of Lausanne, geologist Frank Zwan is also chasing white hydrogen from a different angle. He studies how entire mountain ranges rise and collide, the same process that created the Alps. The best places to look for hydrogen are where the Earth's crust was torn open millions of years ago and later crushed back together. When mantle rocks are pushed upward and exposed to circulating water, the minerals can start producing hydrogen gas. So the big question is, where are the large, accessible pockets of hydrogen that didn't escape? We know the Earth produces enormous amounts of hydrogen, that hydrogen would be fantastic for the energy transition. It's clean energy and non-polluting. It's basically problem-free. The challenge is finding hydrogen reservoirs that we can actually reach by drilling. Science is now caught in a kind of modern-day gold rush. The race to find white hydrogen has begun.
And that's all from us this time around. Thanks for watching. We'll be back soon with more exciting stories on Tomorrow Today. See you then. Take care.
Sometimes all it takes is a little turn.
Geschafft. Wunderbar. Ja, wunderschön.
To make a risky operation into an empowered childbirth on the mother's own terms. Many women face stressful interventions and crises when it comes to labor. We explore what truly makes a difference.
In good shape. Next. Maps help us understand the world. We just need to know how to read them. Crises, conflicts, and their histories. Mapped Out brings maps to life and helps you make sense of our world. Mapped Out. Get the greenest of all your updates. With green innovations,
Super green and super eco-friendly.
green trends,
the holy grail of electromobility,
and green revolutions.
Global solution to all our climate problems.
Keep up to speed.
If you're curious about climate topics, subscribe to this channel. We've got new videos every Friday.
Subscribe to Planet A. Imagine giving money to a charity, only to find out you finance terrorists. Islamist organizations have set up a global system to collect funds.
They take advantage of supposed humanitarian causes
through banks, cryptocurrencies, and secret networks.
9 attacks in 12 months. Germany has had a terrorist attack every 6 weeks.
Searching for clues. Donations for Islamist terrorism starts March 25th on DW.
Before you can enjoy those first magical moments, your baby has to be born. And vaginal birth is often painful, exhausting, and long. So why not opt for a C-section? It's quick, predictable, and easy to schedule, right? C-section rates are rising worldwide, but when they're not medically necessary, they're not always best for mother or child. So what can help slow this trend? All this and more on In Good Shape.
I always imagined I'd have children one day, and we've been very lucky.
We've had 2 healthy kids who are fine, who are doing well. And they definitely made us think about having another one. I had a very pleasant early pregnancy, thank God, which has been uneventful up to now.
And now the third birth is just around the corner. How do you imagine it?
I imagine it will be a peaceful, complication-free birth, or at least that's what I hope. The current situation is that the baby is breech, and that is a birthing position that makes things a bit more complicated.
Babies can get pretty acrobatic in the womb during pregnancy. Most end up with their heads pointed down, an ideal position for both mother and child. But in about 4% of cases, babies remain head up in what is known as the breech position. These days, most breech babies are delivered by cesarean section. The Charité in Berlin, one of the largest university hospitals in Europe. Jorinde has an appointment in the obstetrics department here today. She had her first child by a C-section, then her second vaginally. Jorinde says the experiences differed dramatically. What scares you about having a C-section?
I was open to it, but I have to say I was surprised at how much it took out of me. Even as a young, healthy woman, I had some complications, and afterwards as well. So it's really not something I take lightly.
In most cases, vaginal birth is still a possibility with breech babies like Jorinde's, but many doctors prefer performing a C-section.
In an effort to curb this trend, the WHO has published some guidelines in 2018. It warned that unnecessary C-sections offer no significant benefit. On the contrary, there's evidence that due to the risk involved, it may even harm the woman, the child, and future pregnancies. In the case of a breech baby like Jorinde's, the WHO recommends performing an external cephalic version, or ECV for short. It's a procedure in which the baby is manually turned so the head is facing down rather than up.
I'm trying to exhaust all available options to avoid a C-section.
Yeah, my name is Larry Hinkson. I'm one of the consultant obstetricians working at the Charité University Hospital here in Berlin.
How many babies did you deliver?
I don't keep an exact track of all the babies that I deliver, but it's quite a lot.
Larry says that over the years, he's watched the rising rate of cesarean sections in Germany and around the world with concern. That's why he wanted to provide women who want to have a vaginal birth with another option. In almost 30 years as an obstetrician, he has performed more than 1,000 ECV procedures.
The breech presentation is only a part of a part of the reasons why there's a rising rate of cesarean sections worldwide, but it's also one of the areas that we can focus on to try and bring the rates down.
So how do you help patients with breech babies like Jorinde Weide, for example?
When I see them, we basically speak about 3 things. One is a natural delivery with breech, the option of having the baby turned, and then the third option is the cesarean section.
Women from all over the world come to Larry specifically to have their babies turned. That's because he has developed a special ECV technique that takes advantage of the baby's natural reflexes. ECV is a process with a low level of risk and a high success rate. It could provide a safer alternative to C-sections, especially in countries where poor medical care during labor and delivery is the rule. The method has been in use for about 2,000 years. But in the past, women described the manual procedure as very painful and stressful. And that's not good for either mother or child. Larry encourages the baby to move without using aggressive force. He says his gentle approach works in around 2 out of 3 cases.
Sie merken wahrscheinlich auch die Bewegungen. Was wir versuchen hier ist ein Rückwärtsrolle. Ein sehr aktives Kind. Okay.
Larry believes that his approach explains the rising success rates he sees. A gentle approach to ECV can prevent women from eventually having an unwanted cesarean section. But the likelihood that an emergency C-section, vacuum or forceps delivery might have to be performed is slightly higher than in deliveries where babies don't need turning. And Larry admits there are a few contraindications and rare risks associated with ECV as well.
If you're going to do something like a manipulation on the baby, you want to be 100% sure that it's safe and that you've had a proper look at, all the structures within the pregnancy, not only the baby, its position and weight, but also the structures around. So how much fluid is around, where's the umbilical cord? It's very important because if it's wrapped around the neck several times, it could be difficult to turn and also be a high risk for stress during the external cephalic fusion.
Larry says that's exactly what he wants to avoid. We also met up with another obstetrician, one who's working to overcome not only the medical obstacles that lead to preventable C-sections. She also focuses on the structural and social reasons they happen so often.
Not far from Cologne's famous cathedral is the Ports am Rhein Hospital. Patricia van der Walle has been working on her vision of good obstetrics here for the past 17 years. Unlike in most German hospitals, obstetrics is a separate department in the Ports am Rhein. Patricia made this change so that a team of doctors could be available just for the delivery room around the clock. She also introduced regular training sessions on how to handle complications.
You can also practice what's called shoulder dystocia, which means that the baby's head is born, but the shoulders are stuck. Then the baby can't get out.
Patricia thinks many doctors choose to perform cesareans because they have too little experience with vaginal childbirth. The training helps young doctors in particular get past the fear of complicated births and keeps them from reaching for the scalpel too quickly.
Everything went well, everything's fine. Then the child can go straight to mama. There are complications sometimes during labour. Of course, you can't deny or negate that. But there are rarely factors where you say you have to have a caesarean section because otherwise the birth is too dangerous for the mother or the baby.
Patricia says she's managed to reduce caesarean rates at her clinic by over 100 procedures every year. Does the way in which you've set up your clinic help solve the problem?
I think it's the beginning of a possible solution, but ultimately there are a lot of factors, more structural, organizational things, which will prove much more important.
Patricia admits there are other limitations too. She thinks the way the media portrays C-sections and how they are perceived in society also play roles.
You're pushed into the OR and everyone is smiling and in a good mood. Then you're pushed back out with your baby in your arms. Unfortunately, it's not like that.
Providing a lot of information, putting perceived risks into perspective, and taking the fear out of vaginal birth. That's how Patricia builds relationships with pregnant women. Through trust and clinical care, but also by having faith in the women themselves.
Even a beautiful birth is accompanied by pain and great physical effort. I don't want to trivialize it at all. That's how it is. But a woman can do it. However, women also have to be able to mentally accept that they can do it. And if there are complications, we're there to help.
Jorinda's solution was accepting Larry's help.
So mal eher atmen. So.
And it worked.
Geschafft. Wunderbar. Ja, wunderschön. Schau mal, der Kopf ist jetzt da.
Just a few weeks later, Jorinde gave birth vaginally without any complications.
This is wonderful. I feel great about it, but I would feel even more happier if more doctors would try and learn this technique.
We need more staff. We need more specialized doctors so that we can provide adequate care for women. And I'm really certain that this would allow us to avoid more C-sections. And above all, women would be more satisfied than they are now.
There's still work to do, but despite limitations, dedicated healthcare professionals like Larry and Patricia continue to look for solutions for women who want more childbirth options.
A vaginal birth is generally better for babies. It helps clear their lungs and gives their immune systems an early boost. For mothers, though, it's not always complication-free. The pelvic floor is put under intense strain during a vaginal delivery, and that can lead to temporary or sometimes long-term issues like incontinence. It's different with a cesarean, but a C-section is major surgery, and recovery takes time. And even then, there can still be long-term consequences.
Natalie Glaubetz is in pain. After the birth of her fourth child 7 years ago, suddenly everything changed. My bleeding and spotting started to last about 16 days, with pain before it started and after it ended. Pelvic pain with powerful urges to urinate. It just got worse and worse, really unbearable. Natalie often relied on painkillers just to cope. She began seeing her gynecologist every month, but the cause of her suffering remained a mystery. She gave me chasteberry, but everything got worse. I got even more yeast infections. Then she put me on the pill, and I bled for 3 weeks straight. Emotionally, I was very unwell. I cried a lot, and I never knew what was causing it. That scared me. Her doctors recommended a hysterectomy. Natalie didn't want that, so she started researching on her own. And she came across a possible diagnosis: cesarean scar disorder. More than half of women heal poorly after a C-section, leaving niches and holes in the uterine wall. I'd never heard of this condition before. I didn't know that something like this could even happen. No one tells you about it. Natalie's children were born by C-section, just like 200,000 other babies in Germany every year. That's almost 1 in 3 babies, and that number is rising. Natalie eventually found a specialist who treats women with cesarean scar disorder, gynecologist Angela Königer in Regensburg. Here we can see this very large notch, this niche. That's what's causing your symptoms and why you've had pain for so many years. Defective C-section scars were only officially recognized as a medical condition in 2023. They can cause a range of symptoms. The main symptoms are painful and prolonged periods. Sexual intercourse becomes painful. Women also report increased discharge. But the main problem is that the women can no longer become pregnant. Infertility after the first child is known as secondary infertility. That's what Sarah is experiencing. She's asked to remain anonymous. The topic is simply too personal. For more than 2 years, she's been trying to conceive again, hoping for another baby. She's had 8 fertility treatments, all of them unsuccessful. After my C-section, it was hard to even get the catheter into my uterus for the embryo transfer. It was painful. For a long time, she blamed herself. Every time we tried, the pressure grew. I started wondering what was wrong. Why was my body not cooperating? Could it be my diet, or maybe not getting enough exercise? Eventually, Sarah consulted Angela Königer. She quickly found the problem. The front of the uterus here should look the same as it does here, but what you see is a gap at the spot where the baby was taken out during the C-section. Sarah was stunned. By then, she'd already spent a great deal of money on fertility treatments, even though she could no longer become pregnant. That really upsets me. It's not hard to figure out what's wrong if you know what to look for. A gynecologist should be able to do that, especially in a fertility clinic. They're specialists, so why didn't they figure it out? Angela Koeniger saw her first patients with cesarean scar defects more than 13 years ago. But why did the problem suddenly start appearing more often? She began researching the cause. It's the suturing technique. Before 2006, surgeons in Germany usually stitched the 3 layers of the uterus separately during a C-section. After that, a simpler technique became more common, and all 3 layers were sutured at once. The problem is if we don't suture the uterus in a way that restores it to how it was before, and instead stitch this highly active hormone-sensitive tissue into the muscle, that active tissue becomes trapped. And with every menstrual cycle, the cells stuck in the uterine wall keep growing. Over time, they stretch the wall from the inside. That's why some specialists believe this shift contributes to scar defects and say the suturing technique used in C-sections needs to change again. Today, Natalie Glaubitz is scheduled for surgery to repair her C-section scar. I'm very nervous, but glad it's happening. I think it will be better afterwards, no more symptoms or pain. Koeniger has developed a technique to correct the problem. It begins with a hysteroscopy, using a tiny camera to look inside the uterus. The endometrium is trapped in the niche like a spot of red mold. Next comes laparoscopic surgery to detach the adhesions between the uterus and bladder. Right here, there's an open area in the uterus. Through another small incision, she removes the affected tissue. Here's the hole. The wound is then cleaned. Finally, the layers of the uterus are stitched back together with tight, even sutures. The surgery went well with very little bleeding and no complications. So we hope the adhesions between the bladder and the uterus won't return. Natalie Glaubitz is relieved to have the surgery behind her. I hope it heals quickly so that I can go home. I'm really happy and I feel good. Sarah also hopes that her dream of a second child may still come true. Now I know it's not my fault, so I have hope that there's a solution to fix this. According to one study, about 60% of women who undergo niche surgery are able to become pregnant again.
Many new mothers are under a lot of stress from the very start. Newborns need constant attention. They're hungry. Their pacifier has fallen out, or they're too warm. Real rest for new mothers is hard to come by. On top of that, they're dealing with major hormonal shifts and sometimes a bout of the baby blues. And for some, those feelings can deepen into postpartum depression.
I kept thinking I was doing something wrong. I can't do it, can't cope. All the time. It became so ingrained that I thought, I'm a terrible mother. I'm just not cut out for this. That was several years ago. Julia Kriegsmann had just given birth to her son, Louis, right in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. She and her husband were thrilled about the baby. But suddenly, everything changed. I couldn't make sense of it. I'd be standing at the changing table and suddenly burst into tears, thinking, what am I even doing? It felt like I'd lost control. I couldn't even take a 10-minute shower without everything falling apart. Julia could barely sleep and was hardly eating. Before the baby, she'd worked full-time. Afterward, she felt completely overwhelmed. She didn't realize anything was wrong, but after weeks of this, her midwife and a friend urged her to get help. Julia was suffering from postpartum depression. Before the baby, I had big plans. I wanted to be a relaxed, happy mom. All the things you hope for. Having a therapist to support me, that helped a lot, of course. I didn't feel so alone, so lost anymore. Sarah Stuckrad had a similar experience when her son was born. Instead of feeling joyful, she was overwhelmed by stress and anxiety. Within a few months, she was so distressed that she checked herself into a psychiatric clinic. Leaving my baby was incredibly hard. I never would have done it if I had another choice. But I had no strength left. I was stuck. And I couldn't see any way that things would get better. Postpartum depression affects nearly 1 in 5 mothers. It can be triggered by hormonal changes, the huge shift that comes with a newborn, or by perfectionism. Unlike the baby blues, which many mothers experience, postpartum depression can linger and often brings intense feelings of guilt and shame. It's very important to seek medical advice and get treatment. Depression, including postpartum depression, can improve on its own, but up to 30% of cases become chronic. Postpartum depression was once a taboo topic. Now, interdisciplinary support networks across Germany offer help to women, partners, and families, from pregnancy through the baby's first year. At this Frankfurt Day Clinic, mothers and fathers receive specialized therapies. Treating the mother is crucial for the child's development. We know that if depression goes untreated, children are more likely to develop mental health conditions later in life. An 8-year-old, for example, may face a higher risk of anxiety or depression. Their social, emotional, cognitive, and motor development can also be delayed. After leaving the clinic, Sarah found another lifeline: the Blue Sisters Self-Help Group. It was founded 20 years ago by Melanie Weimar, who also went through postpartum depression. Here, mothers find understanding, practical support, and a way out of what can feel like a vicious cycle. Women often don't believe things can get better. They think their old life is gone forever. But when they hear from others who are further along, who feel happy again and enjoy their babies, it gives them the courage to believe they can feel better too. Many women don't immediately recognize what's happening, and partners, friends, and family may react with confusion, especially when a new mother isn't as happy as they expect. Families say things like, "What's wrong? You should be happy. Pull yourself together. Your grandmother had 5 kids and you're overwhelmed with 1. Women still hear this, which makes it harder and creates shame. They try, but willing yourself through a mental illness is as impossible as willing a broken leg to heal. For Sarah, the clinic and the support group made all the difference. Her son is now 6. She and her husband have separated, but they remain on good terms. Postpartum depression has become an issue very close to her heart. It's so important to talk openly about it and to improve the way we deal with it. I think as a society, we're moving in the right direction. But I want to help push things forward in awareness and acceptance.
Das Wissen darüber und auch die Akzeptanz.
Julia Kriegsmann has also recovered. Talking to her therapist helped, and so did returning to work. Today, She and her family are doing well.
Heute gucke ich da gelassener.
I'm more relaxed now and not so hard on myself. It was a stressful, exhausting time, but looking back, it made me stronger. I learned so much about myself and my son.
Alles, was dazugehört.
Today, Yulia loves spending time with her son, and that means everything to her. Postpartum depression is common, but with the right support, mothers can find their way back.
That's all for In Good Shape this time around. Thanks for watching, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
These are the topics that are moving the tech world.
Shift. We talk about
private data isn't safe. AI helping to fight crime. Social media algorithms. Online censorship.
Because our digital networked world never stands still.
So what are the biggest challenges? We'll talk about that.
Shift. In 45 minutes.
They call for strength, yet it does not answer. The Machangara River is sick, poisoned, gasping for life. Ecuador gave nature legal rights, but the river still cries out to reclaim its voice. The Kitukara people, together with scientists, are fighting to revive it.
Eco India. In 90 minutes.
When headlines get louder, we go deeper.
Say hello to Berlin Briefing,
Your guide to Germany's impact on the world. Between East and West, autocrats and democrats, Germany's whole system is under stress.
politics, power plays, pressure from all sides.
And the world around Germany is getting more dangerous.
Is democracy glitching? Too much noise, too little clarity.
We decode what it means for you. From Berlin to right where you are.
It's all in Berlin Briefing on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
Sudan's civil war, the world's biggest humanitarian crisis. Aid organizations are at their breaking point.
If medicine doesn't arrive soon, there will be mass deaths.
Millions of people are fleeing, but emergency aid workers are running out of resources.
I can't do anything. There are no solutions. There is no money.
Because right now, powerful donor countries are cutting more and more funding.
Without assistance here, for sure all these people will be migrating to Europe.
Sudan's civil war. The limits of humanitarian aid. Starts April 11th on DW.
Hello and welcome to this DW News live stream on the Iran war. I'm Biresh Banerjee.
And I'm Gerhard Elfers. I'll be bringing your questions and comments into the live stream today.
And today on the stream, we want to talk about how Iran is responding to the attacks against it, what experts are calling an asymmetric response using drones and cyber warfare. But first, breaking news coming in. Israel is claiming that it's killed Iran's top security official, Ali Larijani. We have images of him from just a few days ago. Now, the images we want to show are from a pro-government demonstration in Tehran. I believe they are from the 13th of March. Those latest pictures that we could find of Ali Larijani, the top security official of Iran that Israel is claiming has been killed. And that claim has been made by Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, who said in a statement that Larijani and the head of the Revolutionary Guard's Basij militia, General Gholam Reza Soleimani, were eliminated last night. We can hear more from Katz.
Ali Larijani, along with the head of the Basij, Iran's central repression apparatus, Soleimani, who was responsible for the massacres of protesters, were eliminated last night. They've joined the head of the annihilation program, Khamenei, along with all those eliminated from the axis of evil in the depths of hell.
Strong words there, but let's get more now from Kamran Mateen. He's an associate professor of international relations at the University of Sussex. He joins us now on the line. Thank you for making the time, Professor Mateen. I mean, it's hard to get information out of Iran. That has been a constant struggle for us here at DW News as well. But how credible would you say the Israeli claims are?
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me on the show. So far, what I have seen is that outlets close to IRGC have published a handwritten message from Larijani, presumably to counter the news from Israel that Ali Larijani has been assassinated. Now, given that they have published only a written, handwritten message rather than a video clip showing him alive, one can imagine that at least he might have been injured in a way that he cannot speak in public. Otherwise, surely they would produce a video of him to counter or to deny that he's been killed.
It's interesting you mentioned that X post, because Gerhard has that ready on his computer.
I wonder whether we can show this.
Bring that up just so that people have a reference point as to what
it is indeed this handwritten statement where he refers to the warriors of the Islamic Republic of the Iranian Navy. It's on the occasion of the funeral of those killed in the attacks on Iranian ships, that their memory will always be in the hearts of the nation. And the martyrdom will establish the foundation of the Islamic Republic Army in the structure of the armed forces for many years. And he thanks God Almighty to grant these dear martyrs the highest ranks.
That is a handwritten note that we are talking about. Again, nobody can at the moment say if this is in fact from Ali Larijani, but I just wondered, to the point that you were making, Professor Mateen, that one can make assumptions from this post, because if that were the case, one can also make assumptions about the fate of Mojtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader, can't we? Because he has also not really been seen in public delivering any remarks. In fact, his remarks were being read out by a news anchor aligned to the state media. So what does that tell us at the moment about the Iranian leadership? So is the security leadership decapitated, the main leadership decapitated? Is that what's happened? Is it a state of turmoil currently in the Iranian leadership?
Yes, I mean, before addressing that question, just to add that the handwritten message of Larijani seems to be related to an occasion which is before last night reported attacks on Larijani. So even if this was correct, this doesn't necessarily mean that he's alive, because it's been written before last night. In terms of your question, well, clearly Iranian intelligence apparatus is completely in tatters, and Israel has infiltrated at the highest and the most comprehensive way one could imagine, which is in many ways is unprecedented in modern history of warfare anywhere in the world. So many, if not most of Iran's most senior leaders have been eliminated, killed, and even their replacements have been killed. And with Larijani gone, there is really very, very few people left who have a pedigree comparable in terms of being involved in the 1979 revolution, having interaction with Khamenei and Khomeini. I can only think of Ghalibaf, the Speaker of the Parliament, and Pezeshkian, the President, the head of Judiciary, Ejei, and a few others. So indeed, I mean, the blows delivered to Iranian leadership is quite remarkable and incredible by any standards. But regarding Mojtaba Khamenei, at least I don't think Israel has, with a similar level of confidence, announced his demise. And the reports we get is that he's been transferred to Russia, to Moscow, for medical treatment because he was injured in the attack which killed his father. In case of Larijani, I guess we have to wait a little bit longer to see what else Iranian state media are producing to confirm him not being assassinated.
Also, the Russian TASS state news agency has denied, just a few moments ago, denied a report that Khamenei is receiving medical treatment in Russia that was reported, but now denied by Iran's ambassador to Russia.
I mean, I suppose the thing with all of this is the truth of the matter is in the seeing. The seeing is believing, and we haven't seen Mojtaba Khamenei, at least in public. So I guess until that happens, there will be lots of assumptions being made. But just coming back to the presumed death of Larijani, I mean, the Israelis sound very confident, but assuming that Larijani has indeed been eliminated, Professor Mateen, how would that impact Iran's efforts to retaliate against the US and Israeli strikes at the moment?
I don't think it has an impact or immediate impact on the military side of Iranian operation, because Iran has activated what it describes as a mosaic strategy, whereby command and control are decentralized and distributed among 30-odd centers where the military commanders have some level of autonomy. I think Larijani's significance really lies in the political terms, in political side of aspect of his presence in the Islamic Republic. He has been one of the really most influential figures within Islamic Republic, occupying some of the highest offices in the Republic, from Speaker of Parliament to membership of the Expediency Discernment Council, which is the highest authority in terms of designing Iran's overall strategy. He's was the chairman of National Security Council. He was a confidant of Ayatollah Khamenei. He was a senior IRGC commander and therefore very close to the elite leadership of IRGC. And he also, we have to remember, comes from a family. There are three brothers: Javad, Ali Larijani, and also Sadegh Larijani. Sadegh Larijani, his older brother, was the head of judiciary and one of the people tipped to be the next leader. So they come from a very influential family, and he himself has been extremely influential, and one who potentially could navigate post-war kind of leadership crisis in Iran by bringing the consensus among very different factions who otherwise might have clashed in terms of their perspective and view on how Iran has to proceed after this war ended, assuming that Islamic Republic stands at the end of this war.
Now, I want to use this opportunity just briefly to remind our viewers on YouTube and on TikTok, do put your questions in the comments. If you have questions for Kamran Mateen, do it now, and I'll put these questions straight to him.
Kamran, thank you so much for bringing up that aspect of how well connected and how one could maybe assume that he's from the elite of Iranian society, and what his death basically means. I mean, just based on that, I would ask, does that mean that given that it's going to be hard to replace him, are we set for internal power struggles within the Iranian regime to determine who gets to eventually replace him?
That is very likely, although not necessarily while the war is going on, because as you can imagine, a state at war usually different elements come together, because all the elements, despite whatever disagreements might have, they know that the fall of the regime will mean the fall of all of them. So for the time being, I think there is some sort of consensus or rallying around protecting the Islamic Republic. But once the dust has settled and the war is over, I think there will be a lot of clashes and conflict and difference of opinions. I mean, even Mojtaba Khamenei's appointment was apparently opposed by people like Pezeshkian, the president, and even Ali Larijani himself, who was reportedly in favor of his brother Sadegh Larijani, who was an Ayatollah. So theologically speaking, he was more qualified to become the leader than Mujtaba, who is a lower ranking cleric within the Shia system of hierarchy, religious hierarchy. So yeah, as I say, I think the kind of conflict you are referring to is more likely to happen after the war rather than in the course of the war.
I believe, Gerhard, did you have any questions that from the community that they're appearing?
Not right now, for Kamran.
I just wanted to get your take on another question then, Professor Mateen. How will Iranians react to this, or how are they reacting to this, or is it too early to tell right now?
Well, I can imagine that Iranians would react along the lines of their perspective on the Islamic Republic. So majority would be very happy to see his demise, not least because reports which were published in social media, at least, suggest that Ali Larijani was the person who designed and led actually the crackdown on protesters back in January, in which thousands, by some accounts, more than 20,000 protesters were killed. So I think most Iranians who are opposing the Islamic Republic will be obviously happy seeing him killed, but those who support the regime, or at least are not actively on the opposition, may have a different opinion. But especially Larijani being, having a long history in IRGC, is particularly disliked by many people who dislike Islamic Republic in general anyways.
It's not just Ali Larijani who Israel is claiming to have eliminated. It's also the head of the Revolutionary Guards Basij militia, General Ghulam Reza Soleimani. Now, the Basij militia, correct me if I'm wrong, Professor Mateen, is basically a militia that was used by the Iranian regime, or is used by the Iranian regime, to crack down on internal protests. We've seen this militia out on bikes and on foot, trying to control protesters and trying to tone down any protests against the regime. How significant is the death of General Ghulam Reza Soleimani, if indeed that is what has happened?
That's also, excuse me, that's also very important. I mean, Basij is a very peculiar organization in the system of Islamic Republic. It numbers around 1 million members. They are not full-time military officers in the way IRGC members are, but they are often armed. They are organized in neighborhoods, in mosques, and offices related to IRGC, and they are called upon in times of crisis. Often, sometimes even civilian, outfit and so on. So they are actually at the forefront of dealing with internal unrest and protests and uprisings. So, having its commander eliminated surely is a big blow to them. But I do think that he and military commanders can be replaced by people lower than them. But what matters is that those more junior or younger commanders who come up in the ranks do not have the same level of experience. They do not have the kind of connections and strategic vision which the older and more senior commanders have gathered over the years. So this is also an important blow to IRGC and the regime.
We'll leave it there for the moment. Kamran Mateen from the University of Sussex, thanks so much for making the time. Of course, this is not the end of the analysis when it comes to the potential death of Ali Larijani. But then thanks so much for your insights, Kamran. Helps to put things into perspective for us. And of course, at the core of all of this is Iran's retaliation. What happens to Iran's retaliation? Will it be able to continue? Kamran there was talking about a mosaic strategy of decentralized commands that can still respond. But then this retaliation, if we talk about, throughout this war, basically can be best described as asymmetric, essentially using unconventional tactics to counter overwhelming the military power of the United States and Israel. And we're talking about tactics such as using drones and missiles to overwhelm air defenses, targeting shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, using cyber warfare to target the West. I mean, the response covers a very, very wide gamut. And you're looking at some of those images of that kind of response. You're looking at Iranian air attacks against targets this is in Baghdad, in Iraq. But then remember, other Gulf nations have also been attacked over the past 3 weeks in terms of Iran's retaliation using drones, missiles, and also at sea, the Strait of Hormuz. We were talking about that yesterday.
Pinpricks all over the place.
Pinpricks, and they don't bleed you out immediately, but they do cause a bit of discomfort. Let's talk more about that with military analyst Marina Miron, who joins us right now. Marina, how would you assess Iran's retaliatory campaign so far? Gerhard was talking about these pinprick type attacks. Are they causing enough discomfort for the Americans and the Israelis to potentially reconsider their attack strategies?
Good day. Thank you for the question. It's an excellent one. How do we actually assess the current situation, and is Iran indeed winning in a sense? And there are opinions amongst Western analysts as well that the fact that the United States is asking NATO allies, China, Japan, South Korea, to help, especially with escorts in the Strait of Hormuz, does show that the blitzkrieg operation that has been underway hasn't exactly managed to generate the desired strategic outcomes for both Israel and the United States. In other words, despite the fact that Iran has inferior military capabilities and would have absolutely no chance if it was fighting the US and Israel in regular terms, however, as you said previously, in quote-unquote asymmetric terms, Iran has been doing quite a lot of damage. And the idea here is very simple. This idea is as old as warfare itself, is basically exploiting the weaknesses of your adversary through whatever means you have at your disposal. And so we have a sort of a David Goliath moment here, where the political will of the United States, Israel less so perhaps, but of the United States is not unlimited. The financial capabilities and international pressure, and of course the discontent amongst US Middle Eastern allies. And so what we're seeing here is that it's not military damage that Iran seeks to generate, but the pressure on the Trump administration and to a lesser extent on the Netanyahu administration to give up this war, or maybe to draw them in even more to create more financial and political damage. Because as the new Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei said, Iran is prepared for a long war.
Part of this asymmetric strategy is, of course, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. It's part of the economic warfare with the oil price going up, the prices for energy going up. How does Iran actually effectively control it?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that if we look at this approach, at the overall strategy, the Strait of Hormuz is one piece of a broader system. So you're trying to exert pressure across different axes, and this is the most visible one, perhaps. How does Iran control it? Well, we have heard reports that the Iranian Navy is completely obliterated, but what we have to remember is the geography and how narrow the Strait of Hormuz is. And also the fact that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps also has naval capabilities. And in order to control that very narrow strait, 21 miles is it in width? So about 32 kilometers, something along the lines, is not very difficult for Iran because you don't need a navy to complicate things, and you don't even need to lay mines.
Right.
For instance, the Revolutionary Guard has drones, not just the unmanned aerial vehicles, but also subsea vehicles, gunboats also could be used, missiles from the shore, but you don't need to use them all. Just using a swarm of drones would be enough. And I'm not even mentioning the we don't know if the submarines that the Revolutionary Guard have also been destroyed. They have, for instance, Ghadir and Fateh submarines, which could create problems for any unfriendly, from Iranian perspective, vessel trying to get through the Strait of Hormuz. So it's quite cheap for the Iranians to do that.
Right. Can I draw you in on some of the questions that are coming in the chat, at least on YouTube? I mean, it goes back to the point that you were making about the costs for the United States and whether they can carry on. Study Ireland user saying Iran has no choice. Can the US afford to continue? Because before the attack, 22 states are in recession. I don't know if they are, but that's what the user is saying. Private debt approaching 150% of GDP. Employment and productivity is down. So basically going at the heart of the domestic situation in the United States. And let me just add something else to that in terms of the economic cost of the war, because you're talking about Iran's asymmetric warfare in which it is shooting $20,000 worth of drones, and the US and its Gulf and Israeli allies are using $4 million worth missiles to shoot these $20,000 drones down. I mean, the maths wouldn't seem to add up in terms of shooting down drones and also from the side of the US, as our user was mentioning there. Would you want to take these things up? Take them on?
Yeah, sure. But it is very cheap for Iran because each drone, let's say, costs about $20,000, right? To defend against them, let's assume you use air defenses, and we have seen that being done or having been done in Ukraine, and quickly the Ukrainians realized that you cannot go on using missiles against drones. You were talking about $4 million per missile. That's Patriot PAC-3, right? That's approximately the cost. But now you also have to bear in mind that normally you would use 2 interceptor missiles per target, meaning that for a $20,000 drone, you would use $8 million. And the cost doesn't add up. It's not just the cost. We talked about the economic situation, and we also need to talk about the fact that the production costs as a result are rising. So can you actually, or can the United States afford to replenish the stocks of PAC-3 interceptors within the time limits that it has? And the question is probably not. Also, the price.
Marina, I would like to. Sorry for interrupting, because we have a bit of trouble with your audio line there. I would like to bring in another user question from Barty coming via YouTube. He's asking, where does Iran get their drones and missiles from? Because he assumes production facilities were priority targets for the airstrikes from the US. What about the production capacity for drones and maybe the reserves Iran still has?
Well, we know about the destruction mostly from Western sources, correct? And so a lot of the information that is being shown is probably laced with what I call the fog of war. And realistically, we don't know what capacities Iran still has. What I know is that Iran has a huge subterranean system where it can produce and store drones. I recall, whether they have been destroyed or whether they are still being reserved for some other purpose along the way, we don't know. So I assume that making those drones wouldn't be a problem in those subterranean factories. Also, we know that not all vessels are being attacked. So in other words, there are some vessels coming through the strait. Some cargo planes from countries like China are also have also been landing in Iran. Therefore, specific components might be imported at the time being. This is just me creating hypotheticals. I don't know for sure, and therefore we can assume that Iran still has the capability to both manufacture drones and the capability to deploy a large number of drones.
We're talking about asymmetric warfare on the part of Iran. We've discussed the drones, and there is some other aspect that was, I think, very relevant, at least before this war began. That was about Iran's regional proxies. We're talking about the Houthis, we're talking about the militias in Iraq, and then Hezbollah. How would you assess that capability at the moment? Is that capability severely degraded, or can Iran actually hit back using whatever of these proxies still remain?
Well, what we're seeing now, Israel is trying to take on the Hezbollah proxy in Lebanon. Of course, some of them have been weakened, specifically Hezbollah, specifically also because Iran has lost a vital logistical route through Syria. Now, that doesn't mean that Iran doesn't have any regional proxies. On the one hand, there are also proxies in Iraq. Actually, these proxies have been recruited specifically for naval operations. I believe they were set up in 2016. The Houthis, we see that Iran might be reserving their use for later on, because you don't want to waste everything you have from the very beginning. And therefore, you have those regional allies that don't, or proxies that don't need to have superb military capabilities in order to create trouble. That's the first one. And the second one, you also have to understand that there will be sympathizer groups which might not have been aligned with Iran from the get-go, but seeing what is happening, and we know that the US has made itself quite unpopular among such smaller groups in the Middle East after the Iraqi campaign specifically. There are groups in Iraq, many groups in Iraq, that might take up the cause and say, well, even if we're not Iranian allies, we don't like these guys here. And so we're going to do whatever it takes to make it as painful for the Americans as it is. And in Iraq, already at the governmental level, the security cooperation with the United States was up for debate. So this is quite a serious issue. And so we don't know how many of those groups are across the Middle East, and not just the Middle East. There are also other countries like Latin America.
We'll leave it there for the moment. I know that you have a deadline. You need to be somewhere else, but thanks for making the time. Marina Miron, a military analyst from King's College in London. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Marina.
Time.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we're talking about asymmetric warfare and how Iran has been fighting back. And another element of that is the cyber domain, at least it appears to be, if news reports are to be believed, because there have been reports of Iranian-backed cyber attacks against Albanian lawmakers, a US medical company, and a Polish nuclear research center, an attack that was foiled. Apologies for bringing this graphic up. It's a little ahead of time, but then this is basically a list of the various cyber groups that are involved in potentially responding and retaliating against the joint attacks that they are facing. So the cyber hacking groups range from outright Iranian intelligence units to proxy hackers that are working in their support, to ideologically sympathetic collectives. There's pro-Iranian proxies, nominally independent groups with some loose connections to the Iranian government. One such group is Cyber Avengers, who claim responsibility for the 2023 attacks against water facilities in the US and Israel. And, well, that's the other kinds of proxies and state-linked groups that we are talking about. We'll try and post that link, that list in the chat, so you can go over it at leisure. But then let's bring in Joseph Rook. He's a cybersecurity analyst and a director of risk insights at the cyber intelligence firm Recorded Future. He joins us now on the line. Joseph, thanks so much for making the time. Should I be calling you Joseph or is it Joe? I'm not really quite sure. I know that you also do go by Joe.
You can call me Joe. No problem. It's great to be here. Thank you.
I'll call you Joe. Joe, thanks for making the time. Has Iran actually started attacking the West in cyberspace, or are all of those reports just, I don't know, conjecture? Do you know anything more than we do?
So some of these reports are being verified. For example, the Stryker medical device attack by Handler hack team, which you covered just there. So there is increasingly reports that some of these attacks are happening. There's been other reports, such as the Jordanian critical national infrastructure targeted. But look, I would sort of say this, and you summarized it really well there. You can bucket Iranian operations into three areas. So one is espionage, and for obvious reasons, right? They're heavily sanctioned. They want to understand how to improve their economies, their technology. So espionage is one. Another one is destructive attacks, and we've seen that famously with the likes of Saudi Aramco being targeted with Shamoon wiper malware, and the other one is monitoring dissidents. And so. But what you are now seeing, of course, is increasingly going to be that pivot into destructive retaliation, which is now what we're reporting.
I mean, help me understand this, because this attack on Stryker, for example, let's focus on that. That's a medical manufacturing company based in the United States, and I think that attack was reported last week, if I'm not wrong. What I don't understand is why would Iran, in the middle of a war, target a medical manufacturing company in the United States? I mean, surely the targets would potentially be US and Israeli air defense systems or network operations, right?
Yeah. So the way to look at this as well, it's so remember they're up against the most capable cyber power, the US. I think just about everybody ranks them up there as number one, with China sort of closing in close behind them. And Iran is often categorized as sort of a mid to high tier cyber power, if you want to simplify it that way. But it's got a lot of intent. So what it's trying to do is hurt where it can. So the reason that it's almost certainly not having success with some of these critical systems in the US is, again, the US is extremely good at its defense, you'd argue, given its budgets, given its focus and preparation for this. So where is it targeting? It's targeting manufacturing. And by the way, manufacturing is heavily hit over and over again. It is a way to hurt an economy. It's a way to hurt multiple people. It's a way to hurt supply chains. And obviously, in this case, this group found a way to do this to this organization you just mentioned.
And how effective would you say these operations are proving at, I don't know, diminishing the warfighting capacity of the United States and Israel? Or is this so peripheral as to have almost negligible impact on the outcome of the war?
It keeps Iran fresh in people's minds as an aggressor, as someone who can hit back. We should not underestimate Iranian capabilities here, and they're reminding us of this. One of the reasons that we've probably not seen more attacks is that the internet in Iran is down, and there's a debate happening whether that's because of a cyber attack by the Israelis and the US, or whether that's because they've shut down their internet in order to quell any rebellion internally. It is probably a mixture of both here, but that's making their operations very difficult to conduct. And what I would just say to everyone is, in the past we've seen cyber operations from Iran emerge a couple of months after a major incident. It hasn't happened immediately, so we should definitely be on high alert. And these sorts of attacks by Handler Group that we just described here are a reminder to us that they have that intent.
So, see, it was interesting because I did want to ask you about the internet being down in Iran, if that is solely because of the Iranian regime or because of cyber attacks. But can you talk a bit about the counter attacks from the United States and Israel. And I don't know if there are other countries helping them in those operations. Can you talk a bit about those operations? Because surely there must be certain cyber warfare operations being conducted by the Israelis and the Americans, right?
I think it's safe to say no modern conflict, certainly if you want to win, is not going to involve some form of cyber operation. And the US has been very clear, it's been very open if you watch their briefings in the Pentagon, saying that cyber operations and space operations have accompanied kinetic warfare, not just this time, but also in Venezuela and also previously in Iran, potentially taking out its missile defense systems. And the words that the US have used, I'm probably quoting this slightly off, but it's along the lines of, we've created a corridor. And I think that makes total sense. So what could that translate to? Well, absolutely taking out the internet, targeting missile defense systems, creating confusion. And the Israelis, it's been reported now that they were able to hack into the cameras across the whole of Iran almost, by the looks of it, in order to identify where specific people were, and in order to cause maximum damage with their kinetic operations. So this is how modern warfare is fought. If you do not have cyber or space capabilities, you're almost certainly not going to win a modern conflict.
I mean, Iran is up there with actors like North Korea and the Chinese when it comes to hacking. I don't know if the capability is the same. But then help me understand this. And it's a very rookie question. I'm not a hacker. I do not know much about this field. Therefore, we have you as an expert. But just as a very basic question, why are the Americans so good? Why are they able to? How are they able to defend infrastructure and carry out attacks in a way that the Iranians cannot? Because surely there must be, I don't know, some clever people in Iran who can do the same things, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I will answer this. So let's go back to the sort of the graph that a lot of organizations use, including us. So this is on the x-axis, your capability, and on the y, your intent. Okay, so what does that mean? It means, well, how much resourcing do you have? And so budgets, right? The US has an enormous defense budget. That helps. It is also a pioneer in technology. It is not crippled by sanctions. That helps. And then its intent. The US understands very clearly that if it does, as I said before, wants to have maximum effect, maximum impact on its adversaries in a conflict, then absolutely you need to have these capabilities to help you. And they've been open about that. Why wouldn't you? So the Iranians have struggled certainly on the capability front, but I say this again, certainly not on the intent front. You know, they're very motivated, especially now, and that is why we need to be on high alert.
I just want to remind our viewers, sorry for interrupting, but remind our viewers, if you have any questions for Joe on the cyber and intelligence side of this, please post them in the chat while we still have Joe on, and I can pass them on.
And just to sort of let our viewers know that the earlier, let's just say, malformations with the way this chat was appearing, the live that we're doing with you, Joe, you did not see this, but the way it was appearing on the screen is a technology question. I'm certain that we were not hacked by anybody while we were having this conversation. But just in terms of cyber hacking and delving slightly deeper into that, how do you see this panning out? Do you see, as you were mentioning earlier, whenever this war ends, Iran potentially mounting more cyber attacks then, as they have done in the past, or do you see their cyber attacks potentially changing as this war progresses?
Yeah, so I mean, this can go kind of two ways. I'm again simplifying it, and within each way it goes, there's lots of them mini scenarios. But either the regime falls or the regime survives. Now let's assume it survives in some capacity. We could see a few things. We could see very open attacks, cyber attacks, saying it was us. We don't care if you want to attribute it. It was us, and that causes a degree of fear, which may be an objective. But something else that I really do want to highlight, that we've been monitoring quite a bit at Recorded Future, is how a lot of nations are now using crime, cybercrime as a smokescreen. And the Iranians have done this. This has been reported multiple times, and places like Albania in Israel. What do I mean by that? It means that it's a nation, state-backed group attacks a company, but it looks like it's ransomware. So for those of you watching who don't know what ransomware is, it's where all the systems are wiped and a message pops up on your computer that says you've got to pay us in Bitcoin, to get everything unlocked. It's incredibly destructive. Now, what we are seeing is a lot of countries, including Iran, using this pseudo ransomware to hide their operations, right? So that means that it's very difficult for, say, Israel to point a finger and say, hey, that was you, because the Iranians will say, well, no, it was a cyber criminal, but actually it was them potentially, right? So to answer your question here, your question was, where does this go? Well, let's assume the regime survives. We're either going to see, simply put, very much destructive attacks, say, hey, it was us, don't care, trying to cause as much damage as possible. But you're going to see these, these what we say obfuscated attacks, these pseudo ransomware attacks where it's not very clear who's behind it. That's my assessment right now.
Can I, Joe, pass on some two viewer questions actually coming in via TikTok? One from Miss Ras, that is how AI might be used in cyber attacks. And one from user Eddie wants to know whether you have any indication that Russia is providing cyber support and or intelligence for that.
So I'll answer the last one first. We certainly have no indication that there's direct cooperation happening between Iran and Russia from a cyber angle. There have been reports, though, more broadly, this is public, of course, that Iran has been supplied with some intelligence from Russia in order to strike its targets more effectively. We can assume that there could be some overlap when it comes to cyber attacks, but again, no confirmation on that. That is a guess, hopefully a well-founded guess based on what we're seeing. The previous question, the first question around how AI is being used, we've released a public report exactly on this about a year ago, in fact, saying how Iran was planning to use AI more broadly in its military and cyber operations strategy. And at high level, how can they use that? And how we're seeing a lot of countries use it. A good example is this. In the past, if I wanted to get into your network, into your system, I'd send you an email, it's a phishing email, right? And you probably see some spelling mistakes there. It gives away that it's not real. Now, actors are using AI to make that a really clean email, make it more applicable to your organization. That's what we call social engineering or enhanced social engineering. That is one way that we're seeing, but there are other effective means, and one that I would not discount Iran starting to do, and this is the final thing I'll say, is the use of AI with deepfakes. And we're seeing, for example, we've written about North Korea doing this, where you're interviewing someone, you think it's them. I promise this is me right now. I'm not a
thank God, I'm going to ask you that.
And actually it's not them, it's someone else. And then, you trust them, you hire them, they're in your network. So these are the sorts of things now we're seeing used by nation actors.
I'm glad you answered those questions, because those are exactly the similar kind of questions that we're being asked on our YouTube chat as well from user Merka Dotesne. I'm pronouncing this all wrong. And from user Tab. I'm hoping that has answered their questions. One final question for you, Joe. Do you see any difference in the way cyber attacks have been carried out in this war, or do they follow a similar pattern that we've seen in other wars? Is there something about this war that stands out for you?
I'll be upfront, they're following similar patterns. And again, sorry to plug our state of security report here, but we absolutely cover this in our annual report, State of Security Report 2026. It is, for me, again, what's really interesting is the playbook of using what we call hacktivists, so loosely affiliated groups that may not even be in Iran, but sympathize with the regime, conducting attacks. No, is the short answer. It is absolutely pretty much every conflict that you're seeing, and it has some form of cyber angle to it. It's just a case of how much and how destructive it is.
Thanks so much for that, Joe. I think we'll go and read that cybersecurity report that you guys came out with 1 year back, and maybe post the link in the chat. But thanks so much for joining us, Joe, cybersecurity analyst and director of risk insights at the cyber intelligence firm Recorded Future. Thanks, Joe. Take care.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you for having me.
And here's a quick recap of some of the most important developments in the US and Israeli war against Iran. Israel says Iran security chief Ali Larijani has been killed in a targeted airstrike in Tehran. Larijani was a former nuclear negotiator and a close ally of former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, who was killed in an airstrike at the start of the war.
And the US embassy in the Iraqi capital Baghdad has come under attack again by rockets and drones. At least one of the drones crashed outside the complex. Iraqi security forces described it as the most intense assault since the start of the war. No injuries, although were reported.
And oil prices were up in a Tuesday trading after a number of countries pushed back against US President Donald Trump's demand that allies help secure the vital Strait of Hormuz oil shipping route. And that's it for this live stream. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining us on YouTube and TikTok. Thank you for sending in your comments and questions.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.